ein Gespräch über Wandel und die Lust auf Veränderung. Wovon möchten wir mehr und wovon weniger? Ist es mehr wollen oder machen? Ein Wandeln oder Weichen? Deutschland ist ein verlässlicher Wachstumsmotor in Europa, wo Macher und Entscheiderinnen Innovationen vorantreiben und neue Technologien entwickeln und zum Einsatz bringen. Hier leben die Gamechanger. Wir gestalten gemeinsam einen Zukunftsort, geprägt durch den Mittelstand und verantwortungsvolles Wirtschaften. Viele Zukunftsoptionen stehen zur Wahl, sowohl politisch als auch technologisch. Für uns als Innovationstreiber ist neu schon längst normal. Jetzt geht es darum, das Neue zu priorisieren und Antworten zu finden. Für welche Zukunft entscheiden wir uns? TDI 2021.
Herzlich willkommen zum Tag der Industrie 2021. Wir machen Zukunft. Und darüber, wie diese Zukunft aussehen soll, werden wir die nächsten 3 Tage am TDI sprechen. 2021 ist ein Jahr der Entscheidungen. Wir alle wählen einen neuen Bundestag. Es wird eine neue Bundesregierung geben. Aber auch inhaltlich ist viel zu entscheiden. Wie schaffen wir die Energiewende? Wie gelingt es, Digitalisierung zu einem Positiveffekt für alle zu machen? Wie bringen wir wirtschaftliches Wachstum und nachhaltiges Handeln zusammen? Über diese Fragen sprechen wir in den nächsten Tagen mit der Bundeskanzlerin, mit Vertreterinnen und Vertretern der aktuellen Bundesregierung, mit der Kandidatin und den Kandidaten für das Bundeskanzleramt nach der Wahl, mit Politikern aus Deutschland, aus Europa und aus der Welt, mit Wirtschaftsvertretern und Wissenschaftlern, mit Vertretern der Zivilgesellschaft. Wir alle gestalten die Zukunft und müssen uns diesen Fragen stellen.
We all shape the future and we need to face up to these questions. We will also discuss it and discuss vehemently, I'm sure, just what industry's contribution can be and what industry will need to be successful in our country. I'm looking forward to 3 days of an intensive discussion and I'm happy that I'll be here. A very warm welcome to the Day of Industry 2021 here at the Verti Music Hall. You can expect a huge program, 120 speakers, 50 different items on the agenda, heads of state and government, ministers, undersecretaries of state, many CEOs, entrepreneurs, as well as scientists, all here to discuss what's the best way into the future. We rely on this becoming a lively event and a very special one too, because the Senate of the state of Berlin has given us the opportunity, one of 4 exceptional approvals for up to 500 people that are allowed to be on the spot. We're very happy about this. Everybody else is very kindly invited to follow us on screen. We'll start straight away with the first head of government, the head of government of New Zealand, Prime Minister Ardern.
Ina mana, ina reo, tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the invitation to speak with you. I bring warm greetings from Aotearoa, New Zealand. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I very much enjoyed my visit to Germany in 2018, where I had the opportunity to meet with Chancellor Merkel. The COVID-19 pandemic has had far-reaching consequences that have affected every one of us. New Zealanders have watched our friends in Europe deal with the situation with courage and compassion, and I'd like to express our araha, our love and concern, to everyone who has been affected. New Zealand feels a strong sense of partnership with Germany. We may be distant geographically, but we share values and, on so many fronts, similar perspectives. We both desire the stability and freedoms afforded us all by global rules and institutions, free and open markets. We must work together to resist the erosion of these systems which have served us so well. I want to underline the strong values fit I see here with Germany. As the 4th largest economy in the world and the 3rd largest trading nation, you have real influence and respect. We can work together across many fronts, for example, through our joint efforts at the WTO, through your efforts in the G7 and G20, and through New Zealand's role as chair of APEC this year, a group of 21 economies in the Asia-Pacific, which represent some 60% of global GDP. But we can also cooperate more directly. Concluding negotiations for the EU-New Zealand Free Trade Agreement is a priority for our government. There is unquestionably economic benefit for New Zealand, but this is not a one-way street. There is value for the EU and Germany in engaging with New Zealand. We are a highly networked into the most dynamic region in the world. We already have high-quality, comprehensive free trade agreements with Australia, with ASEAN, with Korea, with CPTPP members and RCEP economies. New Zealand in per capita GDP is in the top 10% of countries. In absolute GDP terms, New Zealand is in the top 30% of countries globally, despite our small population. There is wealth and purchasing power in the New Zealand economy. We are number one in the world for ease of doing business and rate highly for the quality of our public service, low level of corruption and transparency. We're not just a country of great beauty with a strong pastoral base, we have world-leading niche high-tech companies. New Zealand is one of a select number of countries launching rockets into space, including carrying satellites for a German company. But the value of the free trade agreement between New Zealand and the EU lies as much in its strategic value as in its trade and commercial dimensions. We are both interested in trade that underpins what we value as countries: the environment, climate change, animal welfare, respect for labour and economic empowerment of women. I genuinely believe an FTA between New Zealand and the EU can buttress and strengthen those values. Germany is a strong and reliable friend for this endeavour, and I want to acknowledge this important support. But my message today is that New Zealand is looking not just for friends, but also for champions. And I very much hope our German friends will play this important role on this FTA. In this respect, we have taken note of Germany's Indo-Pacific guidelines, which we very much welcome. Germany is a valued partner and friend in our part of the world. Germany adds value through its commercial partnerships with friends, through its development assistance, and through its diplomatic and defence engagement in the region. This broad-based engagement contributes to the Indo-Pacific region's own resilience and stability. And while Germany and the EU are not part of the formal regional economic architecture of the Indo-Pacific, by this I mean the CPTPP and RCEP free trade agreements, it is vital that the EU is involved in the hard rules of the region to ensure its presence and to protect its export interests. Returning, though, to the COVID pandemic, I want to acknowledge the extraordinarily global response to COVID-19. Germany's contribution has been impressive, with its BioNTech Pfizer vaccines, which New Zealand is using to vaccinate our people. Together, we can start looking forward to recovery, rebuilding, and laying the foundations for the future. New Zealand is focused on a recovery that is sustainable and equitable, harnessing digital technologies, decarbonising our economies, and ensuring that recovery is for all, including women, small businesses, and Indigenous and ethnic communities. Germany, I know, is on its own transition journey, striving for a greener economy, a more digitally connected one, and one which is more diversified and resilient. Finally, let me note that I'm aware of another form of transition that's taking place soon in Germany, namely a political one. It would be remiss of me not to mention the very significant role Chancellor Merkel has played, globally as well as in Europe, during her long and remarkable tenure as Chancellor. It's been important not just for Europe. I want to acknowledge the value we in New Zealand have also attached to Chancellor Merkel's leadership. I look forward to continuing my warm association with Germany and with you all. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa, and vielen Dank.
A very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the audience in the stream. Welcome to the Day of German Industry. We're very happy you're with us. I'm Sumi Somashana and I'm Konstantin Schreiber, and we're very happy indeed to be able to guide you through this day here. And we have a full and very exciting program for you. And we hope you will stay with us, because we've just heard Jacinda Ardern, the New Zealand Prime Minister, pleading for cooperation, joint standards in trade and sustainability. Sustainability, of course, is a very important subject with this year's TDI. And alongside the G7 meeting, we saw that Australia and Germany actually concluded a hydrogen agreement. And more countries are relying on hydrogen. Another issue. Yes, sustainability is not just an issue for German industry. It's become something which, for all of us, is an everyday event concerning us. It's not something for the future. It's practical. It's part of our present day. I noticed myself that outside my door, there are all these charging stations for e-cars, and all my neighbours have got electric vehicles, and I'm considering doing it myself. So it's become a practical matter of relevance for everyone, also for politics. That is a fantastic election year. We know the federal elections are going to be held in September, and that's a very important issue when introducing the political program of the CDU-CSU. We've seen that the economy and the ecology have to go together sustainably. That's going through the program today. Let's look back to the political level, where it's no longer a case where it's just the Green Party, traditionally the Sustainability Party, and seeing this as a core value. No, it has gone across party political differences and been identified as an issue for the election campaign. And coming back to the Day of German Industry, it's a central issue. How can the transformation of German industry be achieved so that we will end up being climate neutral? And in this context, the question is, where does the hydrogen come from that is going to be used for future industrial production and sustainable business? This is the first subject for the first session. Where does the hydrogen come from? And we hope you'll be interested. In the next half hour, we're going to discuss hydrogen. Why is hydrogen considered to be the great hope for the future? And how can we use hydrogen in the future so that it is something which is going to be a long-term, sustainable, economical prospect? I'm looking forward to debating with Ambassador Sir Philip Green. He's the Australian Ambassador to Germany, Austria, Switzerland, and Liechtenstein. Katharina Reiche, CEO of the Inno subsidiary West Energie, and she also chairs the Hydrogen Council of the German government. And we're discussing with Professor Armin Schnettler, Executive Vice President, CEO, New Energy Business at Siemens Energy. He's also President of VDE. And last but definitely not least, we are going to talk to Holger Lösch, the Deputy Managing Director of the Federation of German Industry. Welcome, everybody. I'm looking forward to this debate. Philip Green.
When we try to combat climate change, and what do you find so fascinating about it?
Hydrogen is going to be a crucial feature of any net zero future that we can imagine. We can go some way towards that with electrons and getting the grid to be decarbonised. There are many applications in our modern world, long-distance transport, trains, ships, eventually aviation, which can only be powered by green molecules. And the best mechanism we've got for finding green molecules in the future is hydrogen. So it is indeed the way of the future. It is the only way we are seriously going to get to net zero and have anything like the lifestyle we currently enjoy.
Frau Reiche, was fasziniert Sie so sehr an Wasserstoff?
Ms. Reiche, what do you find so fascinating about hydrogen? For me, hydrogen is the industry political answer to the Paris Climate Agreement. So far, we frequently looked at the energy turnaround through electricity, and at least as far as electricity generation is concerned, a lot has happened. But when we're looking at the actual decarbonisation, addition, we are seeing that, according to the newest decision of the federal government, we're looking at the year 2044. That's almost like the day after tomorrow, where we're looking at reduction here. So hydrogen is no longer an option. We could do more. It's become an absolute must to go for hydrogen. If by 2040, our industrial nation, and I emphasize the word industrial here, with value chains and employment, if we want to get that way. Dr. Schnittler, where do you see an opportunity and maybe also risk for using hydrogen? Or where do you think the great challenge is? I don't see risks, to be honest. There are always technical commercial risks when we're looking at the hydrogen economy, but that's a normal process, which we also know when extending renewables. But look at the opportunities. If we want to decarbonize as a second step of the energy turnaround, then what it means is we need to electrify all those areas which aren't electric at the moment, but would be easy to electrify. So that is an area we need to tackle. That means to really extend renewables. That's the first important point. The second point is that more than 50% of the final energy need will not be achievable through electricity, and that's exactly what we call sector coupling, where we will need hydrocarbons and green. That's important. Long term, it has to be green hydrogen. That needs to be built up. And many opportunities all over the world are in building a new business model, a new part of business. We need to secure this technology. We need to start with pilot projects very quickly, ultimately with the objective to having a sustainable, cost-efficient hydrogen economy underway. Mr. Lösch, German industry and hydrogen, what's this relationship at the moment? Well, it's a pretty old relationship, because even today, when we're looking at chemistry and refineries, hydrogen is very important. We're using quite a lot of it today. The technologies like electrolysis, for example, I'm not saying they're just German invention, but it's very much a German special field. Germany and Europe is even today a leader with a high market share in the global market with these technologies we will need tomorrow. It's definitely an area where Germany, with its engineer-driven innovative power, can perform really well. And for me, speaking from industry, there are two sides to this. On the one hand, we want to achieve these climate targets. It's not an alternative to get to zero, but it's very hard. And very hard means we need technologies, we need solutions in order to satisfy the demand. And the second aspect I consider, apart from satisfying a demand, in order to go on as an industrial nation, it's very important for us to continue doing business. If the rest of the world follows that track, then in Germany, in industries can actually help in building a complete transformation in energy and industry worldwide. And I agree with the other partners here. We can only do this by having a combination of green electricity, green hydrogen. I see huge market potential in that, together with our other partners, and that's so fascinating for us as industry.
How do you perceive Germany's efforts to push forward the use of hydrogen in Germany's industry, and how do you perceive the know-how present in Germany around hydrogen in these times?
Germany's a leader in a green future, and that is very much to this country's credit. Germany is demonstrating that it is looking for pathways to ensure that it can maintain competitiveness globally and your standard of living, which is very much wanted by your people, but at the same time decarbonise. And the push towards Wasserstoff, supporting research, supporting industries to make the transition, developing a map which will allow Germans to understand and German industry to understand how we get from here to there, is absolutely crucial. But the other thing, and this is where Armin's firm is so important, when I ask Australian entrepreneurs where they are looking for the key technologies that they will need to deliver green hydrogen, the clear answer is Germany first and foremost. And so for so many German companies, this produces an enormous opportunity. We in Australia want to deliver a green hydrogen energy at scale. And to do that at scale, we will need all of the technologies that Germany has, from electrolyzers, compressors, storage, transportation, at scale. That's an opportunity for German industry.
So you're looking to collaborate further?
Yeah, look, it's frankly, it's a beautifully complementary partnership. You know, we have the land, we have the wind. One stat, just 3% of the Australian landmass, just solar, you'd never do that, you'd add wind as well. Just 3% of the Australian landmass, just solar, can produce 10 times the green molecules that Germany needs. 10 times every year the amount of hydrogen that Germany needs. So Germany's got the technical know-how, Australia's got the land. We have expertise in understanding how you export energy. We've been doing it for LNG for 40 years. Our scientists are some of the best in the world, and we will need capital from Australia, from Germany, and from global markets.
Frau Galosch, wie könnte denn so eine Kooperation zwischen
this kind of cooperation between Germany and Australia, or between German companies, industrial companies and Australian providers, how could that look like? What would matter here? I think what we are doing here in partnership with, among others, Australia, can be a bit of a role model. My vision is that all over the world, when we really go for climate neutrality, there will be huge opportunities for many countries, which maybe these days aren't rich in energy or anything much. And I think for an industrial nation like Germany and Australia, it's very important to consider how to do this, how to develop something which would also be possible for other types of partnerships. What matters is to say, what might the value chain look like? Ideally, also, where could we find the problems? Where do we need to do more research? Where do we need to get costs down through scaling? But this is all a question. I mean, of course, at the moment, it's very expensive. I mean, renewable energy, electricity was vastly more expensive 20 years ago, but we gave that time, we promoted it, and these days it's a great hope, together with hydrogen, so that one day we'll get a climate-neutral world. As a result, I believe that in the future, this partnership is not going to be exclusive, but at least for now, it is the fastest opportunity we have to find out what is needed so that the hydrogen economy, coupled with renewable electricity, green hydrogen business, can develop in the future. When we're looking at the transport routes, for example, we'll discuss that later. But Professor Schnetter, I would like to ask you, following on what Ambassador Green just said, the technological know-how in Germany he mentioned. Describe that. Where do we stand? Where are we leading in this particular field? Or where are we really good? Well, I think it's always important that other people say what's really good and whatever. I have the self-confidence with our own company and people in the market to say that here in Germany, when it comes to electrolysis, we're doing really well in the various systems, compressors. We are leading in renewable energy, so at least one of the leading nations. When I'm looking at Siemens Energy, then basically we are offering all the value chain with renewable energies in particular, primarily wind, of course. When we're looking at this area, offshore, for example, we are very well positioned in the networks, also with our systems. It's very important with our onshore thinking. When I'm thinking of my own business, with the hydrogen economy, in particular hydrogen electrolysis, that's a technology where the principle we're using is not new, it's very well known. But scaling it to an industrial level, that's very important. And as far as that's concerned, we are a global leader. Philip Green already mentioned that we need to discuss industrialization, we need to discuss scaling, because the success of the hydrogen economy will depend on us being competitive competitive, having a competitive product in hydrogen, and it will depend on the electricity price, green electricity price, where Australia is in an excellent position. Also, when it comes to plant utilization, that's an important feature. It's not just solar, it's also wind or a combination of different ones. And one last point, infrastructure, electrolysis, integration, transport routes. Here, industrialization and scaling are the keys.
Technologisches Know-how oder auch Forschung anknüpfen. Es gibt ja auch viele andere Bereiche, in denen wir immer wieder hören, Deutschland ist führend, wenn es um die Forschung geht. Aber wenn es dann darum geht, das in marktreife Produkte umzusetzen, hapert es. Wie ist das hier auf der Wasserstoff?
But we often see that there are problems in the market here. Well, I think it's the situation that innovation is the transformation of knowledge into products, into the market, into business. And with the research and development and the capacity of academia in Germany, but also in our cooperation, for example, with Australia, we are in an excellent position, particularly in engineering. I think we can say that Germany is positioned brilliantly in pole position here. And it's about working together with academia, with the universities and research institutions, and to get the new technologies going very quickly. And this year, for example, we've had some major research projects from the Ministry of Research. For example, I'm thinking about the hydrogen wind turbines that we've done together with our colleagues from Siemens. And this means that offshore wind energy, for example, so that we can have hydrogen generation offshore, and that is really the key. Innovation is the key. Katharina, how much hydrogen are we going to need to achieve our climate goals, and where's it going to come from?
Die Studienlage
Well,
gibt ziemliche Bandbreiten vor.
Studies suggest that there's a real range here. We've got the National Hydrogen Council, and I've tried to sort of cluster these studies and look at what's behind the numbers. And I think what we can say is that until 2030, we're going to have around 80 terawatts. The real need is with steel and iron, and in the chemicals industry with ammonia production, but also in initial applications of the mobility sector. I'm not talking about ordinary cars, but I'm talking about maritime transport or public transport, transport on rails as well. By 2040, we expect it to be 100 to 300 terawatt hours, and up to 250. It might even be 800 terawatts. And where are these needs actually coming from? Well, we don't know what we're going to see in terms of housing. We're seeing jumps in technology in the battery sector. It's not where it needs to be yet, but the quantities that we're talking about could well be well ahead of what the German government is forecasting now or planning for now. So just to give you one example, for example, ThyssenKrupp, for example, for its steel production has calculated if you wanted to go completely green, it would have to be 15 gigawatts electrolyzer up to 2030, and 5 gigawatts are planned by the German government until 2030. So the requirements are huge. You know, whether we can cover that with our own domestic production entirely, I would say probably not. But as Mr. Schnettler has already said, we need to expand here in Germany to have more production, but for that we need to have less red tape in planning permission. We need to ensure that the technological expertise is there. We need to support the research institutes, and we need to have researching small and medium-sized enterprises as well. But at the moment, the planning permission periods that we have are just too long to do justice to the dynamism of the global market at the moment. Germany will remain an import country in terms of energy, but it will be other resources, and we'll need other partnerships than we have now. So one partnership has just been described, one that's being set up at the moment with our Australian friends. We're going to see older energy partners, if I can call them that, where we won't just be getting oil and gas from them, but also hydrogen or derivatives of the same. There'll be ministries, there are ministries who are looking to Africa, there are others looking to Chile, and all of these are chains of resources that we can't quite imagine from where we are now. But what Mr. Green has just described here very well is also true. You know, we just have to change our mindset. We have to think differently than we have before. And when you know that there's going to be an energy transition in Germany that can't just be organized in terms of electricity, but that we're going to need molecules, if we are aware that the wind yields that we have right now are simply not enough, solar yields are not enough, then we need to rethink partnerships and enter into new partnerships, and some of the potential partnerships and some of the countries I've already mentioned. So who would you say are the most obvious and most reliable partners in the future? Well, in terms of reliability, well, I think we've already talked to various countries. Sometimes they're politically controversial, but these partnerships, even among intense political situations, these partnerships can work in terms of supply security and work well and work reliably, and that just has to be said. If we see, for example, that in Saudi Arabia, in the Gulf Peninsula, we're seeing renewable power costs that are around 1 cent or even below it, then that shows you the huge potential of this region in this regard. Philip Green just talked about the huge area that Australia has at its disposal for enormous solar and wind yields. Power generation of green power in Australia is just amazing, though then the supply chains are a little bit difficult at the moment. But we're talking about partnerships that we definitely don't want at the moment. But I don't think we should be doing that. I think what we should be doing is focusing far more on the fact that we need to set up partnerships such that German companies and German expertise, German engineering skills are in demand on the global market for us to be competitive in the market globally at the moment. At the moment, there are an awful lot of projects that are being subsidized. We're only going to be successful if we have a global hydrogen economy with fluid markets where our companies are able to sell their products and solutions well, and they're in demand. And what would you say, Mr. Lösch, are the biggest challenges for you when it's about using hydrogen? Is it access to hydrogen? Is it the price? Is it the transport issues? What is it that's facing industry here when it comes to the transition? What are the challenges? Well, I have to say, honesty in the political debate is my biggest problem. Now, Katharina just talked about that. We're going to remain an import country for energy. We're not going to be 100% electrified. And if you acknowledge these, and then there's listen to the science, there's no discussion about this being the case, then we have to draw the necessary conclusions. And then you need the second pillar, hydrogen. And we can't just say, let's see how far we get along with electrification, and then after 2030 we'll see if we need hydrogen or not. That's just negligent to do that, and I'm just being frank here. The discussion has to be more open, and it's a discussion we should be really glad to be having as well, because it's a huge opportunity from Germany to influence world climate policy as well. Germany's leverage is much greater than just the 2% that we can reduce here in Germany. The technology is the real leverage, and if we can develop hydrogen technology with the rest of the world, then we can reduce far more than we can just reduce in our own country. So that's the other thing. And hydrogen is as expensive as it is today. It's too expensive at the moment to exchange it for gas and the various other resources that we have at the moment. That is true. On the other hand, today's gas and oil prices, if we take it seriously with climate policy, we can't set them as a benchmark. That price is going to go up, and it'll have to go up in order to make alternatives really possible. The most important that has to happen now is that we need to deliver the proof of the pudding as quickly as possible. We need to have demonstration projects and scale them up, because scaling them up is what's going to bring the costs down. And we need to be able to prove in practice that this concept is fit for purpose. There's going to be a lot of development that's necessary with electrolyzers. At the moment, they're just being sort of screwed together in a garage. Sorry, I don't want to offend anyone by saying it so casually, but we have to scale this up. We have to industrialize it. We need efficiency as well in order to reduce the amount of rare metals that we have to use here. So we have to create the efficiency. Power prices need to drop, and power generation prices have to come down as well. And I think there's huge potential here. And otherwise, hydrogen, to simplify things, is basically just using gas. ThyssenKrupp is going to have to convert to gas their furnaces, and then they'll have to convert to hydrogen, and then in the long term, green hydrogen. So in terms of application, there's still a great deal to be learned, but this is the way forward, and this is why I'd like to say it again, we have to be honest, and all of these discussions, these pseudo-discussions, have to come to an end, that we're just going to see how far we can get with just electricity. My sense is that there's a huge hype around hydrogen. Do you have a sense that it's going too far sometimes? Do you feel we're focusing too much on hydrogen and losing sight of some of the other options? Well, I think it would be really negligent to only rely on hydrogen, but I see an augmentation here. Volatile green power has two problems: transport and storage. Hydrogen can deliver there over long distances in large quantities. So that's the one thing. And then, to be quite frank here, when I look at the challenges facing us around climate neutrality, there can't be too much hype about all of these technologies. The challenge is enormous. You know, we would reduce our carbon emissions by a factor of 6. And if we pursued that, you know, I've heard this again and again. There's a hydrogen hype. The decision to pursue climate neutrality is a total game changer. You know, before we used to have goals that said, oh, by 2050, we want to reduce our carbon emissions by 80 to 95%. So we were still allowed to emit in difficult sectors. That's gone. And what I've been seeing is that since we've got clarity about climate neutrality as an objective, we're starting to see the pace of change, looking for alternatives to the current fossil alternatives that we have, and the willingness has increased massively. And in a way that leads to a hype, yes, okay, but I think it's a more serious and more intense look at what's out there, which we need. So how great is the concern that in a transitional phase, Germany will lose its competitiveness internationally? 2050 is never my problem. My problem is the transition in the next 10 years. That's where we really need these bridging technologies, where we haven't got the new technologies in place and we haven't got rid of the old ones. That's the real danger. 2040, 2045, 2050, I'm not worried about. Because I think what we've heard is that we need to make huge jumps in terms of technological efficiencies. I think we will. You know, maybe we'll come up with something we haven't even imagined yet. That's all going to come, but it's the transitional phase from now. We've still got gas and oil. It's still cheaper. It's still reasonably cheap. We've still got a fair bit of it. The new technologies are still expensive, and that's the risk. That's the hump that we need to get over, and that's where policymakers come in as well. There's a real responsibility for policymakers and industry to talk about how we can bridge this gap as well as possible. How can we stop there being a break here so that we can get to the future we all want?
To the question what role your country might play in future for the German industry when it comes to hydrogen. How will the green hydrogen from Australia get to Germany, and how green can the transport be?
Well, we need to find ways of resolving this. Others have talked about price. That's a key issue. Transport is also a key issue. Transporting hydrogen in the form of ammonia is not complex. The technology for that exists now. And indeed, hydrogen-powered ships are the way of the future to transport not just hydrogen, but all sorts of commodities from my country, including iron ore. But for some purposes, Germany will need hydrogen it will need it in the pure form as hydrogen, not as ammonia. So we have to resolve that problem. We can transform hydrogen into ammonia in Australia and ship it as ammonia, no problem. Transport, turning it back into hydrogen at the other end is tricky. But our equivalent of the Fraunhofer Institute, an organisation called CSIRO, has a new technology, metal membrane technology, which is designed to transform ammonia back into hydrogen. Only working at the lab scale yet, but it's the sort of thing that will get us there in the end.
Ich würde gerne Professor Schnettler noch mal fragen.
I'd like to ask Professor Schnettler now if he could give us an industrial perspective here. Where do you see a real need to address the infrastructure problem in order to be able to really use hydrogen in industry? Well, I'd say the most important thing is that we need to create an off-taker market in the various different sectors. That's the first point. And the second is that very quickly we have to get into implementation. For a few years now, we've been talking very intensely about pilot projects, particularly here in Germany. Real laboratory hydrogen is one option of this, but not much has happened in that. None of these electrolyzers have actually been built, and that's the risk, I think, that I'm seeing here, that we are all preparing, both from the off-taker side and the manufacturer side, for the hydrogen economy, for rapid growth in the hydrogen sector. But the problem is that this transitional phase, as Mr. Lösch has just said, is that what we're missing is ways of really gaining experience, improving our technologies, including our transport technologies as well, in order to achieve industrialization on a larger scale. If I look at the pathway so far, every 4 or 5 years, the performance class of electrolyzers has increased by a factor of 10. So now we're talking double-digit megawatt class. We're working on projects that have 100 megawatt plus. But that's not going to be enough. And Katharina Reiche just talked about the many gigawatts that we'll need in terms of electrolyzer capacity for the steel industry alone. But it has to be a technology that isn't just a pilot project or a prototype. These have to be mature, large-scale industrial plants that really work. Just to give you an example, 150 megawatts electrolyzer is the size of a football pitch, and 150 megawatts is only a percentage of the 15 gigawatts that we just talked about as requiring in the steel industry by 2030. So we have to implement this and implement it fast. It's not a problem about knowledge or strategy. The problem that we have is the implementation in Germany and the speed of implementation. So we've come to the end of this round now, but there's one quick question I'd like to ask you for a brief answer to, and then you could start on this. So you're all professionally looking at the issue of hydrogen very well, but where do you expect to encounter hydrogen in your everyday life? Well, I think green fuels. Green fuels. Ms. Reiche? Well, yeah, for green fuels as well, and I hope for our companies as well. And the heating market and in the process gas market, where we have a lot of clients who need processed gas, and they're sometimes forgotten. So that's another place where I think they're going to be using it fast. Okay, Holger Lösch? Well, ideally, I would see it everywhere, but if I had to select one, then I guess if I think about the costs of building refurbishment of the existing buildings in Germany, then I would hope that we find opportunities quickly to use hydrogen technologies to achieve zero carbon. Screen.
Let me make one final parallel. When the microwave oven first came onto shelves in supermarkets, and ordinary Germans and Australians were able to buy them, they cost $12,000 each. A few very wealthy people bought them. At the moment, Wasserstoff is too expensive. But if we apply the same sort of commercial ingenuity, we will bring it down to the point that every householder can buy one, just like every householder has a microwave oven.
Well, thank you very much to all of you here for your interesting assessments and explanations and what you've shared. It was a pleasure. All the best.
A warm welcome to everyone joining us for this special interview where we get to drill down on how the world is changing with a lens on breakthrough technologies, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity. And we have a guest who is very well suited to answer some of those questions for us. With us is Dr. Peter Heine. He's the Deputy Director at DARPA, that is the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Many of you will be familiar with DARPA, if not the agency, then certainly with the trailblazing innovation that has come from DARPA and that really has triggered seismic shifts in our society, for example, the internet. So Mr. Heine, welcome. Good to have you with us.
Great to be here. Thank you for the invitation.
I'd like to start right out with the question of new technology and innovations. It is a space that is, let's say, very crowded, very busy at the moment, and often really overshadowed by Silicon Valley. So I'd like to ask you to cut through some of the buzz for us. From the perspective of DARPA, what are some of the new technologies that you are perhaps banking on, and also some of the segments of society that you see as most ripe for innovation, so most likely to be upended, if you will, in the coming years?
So I'll begin by saying that we're an element of the Department of Defense. So our focus is very naturally on national security. And my answers will be in that vein. Okay. We have, many people talk about Silicon Valley, or more generally about industry moving ahead in many areas. And it's true. And we know, we watch, we work with them, we build on them, and we invest in places that are either they will not, or we invest to move things ahead where they may not have, there may be still too much risk for them to be there, or there may not be an adequate return on investment, and sometimes both, of course. So for example, AI technologies, cyber, as you described, and I hope I get a little chance to go into some more detail. Very widely invested in, a lot of companies working there for sure. But then there are other areas, for example, hypersonic systems. No commercial application I'm aware of at this time. So something that we invest in. And then working at the intersection very much again, places low Earth orbit to do a variety of different things, where we build on and with industry, but our mission, the defense mission, is paramount. And the things that we'll do there will have a different angle to them.
There are so many different layers to DARPA's defense mission, as you've just described, and one of them is indeed healthcare. And you yourself have a background in public health. And in the past, you've highlighted DARPA's foresight, if you will, in anticipating future challenges. So, for example, working on onshoring healthcare manufacturing or on vaccines. So with an eye to the current pandemic and perhaps to preventing future pandemics, what are DARPA's priorities in healthcare?
Right. As you described, about 10 years ago, DARPA invested in mRNA vaccines and other types of vaccine production as well, actually, and then antibody discovery and characterization and production. So the way DARPA's mission is to prevent and to impose technological surprise, strategic surprise. So it's our job to be in there early, maybe not the earliest, but be in there early. So bringing things forward then specific to your question, when we talk about manufacture of biomedical countermeasures, there's a lot that can be done. We were discovering with relatively small systems onshore, with onshore inputs, if you like. And this came directly not because we were aiming for that, but because of the defense mission, which is the need to provide medications in the field in austere conditions, perhaps on a ship, where there isn't a cold chain to take the materials forward. So bringing that back into the civilian space, as you said earlier, to be not intentionally disruptive, but to provide a new way of doing business, because it makes sense to be able to work entirely onshore with maybe scarce or expensive medications that otherwise would come from overseas in times of great global need. So I'm very encouraged by the work that I'm seeing there.
Does DARPA consider, for example, within the defense portfolio, climate change to be part of the threat assessment?
Absolutely. And this is one of the highest priorities for the department. In terms of what we're doing in DARPA today, we have a program called Refence, which is responsive to the need of, I think there are north of 1,700 military locations, and some number of those are on coastal areas. So Refence is about how to naturally rebuild offshore reefs, both in the structural sense, but also in the living sense, in a way that accommodates the changing environmental conditions, and thereby to reduce the force of waves up against shore-based structures. That's one of the things that we're doing.
That's really interesting. So we've talked a bit about some of the fields that you're working in that are part of DARPA's purview. I'd like to ask you, many have tried to replicate DARPA's success in innovation, being really a pioneer in so many fields. Few have really managed to do so. How do you view similar European efforts? If you look at, for example, the UK's ARPA, or here in Germany, we have the Federal Agency for Disruptive Innovation that has just started. There was the Cyber Innovation Hub within the Defense Ministry here as well. So how do you view some of these similar efforts on this end?
There have also been multiple attempts in the US as well. For me, there's a very simple recipe to replicate DARPA, and it's been done in the US at least once, perhaps twice, depending who you ask. To have the mission replicated is one thing. The context will determine exactly what the institution or the organization looks like and how it works. There are a few simple rules or guidelines that the original ARPA was created under, and so temporary people, project-based, no fixed assets. So that's no labs to keep busy, no fixed ways of particular technologies. Everybody here, myself included, will change out within 4 or 5 years of arriving. So it's always staying on the leading edge, driving things. And there's very little inertia in this system. Other places, the European organizations that you described, as they're being designed, their contexts are different. For us, we have defense and national security as the mission partner. It's an enormous focus, and again, that's the other key thing. We're focused on this, and the other capabilities, civilian capabilities, societal changing capabilities, spin out of those. Not that we design it that way. It's just we make something happen, and it takes off. I like seeing experiments. I'm an R&D guy, and the case I know for replication, we're in the US, and if you replicate the model, you can get the same results, which is actually pretty interesting. If you change it, you get something else, and it's going to be what you need.
Okay, so narrow focus I'm hearing there. If I could ask you about one particular field where there is great potential, artificial intelligence, something you already mentioned at the very start. Not only does it have great potential, it is also a field that poses some risk. And when we discuss artificial intelligence, the perspective tends to swing from wildly utopian to perhaps disturbingly dystopian. So I'd like to ask how DARPA tries to make the most of this potential while addressing some of the concerns. So data security, governance, and ethics.
In 1960, DARPA started investing in what became the field of artificial intelligence. So we've been in this business for a long time. We knew back when it started what we wanted to do, and that was to turn a room full of 1960s beige-colored computers and spinning tapes, but with wonderful calculation capabilities, into a partner that could have that capability but be able to interact with decision makers and warfighters at the same speed that another highly capable human or human team would do. And that's been the driving angle all the way through the first wave of AI, which was rule-based systems, expert systems. Now we're in pattern matching and such with machine learning approaches, and we're exploring what will come next. So that's the long view that we've taken, and DARPA or ARPA along the way for 63 years has been investing in this space. We now have about 250 or so running research efforts at DARPA at any time. In 2018, when we launched a major new push in AI to reinvigorate what we were doing, we announced about $400 million a year over 5 years as work we would do. And looking at the programs we had at the time, maybe a third involved AI, either advancing the state of the art or applying it. Now taking a look is over half of our programs. And that wasn't because we said we should do that. That happened to be the best way of doing business to achieve the technical results needed in that particular program. We care a lot about the field, the nascent field still of engineering around AI systems. So it's all of the advantages and weaknesses of any computing system, any big IT system, and now it's a new type of, not new anymore, but layers of software and data, as you say, on top of that, all of which come with the need for an engineering discipline to make this work and make it work well and reliably. And then with national security, as they say, the adversary gets a vote. And we need to be mindful not just of our own fallibilities and biases, but also those of others.
Okay.
One thing, in addition, we have the notion of ethical, legal, and societal implications, and we form panels around some of our programs, outside experts who can advise us on particular issues. And we regard that as very important.
What about broader efforts to put safeguards in place as we see these massive jumps in the technological capabilities of AI? We've seen the EU, for example, put together a proposal for AI regulation this year, and it was the first of its kind. We've also seen the German Council on Foreign Relations here present an agenda recently for EU-US tech cooperation. That would include tech industrial policy, a digital rule book of sorts. Do you welcome these styles of proposals? Is this the right broad approach to take?
The policy level, is clearly important. I'm an R&D guy, and I want systems that work, and I want us to be guided by external expertise on, again, ethics, legal, societal implications, because those are very, very important, and to protect us. As researchers, one can become very focused on what one is doing, and to always be mindful of objective measures, both the qualitative ones and the quantitative ones, to ensure that we produce robust technologies that work as in the ways that we say they will do their job.
I think we could spend, quite a lot of time talking about artificial intelligence, but I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about cybersecurity as being a key field of defense as well. We have seen cybersecurity attacks, ransomware attacks on the Colonial Pipeline in the U.S., JBS meat packing company as well, which are highly concerning. How is DARPA working on cybersecurity and resilience?
We have a fair number, and always have, in cyber, both in in defense and then in terms of speed, in terms of recognition of issues. A lot of universities work with us on these topics. Enhanced attribution was one program that's well along, very mature at this point. Again, at any time we have quite a few cyber-related programs. I want to your point, it's beyond. It's more than just about computers as such. So, for example, we've just completed a program on electrical infrastructure, as in electrical grids, resilience. So if there's how do you recover a grid during a cyber attack when your own sensors may be lying to you? Right? So that produced a lot of real-world experiments with the real gear and lessons learned and tool sets distributed out to utilities. I think not just in the US but overseas as well. And then broadening it one step further into information operations, so for deep fakes and so on. We've had a sequence of programs or sequence of efforts here helping to discover fakes and characterize them, both in terms of statistical properties of data sets and imagery, but also looking at now the semantics of the scenes to identify discrepancies and flag things for people to be aware of this particular image or video, because it's maybe isn't quite what it's supposed to be.
And Dr. Heinen, perhaps a philosophical last question, if you'll allow it. You said you're an R&D guy. How do you see the effort to restore trust in science and technology when both are, in this era, considered biased or politicized in many societies? How do you approach that?
Transparency, rigor in process, and oversight in the sense of the transparency. Be clear about what you're doing, why you're doing it, measure the heck out of it, make sure you understand what you've got, and do truth to power and truth to people who need to know. That's what R&D is supposed to do, and I think people have been doing that all along. There's been no cessation of those practices, but we need to ensure we communicate. Again, for an R&D guy, that can be hard.
Transparency, rigor, communication, I think all very important messages there. Dr. Heinen, thank you so much for joining us and being part of this TDI program and sharing your analysis, your insights with us. Very happy to have you with us. And for our viewers, please let us know what you thought. On Facebook and Twitter, our hashtags are TDI21 and Choicing the New. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Ja, herzlich willkommen zu einer weiteren
Welcome to another of our discussions, this time with some very young participants and I think a fascinating topic. So I'm really looking forward now to a debate about this subject of whether the narrative of prosperity is outdated. And I welcome here Wiebke Winter, a member of the CDU Federal Executive Committee. Welcome to you. Then Ria Schröder, who's a member of the Federal Executive Committee of the FDP. Welcome to you as well. Then Kaveh Mansouri. I'm reading this so I don't get it wrong. He's chair of SPD Hessen Süd and a candidate for the Bundestag. And we have Jamila Schäfer, who's a member of the Federal Executive Committee of Bündnis 90 Die Grünen, the Greens. And she's about to join us. She's just finishing off her corona test. So please bear with us. We're on first name terms here. We're going to be quite familiar with each other and direct, and I think you already do that amongst yourselves. So this is a question that is so broadly formulated that perhaps we need to divide it up a little. You come from very different political backgrounds, ultimately, so I'd really like to hear from all of you. If we talk about prosperity, how do we define it? If I had to define prosperity, I would find it a bit difficult because I think we understand prosperity differently now compared with 2 years ago before the pandemic. It's not just about money. I absolutely believe that for the younger generation, prosperity means something quite different from 20 years ago. We're talking about health, freedom to express an opinion, compared with other countries that we see, but also living in safety in a country. And I feel very prosperous that I can live in Germany. Jamila Shever, I said that you were joining us a bit later. I need to switch and welcome you as well. Then let me pass the baton on here, because we've just heard from Wiebke Winter, who comes from a CDU background with a rather broad definition of prosperity. How would you formulate prosperity? To me, prosperity is a promise that I think we haven't actually redeemed for everybody. A lot of people around the world don't have the prosperity that we have in Germany, for example. With our health system, for example, we have a great resilience in dealing with COVID compared with people in other regions of the world. And I think that we need to make sure that prosperity isn't universalized as it is now. We need to think of future generations. So if we're thinking about prosperity, we need to change our definition a bit and think about how we create prosperity, make sure that we don't destroy the future while we're doing that, ensure that we bear in mind climate change and health. So you've extended the definition beyond national boundaries. Let's come back to us a bit. I'm a little bit older than you are, and the discussion in my circle is a bit about older generations were brought up thinking that people should have it better than their parents did. Is that still the case? How do you see it? Kavi, I think that's a key question. To me, prosperity means I should be fine, but also it's also this promise of upward mobility that we've had. I would say that if people work hard, it needs to be rewarded. That means that children in our schools should all have the same opportunity, and I think we've seen with COVID that the opportunities for success in our schools have depended so much on the family background, rather like in the 70s when we introduced student grants in Germany. In professions where people are working really hard, where people can't take wealth home with them, they're not receiving their wages at the moment. My mother works in a kindergarten. She does childcare, and there we need more decent pay for people. I think there's a lot to be done there, because prosperity isn't just individual prosperity. It's also about the common good, public goods. And to put it in positive terms, it's about, for example, if in Germany I go to hospital, I get treatment without having to put cash on the table. That's quite different where my parents come from. So you say it's not just about individual prosperity? I'm asking Ria Schröder now from the FDP. Looking at the recovery now, the tailwind you have with the FDP, you might not agree with that. Well, of course, our point of departure is the individual. We want everyone to be fine, but there are certain criteria that you can only look at in terms of society. So if you're talking about equal educational opportunity, that's important to achieve greater prosperity compared with their parents' generation, perhaps. So there the question is, how do we understand prosperity in society? Is it combined with responsibility? Not just being able to live off what our parents built up. We look back many decades over peace and prosperity that we've had in Europe, and I think that's a question. That's why we can't focus entirely on the individual. We have to look broader and say, how are we going to deal with this in the future? What will prosperity mean in the future? And there I think that there is an obligation for politicians to set the right course, to be courageous. And COVID in the world as an example, we need a digital transformation. We have to deal with demographic change, globalization. These are all questions that we need to tackle so that we don't simply experience prosperity today and enjoy it, but can continue to make that possible in future. Wiebke Winter, I was just asking how we might subdivide it. And of course, I thought about a few bullet points too. What would I say that prosperity includes? Housing, I think you mentioned that, and we're here in Berlin now, where the Supreme Court has currently, or the Constitutional Court has currently not allowed Berlin to introduce a law capping rents. How important is that? It's a social question as well. And how would you, coming from the CDU, say, what's the right approach? So, Konstantin, of course, that's a justified question, especially in big cities. In Bremerhaven, where I'm standing for election, that question comes up again and again. But I don't think capping rents is the right way to go about it, that the Red-Green coalition has taken in Berlin. Why? Because housing is increasingly scarce. The market is shrinking because people aren't freeing up flats for rent. People aren't building. We need affordable homes. We're going to see an increasing shortage the more we develop. If we look to see the consequences of climate change, for example, because more people want to come to our latitudes because they can't live where they have been living before. Of course, it doesn't work if you say, all right, let's restrict the free market economy. It's regulated so many things in our country. We can't regulate it and take away its ability to set prices. Of course, housing needs to be affordable, but that's why we have social housing after all. And you're not going to create housing by changing the prices and intervening in markets, but only by building new housing, and especially looking at connections between rural areas around cities and cities. We have to make life in the countryside more attractive. We're in Berlin, it has a bubble, it can be a real problem. But out in the country, people are leaving villages, leaving small places. Hamburg, Berlin, Munich have to deal with that as well. So we need to look at ways of making rural areas more attractive to live in. Okay, so if we look at the cities, we need more social housing, but leave it to the market economy ultimately to regulate it. No, regulated is perhaps the wrong word. But let supply and demand sort it out, if I'm summing up. But also, of course, build new housing and think of new housing models. Create incentives, but not prohibitions, ultimately, because that doesn't help people and it limits their freedom. I'd like to hear what Jamila Schäfer has to say about that. I'm sure she would structure that thought differently. Yes, that's true. I do take a rather different view. I don't think that we have to play people off against each other. I think there has to be a lot more leeway for people. For example, put a brake on rents. In Munich, that's a city which I come from, and it's one of the cities where rents have exploded in recent years. They've rocketed, and we've also seen a big social divide getting worse. So there's a responsibility for politicians to look and see how you can give more space to local authorities to work together with market forces. And I think from the federal level, a lot more investment has to be made in housing. Also, something that is absolutely key, we need more innovative projects for housing. For example, build higher. There are a lot of local councils where they have hot debates about that. Maybe we need to be a bit more innovative about how we use space in order to achieve this objective of people in conurbations as well being able to afford their flats. So you're talking about giving local councils more leeway, nevertheless intervene, or so that they can intervene in the market? Yes, where it's necessary, yes. And I think where housing construction is underway, it's best left as a local decision. But why this rental cap in Berlin was turned down by the Constitutional Court was not to do with matters of substance. It wasn't because they said that capping rent is against the Constitution. They said in the court that a federal state can't decide this. Now that can be changed legally. If local councils can make their own decisions, I think that would help, and prices must play a key role. If we look, we need to make sure that the conurbations, that the market doesn't resolve everything. I saw you nodding and shaking your head there. I think when she was talking about housing construction, you shook your head, and when you said capping rent, you nodded. Was that right? The reason was we have to distinguish what are we talking about here. I'm very much in favor of social housing being expanded. In my constituency in Frankfurt, we have a huge waiting list for people who are waiting for social housing. But if we're talking about prosperity, we were talking about individual prosperity before, but I'm a social democrat, and people who earn good money and get paid according to collective bargaining agreements need to be able to afford a decent standard of living, and that includes a decent home. And they wouldn't expect social housing. They would expect homes that people working in the supermarket or for the police can afford. You don't have to go that far. I'm a lawyer in the private economy. I can't afford to buy a flat in Frankfurt because the market is out of control. So it's important that we have huge additional construction of housing. That's correct. In order to redress that balance, demand is much higher than supply for housing, but we also need some rules of the game to get there, to give people room to breathe while we're solving that problem. We talked about the judgment from the Constitutional Court, and I would agree with Jamila. The question wasn't that Berlin isn't allowed to do that, or the rule wasn't you can't set a cap on rents. The rule was Berlin as a federal state cannot do this. So there is a moratorium on rents, which is linked to inflation, and during that time we have to build housing, of course, because this isn't a lasting proposition that you try with rules like this to govern prices. I saw Ria shaking her head. I don't expect you all to agree, but let me try adding another question here and moving away a little bit from rents, because the question is also how much can a state regulate? What do you think? That's exactly the point. The question whether the market functions. If demand is very high and supply is very low, of course rent is going to increase. That's a normal market mechanism. But you have to recognize that and fight it by increasing supply. So build, build, build. And everything that creates new housing is good. So deregulate in areas where perhaps construction costs have been increasing. The rent cap, as we just heard from Wiebke, that was because in Berlin there's much too little supply of housing, and the cap was only going to exacerbate that. So are we talking about people who already have a flat paying less money? That's one aspect of making urban flats affordable. But then the other question is, can I decide for myself where I want to live? For example, if I get a study place or a job, I need a chance to find a home. And the only way to do that is to build. I said that construction prices need to be lowered. Jamila said this too. We need to build differently, more modular, more serial, more sustainable, with very innovative concepts. They're doing that in Hamburg now. I have to praise the Social Democrats and the Greens in Hamburg because they have a very different policy on housing than at federal level, and I think their model is better than Berlin. I was thinking about housing and rent here. We've spoken about it a long time, and it's a very important issue in terms of prosperity. But let's look a little higher up, the abstraction level. We're all young here, or you are, and I get the feeling that prosperity is partly a generation conflict, or it exposes a generation conflict. Jamila, I don't know how you feel. Do you get that feeling in your party or in relation to your parents or other generations, that there are different views about holidays, for example? Because for my parents, that's really important. Prosperity means they can travel and have their own car. So how is the concept changing, and what conflicts does that unleash? Yes, it is changing, and you can see that for younger people, status symbols like a fantastic holiday or a big car are not so relevant than perhaps they were for older generations, or at least some people in older generations. And younger generations are much more likely to ask, but what about tomorrow? Is the way we're living, the way we're creating our prosperity, going to mean that we have a lot of problems tomorrow that we're already beginning to feel, for example, through the climate crisis? or because our infrastructure, there have been such savings made in recent years that the infrastructure is broken in many ways. We've seen that in COVID with people who are sick, children at school often being the losers. So yes, reflection has started. I was asking about older people. It's not just a generation problem, because I think it's a more general social development. I know a lot of older people who ask the same question. What is tomorrow going to be like, and what about my children and grandchildren? Will they be able to live a good life on this planet and the way I can today? People are asking that. And I think the whole of society is involved in this discourse. So is this a prosperity issue? Basically, it's an accusation sometimes made against the Greens that people who have other everyday concerns maybe are better placed to take these decisions. Of course, people have to think about their day-to-day livelihoods, and then they're going to have their head full of other problems. I can understand that completely. That's why it's so important that politicians create a framework so that because of social hardship, people don't feel excluded from political discourse. We've seen a lot of studies that very often income or the kind of existential worries that people have relate to the way people not feeling represented by politicians. And we have a homework to do there, all of us as politicians, to make sure that nobody feels left out, especially in an age of transformation where we have to do so much differently because people expect a certain social security or social sense of certainty. Now, I'm not sure, did you want to say something there? Or I'm sure you have a plan, but I would like to say something about that. You want to counter what was just said? Were you raising your hand? Yes, I think we have a lot of prosperity now, but we need to make sure that there's still prosperity tomorrow. And in my view, the route to that is not through deindustrialization, but decarbonization. And what I think isn't discussed enough, I don't want to repeat the FDP manifesto here, I'm sure everyone knows what it is, I hope so. But we need a framework that encourages innovation, because in Germany we have a responsibility for that. And for people in Germany on lower incomes as well, mobility is an issue, including holidays. But it has to be decarbonized. And the innovation, let me say that quite clearly, that we can create in Germany with our universities, our research establishments, these can have an impact outside Germany too in countering climate change. And that's why our industry, our prosperity needs to be transformed, needs to be greener, but not by shrinking it, but by changing it. Wiebke, you've been writing away there. I'd be interested to hear what your bullet points are. And I'd like to link that to a question, because with the CDU and CSU, they say there that climate is important, but I can see a tension there between the original voters that the party spoke to and the transformation processes that Jamila's been describing. It's a challenge. Yes, I'm describing because so much good stuff is being said here, and I'd like to obviously respond to all of it. I think it's very important. But the question to what extent climate and the CDU go together, it comes up again and again, that question. I think it's a shame that people ask that, because of course much has been done, not enough, but what's important is what we want to achieve in the next legislative as the CDU, CSU. And I think that successful climate policy and stopping climate change requires the union, because we've always navigated people through crises like this. And the program's about to be presented, the manifesto today. I don't want to preempt anything. But ultimately, the climate question is an economic issue. And what's just been said here, we don't want to deindustrialize, we want to decarbonize. I would agree with that, because it's absolutely right. We need to reorganize, restructure, and if we can do that with a concept of prosperity attached, think in ecological terms, but not at the expense of our planet as we grow, but grow ecologically and take responsibility for the world, because the innovations we can create with our fantastic engineers export these things into the world, simplify planning permission, look to see where we can build regenerative energy, improve transport networks so that people can get around faster and greener. These are the things that the Union is prepared to do by revising planning law in order to readdress these issues, to make this all easier. Not get lost in details. We're talking about the big picture here, setting the right political framework so that the market economy can function well, because there's a lot of subsidies at the moment that are harming the climate. We need to look at those as well. And we're going to do that in the next Parliament, and I can certainly promise that they will be reflected in our manifesto.
So that was a good sentence. I thought about it. I just wanted to point out one other thing. The Union and the SPD have jointly been bearing government responsibility for quite a while. COVID has changed various things, but looking at the economy and then the rankings about is whether they are per capita or whatever kind of ranking. Economically speaking, Germany is doing really well, always ranking among the top nations. But at the same time, we've never had as many people as now who are afraid of social losing social position. Well, what went wrong? I think some of it has to do with the fact the world is changing. Change always means you leave your comfort zone. In general, that is something that causes concern to people. I come from a constituency where air traffic is really big, and there are areas which will see a lot of change, as in the services sector. When I talk to the people who work in all sorts of different jobs, one of the questions comes a lot. How and what will I do to save, to feed my family in 10 years' time? Job descriptions will change, will have to change, because when we look at prosperity, we need to ask ourselves, who's paying? Climate was one of the buzzwords mentioned a moment ago. I would also like to ask the question of social justice. When I'm thinking of textiles, of course they shouldn't come from a factory where the women doing the sewing have zero rights. That's why with the supply chain law, for the first time, we have a law which actually helps us to shape globalization in a socially equitable way. I think we need to have a social state that takes people with it on the way to change. I'm somebody who really wants skilling, upskilling and reskilling, because the question of qualification is going to be decisive as to whether or not people will have a chance in the labour market in the future. So we need to create safety in all this change, and that's going to be one of the challenges for the future. Why haven't we managed to do that in the last few years with you in government? I wouldn't say we haven't managed. I think to some extent the Conservatives and the SPD have some very basic differences of opinion when it comes to important issues. For example, think of the money we pay for short-term labour. It was a compromise that from the middle of last year until the end of next year, full reimbursement of social contributions will be linked to companies creating upskilling and reskilling opportunities for the people, because we think this right is an important one, but the CDU would never accept that right. So yes, we found ourselves in a coalition government which nobody really wanted, and many good things have been agreed in that government too, but it would make sense if, following the national elections, we'd either have a government where the SPD is involved or where the CDU, and I'm in favour of the SPD, of course. Now, there are lots of points being raised, but I would like to talk to Jamila again. This description of many people maybe having the feeling that they are threatened or that they feel insecure, feel frightened of climbing down the social pole. Don't you think then laws should be made tighter, more regulatory posts put in to give people greater security? I don't think the problem in Germany is that we are not spending enough in the social system. We're putting a lot of money into it. But the problem is that this is not the sort of investment where you get a lot more out of it at the end. Many people are now almost totally dependent on the state. the question is, how can we make sure that people will either get back on their own feet or for the first time be able to stand on their own feet? So this expensive but unfair system we have in our welfare state is because it's just not very effective. And the objective has to be something which is very close to my own heart: more money for education. The promise of the social market economy. Through your own performance, you can better yourself. Well, these days, that's only partially true anymore. And above all, it doesn't apply to everyone because social differences are so pronounced. And the equality in education de facto is non-existent. Between the various parts of Germany, there are big differences. But even in a city in Hamburg, depending on which part of the city you come from, opportunities for education may differ widely. So we need investment in education. I think that's the best social policy. Give kids and young people an opportunity to stand on their own 2 feet when walking through life, because then, best case, they will never need welfare payments. And I think we need to be more courageous and make sure that education, not to say, well, kids, young people, they benefit, but they're not voters. On the contrary, we need to do something because it's important how to safeguard our prosperity for the future. So it's very much close to my heart to say, let's education be our priority. Jamila, I sometimes when I'm following the news ask myself, when they're talking about China or Asian countries, where there is huge economic strength, and they're trying also to claim a lot of power, all intended to build themselves up as giants economically and otherwise. So how can we withstand this competition? Or some people criticize this and say we've got to be careful that we don't end up losing out when it comes to all these regulatory things. First of all, I think it's correct to assume that China in particular has managed to have geostrategic matters part of their economic policy. The question is, how do we counteract this, or how do we react to it? I think there are a variety of points which matter in this context. On the one hand, it's extremely important for us to make sure our economy is viable for the future, and I think it's very clear that the markets of the future are going to be climate neutral. So let's pave the way with investments, with good economic and political legal frameworks, so as to make sure that the climate neutral markets of the future can be achieved, can be built up with our companies working hand in hand with politics. And I think the European single market can be used far more. We needn't have standards imposed on us by others. We should set the standards. In particular, it's important to connect prosperity, education, social factors, as well as ecological aspects. And by doing that, we can play an innovative role on the world stage. And I think the European Union has many opportunities here, but they're not yet exploited because there's too little common approach in the EU. So I think Germany should mobilize some reserves. After all, Germany is one of the most important industrialized nations. And I think by having smart pacts or alliances with partners like the new Biden administration in the United States, it will be possible to do a lot for climate neutrality and new markets. It's also important to work with other democratic allied countries so that an economic policy can be managed which is state-of-the-art, doesn't lag behind, and is fit for the future. So I'm coming to the end. Wiebke Winter, you've had to wait a bit. We've got a timer, so make sure you don't overrun your allotted time. Let's get back to the question we started from, and I hope we get an honest and also personal answer from you. Are you optimistic or skeptical when it comes to the prosperity we've all been enjoying for so many times? Do you think in 10, 15 times we'll still be able to enjoy it? The point is, we have to create the basis for just that in the next 4 years. That's why I want to be in the German Bundestag. I want to create climate neutrality, redefine prosperity. If you manage that, if we get climate neutral as early as possible and keep the 1.5-degree target, then I'm optimistic. Climate change is an economic opportunity for us to rely on new innovation, to export climate neutrality globally. The responsibility we have should be assumed. So yes, I'm optimistic, and I hope that was to the point. Thank you very much, Wiebke. I must say the context, you are fighting for a seat in the national parliament. So obviously you all will try to make your points, also with a view to the parties you represent. But that's also why we invited you all together. Thank you very much indeed, everybody. Wiebke, Kaveh, Jamila, for this discussion. Now, it's almost a bit too short now, I would say. So we now had just about 1 minute, but I think we got it done quite well. So here, everybody in the live stream, I hope you have some exciting, informative panels, and thank you very much indeed for your attention.
Willkommen zurück, liebe Zuschauer.
And welcome back to all of you joining us on the stream. We're very glad to have you here today, and we've got a very exciting subject for you now. We're going to go into space. We're going to be talking about the new space industry. What is this industry? Where is it headed? Who are the players? What are the options? What are the challenges? And we've got two guests with us who can answer these exact questions for us. We've got Nina Stari and Maria Janke, who are co-founders of Capital Momentum. Welcome to you. So first of all, the question to you, what is Capital Momentum? Capital Momentum is an early-stage marketing intelligence data analysis startup in Berlin, and we focus on ensuring that the German new space industry is given access to German angel and venture capital investors. And my colleague Nina Stari and myself started in October last year to support and cartographize, you could say, to map the German new space market with the help of the BDI as well. And we set up our German New Space Journal, which you can download on our website. It's a study. We'll come back to that study in a minute, but first of all, a question to you, Nina Stari. The new space industry, some people may not know what that is. It's a pretty new concept. So what is new space? Well, we describe new space for ourselves generally companies that have been founded from 2000 and work in the area of products and services around aerospace. New space originally comes from the US as a term. There after the change of the millennium, there was Virgin Galactic, Blue Origin, and many other players created this term, and we thought it was possible for the new space market to develop the way it has because there were a couple of decisive factors. One is a cheaper access to space, also through cheaper production of rockets through SpaceX or Rocket Lab, so that it's possible to get into space. And then there's the reusability of rockets, which plays a role as well. So rockets can't just take off, but they can also land in some cases. Another factor is also the miniaturization, which means smaller computer components. And for space, what that means is smaller satellites. If in the past satellites were the size of buses, in today's day and age, they can be the size of a shoebox, and you can send them into space, which reduces the costs again. Another characteristic is also the series readiness. 3D printers help as well, and there are lots of other factors too. And regarding the companies themselves, here the difference is cost orientation and needs-based development of products and services. So business plans have to be able to be scaled up, and there's a great deal of software involved, including artificial intelligence, data analytics, big data. All of these things play a major role in order to be able to produce at a more reasonable price, and so that commercial components from aerospace and the automotive industry. So there's a lot happening. There is a lot happening. And there really is a major cost aspect here as well, that there is indeed a customer group for these products and services. So if we wanted to get a bit more specific, what companies are we talking about, and what exactly are they researching and developing? I wonder if you could give us a couple of examples here. Sure. Well, there's the upstream area, and that focuses primarily on hardware, building satellites and rockets, and all of the services around that are linked to it. An example would be micro launcher, high impulse, or the small set Bauer. We're in space technologies and building on that. There's the downstream sector, which focuses on sending satellite signals around or creating applications that are in connection with these satellites and processing satellite data. And we've got the Mynaric, which is a satellite company, and we've got Supervision Earth, for example, as well, and they buy satellite data, send it through data analytics with artificial intelligence, and then sell this processed data to non-space industry clients, monitoring of pipelines, for example. And these are then sold to energy or gas companies. Then there's other, which is another area, which has a sort of consulting connection or space connection, and this is the entire value chain that's covered here. And that was important for us. We wanted to make sure that we would analyze and show everything. So that's interesting. We know that the automotive industry, for example, is also involved in aerospace now. So what's the advantage, would you say, for researching in space and not here on Earth? Well, the automotive industry, for them, of course, it's very important to have a connection to the new aerospace industry. Autonomous driving, we've seen it with Tesla, for example. Tesla's already doing that in the US, and here in Europe, I'm sure it's all being tested now, but major players like VW, BMW, at some point they're going to have to engage with these issues just in order to stay at the top of their game and to have reasonably priced alternatives to autonomous driving and to keep up. Ms. Starry, what are the needs, would you say, of the companies that are involved in this area, and how do you support these companies with capital momentum? Well, what we found in our study is that of our 92 companies that we analyzed, 76% have non-space industry customers. What we've seen is just the fact that you have to reach out to the non-space industry with these services and products. And so that means there's a huge potential for growth in this industry. So we see ourselves as having a market overview of this new space sector, also for non-space industries who are looking for access to this market. And after the publication of our report, a number of companies contacted us, particularly from the insurance industry, for example, who want to get involved in this new emerging market. For many traditional industries, these are future markets. Generally, we could say that the new space industry is lacking one, if it's lacking one thing, it is the starter anchor client and attracting them. So it means not just ministries or the government, but also intelligence, military, ESA, DLR, wanting these products long term. Another thing that what we've seen in our study, later stage financing is not as mature as we'd like it to be. Most of our companies are quite young, so maybe we're not quite as far along as we'd like to be, but what's missing are probably more venture capital companies, and we don't get much credit financing for young startups, which is probably due to the fact that, particularly in the downstream sector, there's not much certainty that you can offer investors. So these are some of the areas where we certainly see room for improvement. So it's not just in the new space industry, though. I think late-stage financing is a problem generally, isn't it? But perhaps we'll come back to your study now, Ms. Janke, the one that you just mentioned here. So what sort of findings have emerged from the study? What can you tell us about it? Well, one thing that we certainly found out is that the German new space ecosystem is set up such that 50% of companies are in upstream and about 40% in downstream and 10% other. And we've got about 3,000 employees working in the new space industry, primarily in the upstream launch area. And for 2018, we've got an industry turnover around 900 million euros. Although I have to say as well, that's a conservative estimate. I think there's more potential. And of this 900 million euros, 600 million euros are in upstream. So it is definitely the bigger one in terms of money. And we also found out is that 76% of our in-scope companies have B2B customers in the non-space industry, which we thought was interesting. You know, the energy and rail and lots of other industries, automotive. And something that surprised us in a good way was how top deal investment from 19 to 2020 is actually more than doubled, with an investment volume of 310 million euros for 2020. So that was a very exciting market. So it really is a new sector that's emerging. Well, that's very interesting. Yes, that's true. Now, you were saying, Ms. Stari, in the beginning, you know, SpaceX, for example, can German companies keep up if we look to the US or China in this industry? Well, essentially, we can say that the US market is naturally bigger. Let's start with the US before we move to China. I was saying that it was after 2000 that these things emerged. Now it's 2021, and there are lots of different new space companies in the US than there are here in Germany. We're assuming there's about 125 such companies here in Germany. But on the other hand, it's also the case that if you look at turnover, you can't really compare it. Of course, it's considerably higher stateside. Venture capital investment is as well. But what we have found is that there really is a demand here from the US for investors and customers looking for German new space customers, products and services. An example for this would be Morpho Space from Dresden. In their last funding, they had an investor from the US as their main investor. They managed to land that investor, CIA, In-Q-Tel, for example. And then regarding customers, there's Mynaric, which is the only German listed new space company on the stock exchange, and they have at least 2 major orders 2020 with clients from the US, including a major DARPA contract that they landed. So there's certainly interest there, though what we have to know is that about half of our companies are younger than 10 years old in Germany. A third have been founded in the last 5 years. So this is a much younger market here in Germany, even if there is huge growth potential. Then regarding China, the data situation is a little bit more difficult. That market is completely different, both from the German and the US markets. Up to 2014, there was one state company that covered all of Eurospace, CASC it's called. And then there was the government decision in 2014 to allow commercial private sector aerospace companies to have access to the Chinese market. There's about 100 new space companies in China, so upstream launches, satellite construction. And in the study of Bryce, we read that China has the second largest funding market after the US. Although we also have to say here that more than half, or 60%, are indirectly financed by the state through holding companies, etc. So that's a major difference to the German market. And here, too, in our research, what we found is that the demand for German companies is there by Chinese investors. For example, there are a number of investors that have majority holdings in German new space companies. They've already got them. And Ms. Janke, a question to you regarding the rules of play in space. Do we need to have European or international standards when we're developing new technologies for space? Yeah, absolutely. Though, first of all, let me say, we're not legal experts, but what we can say is that in the US, there certainly are rules of play, the Outer Space Treaty, or there are rules on telecommunications and orbital debris. And in Germany, there's the Satellite Data Security Act, which means that high-resolution satellite data can only be used in a certain way. We've got a telecommunications law here as well, and we've got the German Network Agency as well with its regulations. I know that German experts have been working on some kind of law of this kind, though it's not gone through yet. Maybe it will before the elections, so probably not. And we think some kind of legal framework would be necessary here. There needs to be planning security, legal certainty. So this is a good idea. I mean, say you want to launch a rocket by a German company and it's supposed to be launched outside of Germany, abroad, then there have to be rules of play as to what sort of coordination, what sort of rules do I have to adhere to in the other country around sustainability, around space debris, etc. That's not regulated, and a space law would just give more legal certainty and planning security, and you wouldn't have to go away and think the whole time about what you're supposed to be doing. It would be all set out. And it would be clear, that it would be a clear legal framework. I imagine you see it the same way, do you, Ms. Staury? Yes. Perhaps just the last question to the two of you, if I may. I think this sounds really exciting to work in the new space industry. What is it that you find exciting about your work at Capital Momentum? Well, for us, it's the range of different companies and their different business models is very interesting for us. It was sort of a black box before we started. Lots of people had lots of opinions about the new space industry, and lots of the opinions were it's much too small, this industry, but nobody really had specific facts and figures about it. So for us, that's why it was so interesting, first of all, to see that, in fact, there are major investment that we've seen, I mean, twice the amount of investment over the prior year, and also to see that there are pretty good turnover figures. This was all something that we hadn't really expected. And Ms. Janke, maybe would you like to say what's most exciting for you? Well, what I think is exciting is that it's such a young industry. It's growing very dynamically, and there's a great deal more happening there. And I think it's really exciting to be involved in an industry right from the word go, from its inception. Thank you very much to Nina Staury, Maria Janke from Capital Momentum, and we very much hope you'll stay tuned now, because we're staying in this subject. What we're going to have now is how will the space race continue as a panel discussion, so stay with us. Thank you. And a very warm welcome. Thank you for being here. I'm looking forward to the next half an hour where we'll be looking at the perspectives for space. And we're talking about what significance space has for other industries as well in Germany. Very much looking forward to the discussion with Maria Bildam, who is a space engineer and CEO of Uri Gravity. So she researches in space, and she'll be talking about new medical products and biology products. A warm welcome to you. Then we've got Dieter Janecek, who's joining us from the Green Party, a member of Parliament here, and he's the spokesman for industrial policy and digital economy. Hello. And then we've got Dr. Walter Pelzer, who's the head of the German Space Agency, the DLR, where he's responsible for the German Aerospace Agency. We're looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you. Glad to be here. And Sabine von der Recke, who is a member of the executive board of the German Offshore Spaceport Alliance, which is a spaceport and want to make the spaceport possible on the German North Sea. We look forward to hearing from you, ma'am. So it's great to have you all here. And before we dive a little bit deeper into the discussion, I'd like to get a sense from each one of you, what is it that you find so fascinating about space, and what sorts of findings have moved you most from this area? Well, I think everyone knows that. You know, as a kid, I would just look up at the starry sky and find it so fascinating, all the celestial bodies, and just to know that there's so much potential there. And now with Uri, we're trying to use anti-gravity as a testing ground for new products. Others have done it before us. A great deal can be done, and I'm grateful that we can really play a role in all of this in Germany and Europe. And you? Well, I have to say I'm a bit of an outlier here in the normal groups here, because I didn't want to be an astronaut when I was a kid. I didn't think space was so exciting. What I think is exciting is the services that space gives us that makes life so much easier on Earth. And regarding the questions of which findings move me most, well, I guess all of the Earth observation services that we have in combating climate change, and that so much more can be done and so much research can be done, and I think we can do a lot.
We're going to talk about that in a moment to see what role that plays for climate change and countering climate change. Dieter Jonatzek, what fascinates you in this sector? This interesting to watch NASA and China. This has always interested me personally, and I try to support the German government on these issues. A lot of people like to talk about extraterrestrials and reaching other planets, but no, life in the rest of the universe is an interesting question, although I wouldn't fixate myself on that. I find it interesting to talk to future possible astronauts, especially female astronauts. Questions like population is relevant as well. Dr. Pelzer? To give you a broad answer, I'd have to take up your entire time, but I'll try to be brief. I studied engineering, and I'm fascinated by state-of-the-art technology. What are the boundaries of technology, and what can we do beyond that? But also, as I think others have already said, making contribution to solving some of our social problems. That's not just the climate and the environment, but other issues too, where space can play a role. And I think that combination is really interesting. Something else that someone just said, motivation. There aren't many things that we can inspire young people with so much compared with space. And that's something that I really enjoy doing. I like taking part in that with young people, inspiring them to do things. And actually broadening our knowledge, Earth observation is also fascinating. In Germany, I think we've tried to do our best to make that a focus here. But let's say a flight from that little helicopter that the Americans have sent to Mars now, using that to reach another planet. I mean, Mars isn't really an easy place to land. That fascinated me, how they went about that. And what our colleagues achieved there fascinated me. You've talked about social potential. And of course, we're also talking about potential for the economy and industry. Can you give us a few easy examples so that all of us who perhaps don't know so much about it get an idea how important space is for us, perhaps in our everyday lives? We can't banish space from our everyday lives now. 20 or 30, 50 years, it's been contributing to our everyday life. We can have an objective discussion about it because we've only got limited resources. We can be a lot more purposeful in the way we go about it if we think about the consequences. For example, in fighting climate change, we'd have to address the issue of growth. We don't need to look into the future to think about growth. Look at the last 10 years. World economic growth, I think, has been about 2.1% on average, and space has been growing at the rate of 5.1%. And Ms. Rekel just mentioned it, geo-observation, that's been growing at a rate of 10% a year. I think in 2013 we had fewer than 10 companies downstream geo-observation, and now we've got 80. Okay, you might say, what's 80 companies in a country? But it's the potential we're talking about and the growth. Maria, your aim is to democratize the lack of gravity. What does that mean? Yes, we're trying to democratize access to gravitation-free environments to encourage biological research for everyone. And we're trying to make that easier. We offer an end-to-end service, so our customers, the researchers, only have to think about the topic of their research. We work out the rest. For example, in December, we'll take our new German astronaut, Matthias Mauer, on the Cosmic Kiss mission, with the Charité Teaching Hospital here in Berlin and the Goethe University in Frankfurt. And we're delighted that we got the job from DLR, from the Space Agency, to make research easier. So democratizing a gravitation-free state, why is that important? Because in the past, research institutes, universities could only enter space through the big agencies. Pharmaceutical companies that were not part of the ESA blueprint couldn't fly. Now, because of the commercialization, it started in the United States, and now I think it's getting off the ground here. More and more is happening anyway. Everyone who has an idea, who would like to do something under conditions without gravity, can do it now. You can go to the ISS, the International Space Station. The commercialization is opening doors. So commercialization around sustainability and climate protection, that's a huge economic factor, isn't it? Dieter Janacek, what contribution can space make to fighting climate change and improving our lives here and our economies here in Earth? You sort of mentioned it. Yes, we hope that this potential can be gradually tapped in the next few years with new business models, working with satellite data, but also space station-based research, so that we can generate more knowledge about the condition of our planet, pursue monitoring. That's really important, so that we have reliable data about soil, about the climate, perhaps also refugee crises. It will help us to target our measures more. And when we have more reliable data, it's easier also to impose sanctions on those who are breaking the rules. So we can make climate change quantifiable, measurable, but also more enforceable. So satellites can provide a new model for research. Not every business model that is space-based is necessarily going to help the climate. We need to observe a little bit what is happening in space as a result of commercialization. There is waste in space. Outside the stratosphere, our space is not endless. We have to look after it. So we've talked about the prospects for the sector. But Sabine von der Recke, you work with spaceports. How do you bring all these things together? What are you planning at the moment?
Spannende Eindrücke, die wir hier gerade
Well, that was pretty impressive. Sabine von der Recke, what significance would a spaceport have in pushing German space travel? What's supposed to happen there? Well, we want little carriers, little base rockets that we can start from North Germany, and we firmly believe that the future of space is not just commercial, it's also smaller in format. And in Germany at the moment, we have a development with 3 companies developing micro-launchers, because we think that in the next few years they will be commercially successful. And we don't want to have just 3. We'd like to encourage all micro-launcher companies in Germany, in Europe, and around the world to give them good access to space, and we'd like them to do it from the North Sea. When will you be ready to do that? Well, it's a pretty ambitious timetable. We hope ready to launch in 2023. So if you say space is getting smaller, what does that mean in terms of the German economy? What are the changes? In space, we've had a development curve, which at the moment, satellites in general, because it was a new sector, weren't very important. They tended to be small and simple. And over time they grew, because they were supposed to meet more and more requirements, more and more technology was packed into them. And at one point we saw, well, there are certain risks involved in doing that if you will put all the technology onto one satellite. And parallel to that, we saw that in the area closer to Earth, the fact that you have several satellites means that you get a certain coverage. That's important in telecommunication, not only in geo-observation, so that the satellites can become smaller. And because they're smaller, it's like the democratization of gravity. It's like a democratization of space travel, because the access to space travel in the commercial sector becomes possible for more and more companies. And these smaller satellites from universities, from research establishments, but now a lot of startups in Germany and around the world have had a lot of success with small satellites, so that they're not too expensive, so you don't need a huge launcher somewhere else around the globe. We thought that it would be a successful venture if we suggest one much closer to home, faster processes for faster customers. Dr. Pelzer, I'd be interested in your thoughts, looking at the question of the changes that we can expect to see in the sector in systemic terms. There are other commercial approaches, aren't there? For example, the United States. Yes, before I answer that, which I'm happy to do, just quickly, because somebody used the conditional, I think Mr. Kanacek, when he said about space. We can already use space to recognize the causes of things and to avoid things, for example, refugee crisis. So the idea isn't that, of course, a load of refugees hit the road because they really want to travel thousands of kilometers through perilous territory because they want to earn more money. Usually they can't survive where they are. Very often it's to do with drought or other such conditions. And when you can use spectral or geo methods now to recognize the development of such situations, using to protect, for example, high-technology fishing fleets. But we can use spectral analysis as well to say where, because of drought, these migration movements can be anticipated. And small satellites, Ms. von der Röcke is absolutely right. We're carrying out a study now suggesting that there are going to be 50,000 new satellites by 2030. And a lot of those are under a ton, and 90% are actually smaller than 500 kilos. So the analysis that we've just heard from Ms. von der Röcke is absolutely spot on. And the applications are exactly that. Telecommunication for broadband, constellations, cluster constellations. I think a lot of people know about that. There are a lot of new constellations now, new active constellations. We have more than 20 now being developed, including well-known ones like Starlink and OneWeb. So we're going to see an awful lot of these things, and that is definitively a game changer. Because the obstacles to access are going to be much lower. We've heard that a number of times. The hurdle to access will be a lot lower for a lot of companies, but they won't have to invest so much, so the risk is smaller and the demand is greater. What does that mean for us? You were asking about change. Well, the change for us A lot of people are looking outside to see how the market is changing. We've briefly said something about that. What do we do as an agency, as an architect of space travel? We have to use our knowledge and we have to work differently from in the past, because we used to fund projects, we did shadow engineering, we selected very carefully. But my view is that now we should, because we have so much more supply and startups, including Missouri. A couple of days ago we had a workshop, you were there too, a lot of companies were there. To believe that we at the agency are going to have the same innovative thrust as these companies would be absurd. So our pathway that we want to go down is to buy in services. We say we want to solve this issue with a satellite in such and such an orbit. So you come along with your proposals, please. So we're not going to say, we want a hyperspectrum satellite with this property and that property, and it's got to look like this. We want to solve the problem. You come up with proposals. How would you do it? And then, in a transparent procedure, we'll choose the best ones. This is a significant difference in the way that Europe does space travel. I think Germany's made a lot of progress here. We've got our micro-launcher competition with a negligible budget compared with the overall budget that ESA has. My Italian friends said this week, this is fantastic. We've triggered a chain reaction because we've created so much disruption in the sector that people can go down new routes now. And I think this is something that we need to do. It's fantastic to get that feedback. And that's the way we need to go. We need to take that creative core of young companies, encourage them more, involve them more, and open the market much more, including for companies that aren't specialized in space. Maria Böhlem is nodding. Of course, I'd like to hear from you as a founder of a company what you would like to see to encourage startups in this sector to be part of that growth. Fantastic question, and Mr. Peltz has already said something about it. And it's a fantastic platform here today, because I think this is one of the most important points for startups. The market's getting bigger, and there are more and more startups arriving and attracting investment. As Mr. Peltz has said, it's above all about having ideas, calls for tender, asking for proposals, and not telling us how it's to be done. The brains out there very often know that there are more agile, faster, and cheaper ways of doing things. But we as a startup, and the workshop that Mr. Peltzer mentioned with Mr. Tomek a couple of days ago, it was a fantastic platform. There were so many startups there with great ideas. And now we're hoping, of course, that the implementation will be pretty quick. It's above all about the fact that startups are treated as equals. We don't want to be treated like teenies doing a bit of research in the garage. We want a level playing field. So we're competing, of course, with other startups and above all with big companies like Airbus, OHB, with all of them. And often competition is very much influenced by lobbyism. And the tenders are designed for big companies. So they ask for things like they want to see 3 to 5 years of turnover or 10 years of experience. A lot of startup founders have experience, but not in that company. So I think that workshop came up with a lot of ideas to show that the German Space Agency, with Peltzer and Tomek, are prepared to kick the ball down the road, and now we're waiting for implementation. There are a load of ideas. To come back to Dieter Janacek, what about the Greens? You've heard about the ideas that Maria Böhlem's talked about. How would you promote those ideas? Of course, the space market has a tradition which isn't that very diverse, to put it kindly. When you think back to Franz Josef Strauss, it's been a big state monopoly, an oligopoly for many decades. So we're breaking now with that tradition, but we do need competition, and we need the force of the startups. And I very much welcome it if Dr. Pelzer picks up this initiative and opens up his shop. There's a lot of cultural resistance in the system. In other sectors too, of course, we're familiar with that in chemicals, for example. But if we look at digitalization and the startups, I think the time has come here as well to say there's a lot of young creativity out there, give it space. And I think Pelzer's doing a great idea in listening to those ideas. He has our support, and it's certainly a name we would have. We want sustainability. The European Union wants sustainability too. Green New Deal, civil use for many of these applications, sustainability applications. That's a focus we can see. It's discussed a great deal by researchers, by startups. A lot of them want to achieve something green. Not just theoretically, but in practice too. And if we can do all that, then I'm very much in favor of it. But it's still at early stages, and we need to look. We have a lot of startups we've visited, and I know that the announcement sounds good, but we have to see the proof. Ms. von der Recke, you've just heard the word competition, and we heard this in the discussion before about the potential for launches. Is that a predatory competition in your sector, and what support might you like? The predatory competition for spaceport? Well, yes, spaceport, but all the companies that are directly involved in it. Your potential customers. It's a bit difficult to estimate that at the moment because we're still in a situation where we're paper tigers, I suppose, and we can't really offer our platform yet. But we firmly believe, and that's why we're doing it, that not just the micro-launcher competition, but also the micro-launcher companies, they haven't started to build because there was a competition, but because there were already 3 German companies doing it. What I think is good, and I would certainly like to emphasize, is that this is coming from an entrepreneurial corner. Not, oh, there's a competition, perhaps we can tap into it and pick up a few million. No. All those companies said, we have motivation to do this now. And that's how we recognize that there would be a chain reaction that Dr. Pelzer has already mentioned, and which, in my view, isn't just what's happening to the European space landscape. That's part of it. But what about the startups? What about new space? What about the space sector altogether? The space sector is important to stress here because it's not just startups and new companies. We have established big companies, but also small and middle-sized companies that are well established, that have been working on small satellites, and that's really our issue here. That's what it's all about, because spaceport, we like small satellites. That's why so much is happening. I can't really see a predatory force here. I think there's a lot more potential for growth. And from our perspective, explicitly, in Germany too, because we are offering or want to offer a location, and the fledgling companies are important there because they want to be a bit cheaper, they want to give value for money, commercial off-the-shelf models. So you could basically reach us by rail, and that's something else, where we think that that means that the space sector in Germany will be very much animated by this, because if you can start a small satellite, you can actually get a cheap ticket on the rail if you book enough in advance to get to us. Unfortunately, we've almost run out of time, although there's so much I'd still like to talk with you about and would like to follow up. But just to finish, I'd like to ask you all one question that Mr. Janacek more or less mentioned in his first statement, and that's a question about living in space. What sort of life in space do you believe in? If you're thinking about other life in space, perhaps we can begin with Dr. Pelzer. Yes, okay. That fits in with the discussion. Forms of life. The question is there any life out there, rather than what form would we like to see? The idea that there must be life in the universe is so likely, given the huge diversity of planetary and stellar bodies we have out there. There must be some kind of life out there somewhere. I'm absolutely sure about that. And it's only a matter of time that we get in touch. How much time? I can't tell you that. I don't have a crystal ball. It's in my workshop.
I see this differently, but certainly there isn't as much space out there. And I do think there must be some form of life. What is much more exciting for me is to try, and there are lots and lots of people involved, but we must sort of project our life into space to some extent and try to consider that we could live somewhere else in order to use that as a basis to be even closer to being further, as it were. I can only agree with that. I am totally convinced that it would be a really amazing miracle if Earth was the only planet in this ginormous system where there would be, in inverted commas, life. But what kind of life? And whether we would ever manage to find this life before we sort of disturb and destroy our own basis for life. Keeping my fingers crossed. Mr. Janacek? Oh, certainly, somewhere in this giant space there will be some form of life, I'm sure of that. It's more than unlikely, though, that we would physically meet because of the amounts of energy you would need in order to travel these unimaginable distances. I'd also like to agree with what's said. We had to make sure that we get a handle on the basis of our own living in the next years and decades, and space could help us in that. We can do a lot of research, and many of the interesting questions about the existence and new planets may give us lessons that we can learn philosophically as well as economically and for civilian purposes for our society. So I think it's a good combination. What won't work is that we sort of outsource our planet, saying, oh, we've destroyed this one, so we go somewhere else. I mean, that's a bit like a sci-fi novel, but pretty unrealistic. This was the final comment of this round. Thank you very much. What a pity it's over. All the very best to you. A very warm welcome. I am really looking forward to next half hour where we're going to discuss the prospects for space, Is man at the focus of technology? What technology and which environment do we need for innovation?
Die Forschung in Schwerelosigkeit, also im All, bringt mir ganz viele Vorteile verglichen zur Erde. Denn ganz viele
Search in space without gravity gives us many advantages. We at URI, we try in particular to do biological research, which we'd like to improve. So what we like to do is use gravity as an activator to launch better medical and other products in the market. Technologically speaking, we're often right at the top. German research, German technology compared to other countries, Europe as well as the United States, China, or the whole world, sort of all that we're doing, Germany tends to be right at the leading edge. There is a bit of a potential when it comes to commercialization, though. So here, when we're looking at the level of startups, and there are more and more of them in Germany, we need more competition. We need equality between the startups, but also startups for the major companies. So we need fair competition here, where it's not about how long has this company been around, how much turnover has been generated, how much experience do I have. Instead, you look at the technology and what the company can offer. And here it's very important that the startups are given the platform, looking at them as equal partners and not a project for young people. The first German astronaut should have been up in space already, but I hope in the next 2-3 years she will do so, because there's a German initiative where the first German woman astronaut is looked for, and I've actually applied because I want to be an astronaut myself. I was among the top 30, so I do understand where the two finalists stand right now, and I hope that one of them will indeed fly in the next few years. But the European Space Agency is looking for astronauts in Europe as well, and I hope that ESA won't manage to avoid looking for women specifically, to make sure that applications are geared towards women candidates. And I hope that the European Space Agency will use a woman, maybe a German woman. So we're now coming to a very important item on the agenda of the TDI, the Day of Industry, and that's the pandemic. In the coming panel, we'll discuss measures to combat this and future pandemics. In particular, we will start the discussion with our panelists, but we'll hear a few introductory statements from Jens Spahn, the Minister of Health. Very warm welcome, Minister Spahn. We're looking forward to what you have to tell us. Thank you very much indeed, and my best wishes from the Ministry of Health to all participants. After about 500 days of the pandemic, it seems a long time, and it really is a long time. I mean, I've got a 10-year-old child. About a tenth of its life has been in the pandemic. So that is leaving its mark on all of us. And I'm sure in 20, 30 years' time, we'll talk about it still. But it's leaving its mark on us as a society, as a nation. And the question is also, what are the lessons we can learn from that, also for each other, for the 2020s? But before that, let me look at the situation. I'm also looking at three numbers: intensive care beds, incidence, and vaccination. The first two are going down. 6-8 weeks ago, who'd have thought we would have incidence rates which are in the one-digit numbers, comparable to last summer? At least fast enough that hospitals are emptying of COVID patients needing treatment. And also there's great vaccination progress. I can remember in Easter, 12% of Germans had one vaccination. When it came to Whitsun, it was 40%. Now it's over 50%. And Mr. Pötting is part of the panelists. Of the 74 million doses that we've supplied in Germany, more than 50 million come from BioNTech, Pfizer. I usually say BioNTech. In the international arena, they call it the Pfizer vaccine. I always want to emphasize BioNTech because it's a German company. They've had the most important research share in that. So let's take that into account. But anyway, more than 70% of the vaccination doses come from Germany. And I would like to pick up on that in a moment. And it is also something which makes it possible by the end of August to give anybody over 12 years of age who wishes to have a vaccination, if parents and doctors agree, to have the initial shot. And I can tell you, given the current situation in a few months, they will say, oh, you bought too much vaccine. Because we put our money on not just one horse, and we will end up with more than we would need. But I'm still absolutely convinced, better to have 1,000 masks too many or 1 million doses vaccine too many than just one not enough in this pandemic. That's certainly one of the lessons telling us how discussions rage. When we're talking about the BDI, Federation German Industry, with a view to the pandemic, what can we learn? I think there's a basic lesson. We've had frequent discussions with the BDI, and I've always said that health shouldn't be seen just as a cost factor. Yes, we rightly talk about incremental wage costs, but health and health care It's also an important part of business, 12-30% of GDP, more than 5 million people employed in the health sector, comparatively resilient to crisis. And during the pandemic, we've seen how these two things depend on each other. It was one of the reasons why we had a robust and resilient health sector with all its strengths, and we could rely on that in the pandemic, and we could do so because we have a strong economy which made it possible to finance this healthcare sector in recent years. But of course, the structure of our healthcare gives security also for companies to be able to work. For individual people in the health crisis or people who have parents in need of long-term care, and it also gives security for a national health crisis. In truth, the majority of German business was able to continue working. We are rightly looking at a lot of damage which has been incurred in different sectors, gastronomy, retail trade, and so on, but the industrial core of Germany was hardly affected by the pandemic at all, and short-term labor at Volkswagen or Daimler was not something which was decided by politics. It had to do with the fact that the markets in which the products are sold all broke off at the beginning of the pandemic. So, first message, listen, a strong health sector and a strong economy are two sides of one coin. Second lesson, we have more innovative power in this country than we may ourselves have been aware of. Look at the first COVID-19 test. That was developed in and from Germany, the first PCR test last January. The first vaccine, which received marketing authorization, as I've already mentioned, was primarily worked out in Germany. Of course, there are international studies, and a company like BioNTech is connected to all sorts of international operators, but the lion's share was developed in Germany. And I would like to remind you, the project had a technology which wasn't developed overnight. It could tell you about many years, if not decades, of research, often promoted by the federal government. And it also needed, and that's very important, people willing to spend capital for many, many years because they believed in this technology, so they invested in it and stuck with it. This is now the first product and probably the very first time that a profit has been achieved by this company. And it's a very strong message to see that this innovation comes from Germany. On the other hand, we also see where we could be more innovative, where we could send more of an impulse, particularly when we're talking about some of the technologies we want to develop. By the way, I'm not in favor of suspending patents. That would be the greatest favor we could do to China, say, okay, we waive our patents as well. I am very much in favor of technology transfer and cooperation, and our companies are willing to engage in those, but we should take a running jump for the 2020s to make sure that Germany is a biotech, gene technology, cell therapy production center for the world. We are a hub. We should be a hub for this. The bases are in place, and we would like to develop this and extend it. There is another lesson, or the third of 4 or 5 lessons that I've learned from this pandemic, namely how important it is to have this sort of industry, to have this science here in Germany. And something quite simple was missing, sanitizer. When that was missing, we could, together in cooperation with the chemical industry, make sure that suddenly the chemical industry simply changed its production and produced a disinfectant and sanitizer. We weren't sure that we would ever have problems because the transatlantic relationship had problems. Who was transferring what and where? And we thought, well, maybe some of the matters we can't get from the US anymore can be produced in Germany, maybe with France. To have an industry, to strengthen vaccine production, to have a strong identity in this BioNTech. But there's a lot of vaccine production in Germany, more than we are aware of, and I don't want to enumerate them all. It's important to strategically develop that further, have agreements, make sure we have capacities that we need in Germany. And all of this shows how important industry is, particularly in the crisis. It's important to manufacture things ourselves. But of course, that does not mean we want to manufacture everything ourselves. We have to find the right balance. An export champion like Germany shouldn't have the policy of we produce everything in Germany. We actually depend on other countries buying our goods, and our prosperity, including the welfare state, depend on that. But there are points, there are effective ingredients where we have to do something else. Just because it's cheaper, we wouldn't send our arms sector to China. There are some areas where we need to define where our interests are, and we need to then say, this type of industry, we want to retain it in Germany and in Europe. I think that's very important. And it is also a factor that we've become too dependent of China in too many aspects. And this will definitely need more European sovereignty. And that brings me to the last point, that's digitization, because Mr. Müller is on the panel. Even with German companies, SAP, for example, T-Systems, and many other smaller and larger companies, we have some pretty successful digital projects which we were able to implement in the pandemic. The pandemic showed us painfully how underdeveloped digitization is. There are some good things, but the health sector is not properly connected. Looking at ICU beds, we didn't have a system for that on the digital factor. We needed to build that from scratch during the pandemic in order to know our capacities. But also the COVID warning app, despite all the fears about it, with 29 million downloads, many new functionalities, is one of the most successful in the world. And that was developed jointly and fast. And now we have a digital vaccination certificate commissioned in March. After 10 days in June, we had 22 million certificates issued. Just show me one digital project of the public sector of this scale that could be implemented in just 3 months. I'm not aware of anything like that other than this. And we've made it. I'm sure that in this pandemic, we can see that, I mean, the digital spread is not as common as it is, but if we want to, we can make a difference, a genuine difference. And for all these areas, vaccinations, reserve capacities, digitization, in this pandemic, the cooperation between business, companies, science, and government has shown to be really good and productive if everybody plays the right role. The state is not the better entrepreneur, and the entrepreneur isn't necessarily always the better politician either. But if we work with each other well, if we set targets, if we each do our bit, then we can make a difference. And that's an important lesson for me for the 2020s, particularly with a view to China, United States. We have to gear up to very different challenges too. And as a country at the heart of Europe, we'll only be able to master these new challenges on the basis of this cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spahn, for that introduction. We're switching to English now for our panel discussion, and that tees up our panel discussion very well. And we're happy, Mr. Spahn, that you're staying with us for this panel talk. I'd like to briefly introduce the rest of the panelists that we have with us. Here in the studio with me is Ms. Eileen Tüzel. She's the country manager for Pfizer Germany. And joining us remotely, we heard from Mr. Spahn there, Dr. Sierk Potting is the Chief Financial Officer and Chief Operating Officer of BioNTech. And last but not least, of course, Dr. Jürgen Müller, who is the member of the executive board at SAP. Welcome to all of you. We cannot talk about future pandemics without, of course, discussing the ongoing one. So, Mr. Spahn, I'd like to follow up on your introduction there. You gave us a bit of a lay of the land and some of the challenges that remain. If we look at the current situation, we have diverging narratives. On the one hand, falling case numbers, as you said, and this sense of palpable relief and release here on the streets of Berlin, certainly. And yet, at the same time, this Delta variant that is highly infectious. We're seeing the transmissibility in other European countries. So with an eye on these two narratives, how worried are you about the possibility of a fourth wave in this pandemic, hitting Germany in particular?
Well, of course, as you can see in the United Kingdom, there is a risk. Just remember the figures they had just some weeks ago regarding vaccination as well as infection. The infection rate, and actually how quickly that can change. But at the same time, we need to find the right balance now. We have had months of hardship now for many, many people in Germany, in Europe, for pupils, for parents, for business people, and for many, many others. And now incidences are very low. The summer is coming, soccer, European Championship. So actually you can feel the mood has really changed compared to the first quarter of the year. And people want to be optimistic, and they have good reason to, because we have broken this third wave together. But at the same time, we need to remain cautious. There needs to be precaution and to find the right balance for that over summer, and especially in preparing for a challenging autumn and winter. That is actually what is it's a big challenge for politics too, to find the right way to communicate this. Right. But I would say let's enjoy summer now, but with precaution.
Just a very brief follow-up on that, Mr. Spahn, because you mentioned the hardship facing students and parents in particular. Yesterday, you mentioned that when school starts again in the fall, that students probably have to go back to alternating days of going to school, that they'll have to wear masks. Is there no better system that the German government can prepare in advance for kids going back to school?
Well, that is the problem with quotes that are taken out of a discussion, like the one now that you were just mentioning. I always made very clear from the very beginning, one of our main goals is to keep the normal school life possible as long as possible. Which means, of course, that alternating schooling is not what we are looking or reaching for or aiming for. And I think it is possible to start school after the summer vacation without this at the very beginning. But then it's up to us how it develops. That's what I meant. We have to prepare for everything, but with the right tools, we can avoid this. And the right tools is at least the offer to get vaccinated for over 12 years old. It's an individual decision by the child, the parent, and the doctor, but the offer is there, and who wants to get vaccinated can get vaccinated, older than 12. Testing, regular testing needs to be in place when school is starting afterwards. And related to the regional incidents, I would say masks might be an option for the presence, for being present at school. The other tools, that is really something we want to avoid, and that is what I made clear. And I'm very unhappy with this quote that was there yesterday saying that I'm in favor of alternating schooling. I'm absolutely not. I know how hard these months were for children, and we want to avoid this. We want back to normal as much as possible. And again, we don't know what kind of variants will come along till then, so we need to be prepared for everything.
Thank you for that clarification. And you just mentioned variants. So, Dr. Pütting, I'd like to come to you. How quickly, looking at the R&D side of this, can BioNTech develop the types of vaccines necessary to address some of these new variants that are emerging?
Yeah, so I think we showed in the beginning when we started at the pandemic, we started to look for constructs against the pandemic. We got them up and running in the lab in vitro within around about 6 weeks, and then we got them into production and into clinical studies. And this is the time frame that we can confirm also for variants. Actually, I think for now we have tested in vitro around about 30 variants. So we keep on going. Everything that comes in, we will be testing. And we're looking at like a construct, to have a construct in hand against a new variant within 6 weeks. And then it takes a little bit longer to really produce. So within 100 days, we will have this mass-produced and up and running for potential vaccination. Then the question is, of course, regulatory-wise, how do you pick them? How do you pick the ones that need to be approved by regulatory bodies and so on? So there's this infrastructure of like the scientific body that governs this. Yeah, but in terms of just the process, 6 weeks for construct, 100 days for clinical production. And we have experience with that actually, because in our cancer vaccine trials that we did since 2012, actually, we produced individualized mRNA vaccines for cancer patients. So these trials are still running. They take a lot longer than infectious disease trials, but that's where we did this already. So basically, for each patient, we created a cancer vaccine. So that's why the technology is there and the processes are there. We need to work on the governing body, how to pick the variants.
Okay, Ms. Tuso, coming to you, you were just nodding there as Mr. Pütting was speaking. If we look at this as a constant battle against new variants, is this the new normal, and how is Pfizer preparing for this?
I hope this is not the new normal. And hopefully, with the potential vaccines further, we reach to a high vaccination rate within Germany and also across the globe, so that we can really go back to our normal. But what is going to be important for us for the future is to embrace prevention, embrace vaccination as in our normal lives, and actually in the healthcare system to have a pandemic preparedness, in the healthcare system to have a more focus on prevention for the future. For Pfizer, we are very much working, of course, with a collaboration on BioNTech, the COVID-19 vaccine development. But further on this, we also have an R&D on COVID-19 treatment, and hopefully we will come with good news on the treatment portion as well. And hopefully this disease is going to be something like a flu for the future, that we will go back to our normal lives with substantial vaccination rates and strong focus on prevention for the future.
Yeah, we certainly all hope that. Mr. Müller, coming to you, we heard from the health minister earlier that the transformation of the digital process and data flows has been really essential in this pandemic. What have you at SAP learned during this process, and what are the challenges that still remain?
Yeah, first of all, we at SAP reacted very quickly for our employee base as well. So we literally sent 100,000 people into home office, and it worked. So that was one good learning for us, except some critical personnel, for example, in data centers. We were, and partly are, best wishes from my home office here, working from home. And then political-wise and Corona One App-wise, that was a very intense project. So thanks again also to the ministry and to the colleagues from Deutsche Telekom, Robert Koch Institute, etc., where we, as Mr. Spahn said, showed that actually we can react very fast and we can create a very efficient tool in a data and privacy preserving way. And that for me has to be the future also for healthcare data. I had a little bit of a past in healthcare, and there I still know that data exchange, for example, is a tough topic also because of local regulations, where I know that the government is pushing in the right direction, that actually more valuable research based on data, but not in a privacy preserving way based on data will be possible in the future.
Mr. Spahn, I'd like to come directly to you because we're just hearing about the governing of data and how it's used in healthcare. What has actually worked so far in this pandemic, and what is in place now, the transformation process that you yourself mentioned, that will help Germany and Europe and really the entire international community battle future pandemics?
Well, first of all, what we have seen too is that our open source approach was very successful too, especially regarding the Corona Warning app. We still have, I don't know, some hundreds commenting and using the open source, and it just brought trust. And for a public-private partnership in the area of, for example, health digitalization, which is one of the most actually sensitive area you could think about when it comes to data protection and personal data privacy issues, the open source approach really helped to build up trust. And that is something we've learned, and that is something I encourage here in our ministry, in the health sector, and in the administration for digital projects. Don't be afraid from open source and from the comments that you might get, and just being transparent. Just do it. When it comes to data protection, especially, and privacy rules, you know that we in Germany tend to have a very special approach when it comes to balancing it. I would say the lesson learned is that especially in health, with the right data, anonymously or pseudonymously, there's the right data connected, you really can make a difference for the treatment. For the treatment of an individual and for managing a pandemic situation. And what we have started under our EU presidency last year, the second half of last year, is actually to develop a European health data space. What for? The idea is that you don't have 27 different regulations, and the truth is in Germany it's actually 16 different ones. Every federal state has its own approach. To have one approach regarding health data, so that companies and all that are dealing with health data in the European Union really can rely on a set of rules. That is actually what we want to develop all together, and we have started this last year. We are really working on it with the other member states, and that is I always call it the boring part of digitalization, because showing the tools and the result and the apps or whatever, the patient information system, that's always sexy to show. But of course, you need a base, a regulatory base that makes it possible to develop this. And that is where Europe really has the chance to make a positive difference to the state-owned data, health data in China, and the monopolies in the US, that in Europe, the citizen, the patient, is a sovereign one in the system, but at the same time, we make a difference by using data. And that is what we want to reach with this European health data space developing.
Okay, so a clear set of rules and trust. Mr. Putin, coming back to you now, those are two important guidelines that we heard there from the health minister, but what else does BioNTech, a company like BioNTech, need to be able to innovate in the way that you have? What is important in that environment?
I mean, first of all, let me thank for the collaboration that we experienced in this pandemic. So I think this was fantastic throughout all the parts. It was with our employees, yet that focused on one goal. It was with the government. It was with our commercial partners. It was with our development partners like Pfizer, for example, that without those, it wouldn't have happened. Yeah, and you just said it. I mean, yes, there need to be rules. There need to be certain contractual agreements in place and so on. But for example, the Pfizer-BioNTech thing worked with a handshake because it was the right thing to do. Yes, there was a little bit of paper involved, but that was basically the base of on the grounds on what we started this whole thing. And we couldn't have done it on our own. We had the technology in-house, we had the constructs in-house, and Pfizer helped build this up. So it's also like finding the right partners for the right things. And that worked out. And I really hope that we carry something from this partnership thought over into the next challenges when it comes to like autoimmune diseases and cancer and so on. Because if you can really focus on it together, it works. What I would wish, for example, of course, is that the regulators really stretch themselves a lot. I mean, normally it takes weeks to get slots for discussion and so on. It's very thorough, and there's this high trust in the system. But in this case, everything accelerated with the project accelerating at light speed, so to say. Yeah. So the EMA, the FDA, they all accelerated and did what they could to get amendments done and look at data and really started with this rolling forecast, rolling review. So this all helps. And of course, it would be great to see this after the pandemic as well for infectious disease, but also for cancer. So I think that's one thing. The second thing is when you look at the current situation, I think it helps to see this as a global effort. Yeah. Also, cancer is global, and also the next infectious disease problems will be global. So Pfizer and BioNTech, we set out to say like we need to have equitable access. So that's why we spread out our development or a production network into the US and Europe and grew it in Europe quickly as much as possible to start enabling access to other countries. It's clear that Africa doesn't have the access, for example, yet, but we're working on this. I think this is being a global effort. We need to produce more from the efficient networks and eventually also go local. So I think this is one of the next steps that we have to do, be it for cancer or infectious diseases.
Picking up on the topic of access, Ms. Tuzel, one prospect that has been discussed widely when it comes to this pandemic is the possibility of intellectual property waivers, particularly for COVID vaccines. Is that something that you think we could see in the future, or would you say that that would really hamper R&D at a place like Pfizer or BioNTech for that matter?
Yes, that is something that is very important to discuss further, actually. IP protection, or the weakening of IP through the TRIPS waiver or compulsory licensing, we don't think that it will help accelerate the global access to the vaccines, especially also, on the other hand, hinder the R&D prospects for future. For us, what is important in the infrastructure is the raw materials that are very unique and specific, and the flow of raw materials into the system, into the manufacturing sites without disruption. And we believe that the weakening IP rights would actually disrupt that flow. And what is very important here is that for BioNTech Pfizer vaccine, we need 280 different raw materials or components from 19 different countries. And every gram of that raw material is so highly important for that manufacturer to continue without any pause. And that's important for us to keep sustainable. What we have done, and I think I'm proud of this, in order to accelerate further access, Pfizer and BioNTech have recently announced a $2 billion kind of donation to provide to low and middle income countries, which help access in 2021 and 2022, which will actually, we believe, is an important step forward. But for us, IP rights will be certainly important for innovation for the future and should not be touched at this point.
Well, we know that the health minister agrees with you. We heard from him a little bit earlier on that. Mr. Müller, coming back to you, if we look again with our crystal ball into the future at the prospect of further pandemics coming towards us, what platforms could help manage data and information on a global scale that you foresee as being critical tools?
Yeah, first of all, we heard about the foundation that we need to have in Germany, but also worldwide, the ability to do great research, the ability to translate that research into production, mass-scale production. And then I think everyone would agree that we should be better prepared. Let's take again the example of the Corona One app, and we built that in an open source approach. I'm very sure, and we are having those discussions, that in the future it will be very fast to having such an app up and running, and we don't need to start from scratch. And then, of course, depending on what kind of a pandemic, of a disease we have, we need different tools. But from everything I took away from various discussions with other companies, but also with politicians, with researchers, is that, of course, we will be better prepared. The predictions are clear. And then it comes to digitalization, I would say. So across all of also all those institutions, we saw that a lot is possible. Sometimes now, Mr. Pötting said in light speed, things accelerated. Also here, I'm very thankful for the great collaboration. But that is now a base, a new base we have, and we can start from that. We can really say, okay, which kind of digitalization efforts can we drive? And of course, here, SAP and others are super happy to support, because that will be another factor about the competitiveness of the German industry as well. We saw actually that we talked about a U-shape or V-shape in the beginning of the pandemic. Actually, we do see something like a line, and then it splits up in companies that embrace digitalization and companies that don't. And there's a huge difference in how those companies perform. And companies embracing digitalization perform much better. Even the spread is larger than before the pandemic compared to the ones that neglect this and are not open to going into new markets, into new business models, etc. And we are also proud that today, and we talked about that Mr. Pötting as well, so today 18 out of the 20 vaccine manufacturers are supported by SAP. And we will, of course, also intensify that.
Okay, so it sounds like a good foundation is there. Perhaps the last question to you, Mr. Spahn. Looking ahead, what do you think the biggest priority is for the German government, for the health ministry, to be well prepared for any future pandemics?
Well, I would say it's actually too early to really have a final sum up, but of course there are some areas where we see where we need to be better next time. It's very expensive if you need to buy stuff in the crisis when there is the emergency, and we just remember the masks at the very beginning, when we have actually paid euros, many euros for just one mask, because the whole world at the same time needed them, and 4/5, by the way, of the market was Chinese production. So we actually felt our dependency on China, and at the same time we saw how a Wild West market is developing. So we need to prepare by having the right kind of stock that needs to be defined for a crisis situation. We are engaging with the Ministry of the Interior and of Defense not to have 3 or 4 different stocks and stockpiles, but one together for all possible crises, for example. Another one is pandemic preparedness contracts we want to have with the vaccination industry. What does that mean? We are starting the process, by the way, now to procure for the next 5 years for 500 to 700 million doses per year, that we pay a fee. And how high that fee is will be the result of the procurement. But we pay a fee that this production capacity is ready for Germany once we need it, just by saying now we need this capacity. And we can use it then for, in a pandemic situation, for ourselves and Europe, or like Ebola, if there's something going on somewhere in the world and we want to support that region for humanitarian reasons, but for good national reasons, by the way, too, to protect ourselves, we can use that too. So that is actually, for example, two very concrete steps we are taking right now and starting right now to make a difference for the next time. And the rest is just...
Lost the stream there to Mr. Spahn, but we were just about to wrap up regardless. It looks like we're having some trouble with the stream there, but I'd like to thank regardless Eileen Tüssel, who's here with me in the studio, and to all of our guests, Dirk Pötting, Jürgen Müller, and Jens Spahn. We heard a very interesting discussion there about the current pandemic and where things go from here. We all, of course, have a vested interest in making sure that everyone's better prepared for a future pandemic. I think Mr. Spahn is still there. I think you can hear me. We just lost you briefly, so I'd like to give you the opportunity just to wrap up that last sentence, if you will.
I don't know when you lost me, so all my...
Lost you about 30 seconds ago.
Okay, so not all my 50 sentences. Thank you very much. Actually, and that is actually has started this learning, not just by writing it down, but making a difference, and not just in Germany, but on a European level for European Health Sovereign European Health Union, and WHO reform. Germany wants to use that momentum now, together with other partners, to reform WHO too. So actually there are many lessons already learned, but I'm very sure there are still some to come.
Cooperation, tools, and partners, of course, in fighting future pandemics. Thank you all again for the interesting discussion, and stay with us at TDI.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, everyone, to our discussion on sustainable innovation, namely which sustainable innovations will help drive industry through a time of uncertainty and crisis. And I think we can all agree that this really has been a time of unprecedented uncertainty and crisis. We have seen global supply chains upended. We have seen businesses forced to undergo really difficult transitions, essentially on a dime, and find a path towards a more robust and resilient future. And the factor that's underpinning all of this is sustainable innovation. And that is precisely what we want to discuss today. And I have four excellent speakers who are joining us, who are experts precisely on this topic. I'm going to introduce them now. We have Katharina Hössle with us. She's a professor of IT entrepreneurship at the Hasso-Plattner Institute. We have Dr. Philipp Rössler with us. He is the CEO and founder of the consulting company Consesse AG, and he's a former federal minister of economics here in Germany as well. Sabina Scheunert is the vice president of digital and IT sales marketing at Mercedes-Benz Cars. And we have Dominic Cortas with us. He's the managing director of Eurocentral at Dassault Systems. Welcome to all of you. Very happy to have you with us. And Katharina, I'd like to start with you because, you know, innovation is a term that we bandy about often without necessarily knowing what we're discussing. And you recently wrote an article, I'm going to quote you here, where you said, innovation doesn't just mean developing a new product or service. It means a completely new way of thinking to solve major societal challenges. So I'm putting you on the spot here, but what did you mean by that?
That we need the skills and the abilities to think differently in order to first understand where the big challenges are. And we all know that we're talking about the grand challenges these days. And actually, the very first step for every innovation is to understand what really the problem is. So this shift in thinking, the shift in mindset, how I call it, gives us a new perspective of understanding what the problem is, then thinking in a quick, iterative, user-centric way to develop ideas to solve that problem, and then put these ideas into practice, again, very quickly, not afraid to fail, just trying out things, learning from those failures, and then going into kind of put them in practice. And along that way, not doing this obviously all by yourself, but rather involving tons of different stakeholders, be it researchers, be it companies, be it the society at large, be it politics. So this, in a nutshell, for me, is this perspective changing for the sustainable innovation, for becoming more resilient, what we need these days and the days to come.
Okay, so it sounds simple, but the devil really is in the detail there. Dominic, following up on what we heard Katarina say there, how can new technologies help in that process?
That's a really good question to ask. I heard three things already mentioned about supply chains, speed, and also ecosystems. And maybe just on the concept of speed, and particularly in the pandemic, we speak of the challenges, but I also think it's opened up as many opportunities. We're working with one of Europe's most prestigious consumer goods manufacturers, and it was very much a business-to-business model prior to the pandemic. But they've quickly had to go to an online sales model. And now nearly 40% of their revenue is coming from that new channel. It's a completely new business model. And overnight, they had to figure out how to bring virtual products through new supply chains, new sales channels, of course, reach new audience. So we should also focus on the opportunity as well. I think from a supply chain perspective, I mean, it's all over the news right now in terms of silicon disruption. And I think the days of companies taking months to onboard and collaborate with suppliers is gone. We now need to do that in a matter of days, if not hours, in some industries. And I think cloud technologies are a real enabler to allow us to drive that speed and different flow of capacity. And I think the final one around ecosystems that was mentioned is, the flow of innovation no longer comes from those vertical supply chains. For an example, if I'm an automotive manufacturer, I don't just look into my classical supply chain for innovation. I'm actually looking at different companies in different industries in terms of where I can power that. So the scale and flexibility that we need to build sustainable ecosystems is absolutely, I think, a key imperative for every business nowadays.
Okay, let's go from that bird's eye view to maybe more specific examples. And Philip, coming to you now, you yourself are a founder and entrepreneur. So what, within that infrastructure, that ecosystem, what are the hurdles and the challenges that you face?
I think we just heard it. So first, there's still a different ecosystem. So there's not a natural flow between universities, science organizations, but also smaller and mid-sized enterprises and the bigger industry conglomerates. First. Second, and that's even more important, we have the problem of still a mindset, right? So it's a little bit more in Europe and Germany, so that everything which is not explicit allowed is seen automatically as forbidden. Whereas in many other countries, they said, look, as long as it's not forbidden, so we can do it. So it's allowed. And I think that will unleash, even this kind of shift in the mindset will unleash really a lot of creative potential and entrepreneurship. And that's what is still a bit missing. But it's not that difficult to bring this up, because if you compare the entrepreneurs and the innovators in different regions across the world, I would say the guys in Europe, Germany, they're as creative, as dynamic as all the other entrepreneurs. And so there's no obvious reason not to be as successful in bringing up some innovations. So in this respect, I'm optimistic. Maybe we should unleash them even by giving them a bit more freedom in mindset, but also, classical ways of cutting down red tape and other things. But I think the mindset is in this question quite critical.
Sabine, I'm curious if you face that as well at Daimler, this question of mindset being somewhat of a challenge to creative thinkers here in Germany and really also across Europe. Is that something that you find to be a hurdle in innovation at Daimler?
Well, I would rather agree to what Philip just said. It's a question of mindset, and this kind of mindset shift. I mean, I think the car industry was really somehow forced to think differently. I hope that you agree with that. I mean, our biggest challenge currently is certainly the decarbonization in terms of making a huge investment with regards to R&D, but also in shifting the consumer demands into a fully electric world. And you can imagine that this only worked by completely transforming not only the company, but also our processes in terms of how we are digitizing, but also in how we are shifting that the consumers are going towards the complete electric combustion engines. Just to give you an example, I mean, and this is not only a German topic, this Reichweiten anxiety. So how far can I go, and do I still have the same mobility concept? I mean, we are really, we were insisting in bringing up new formats. We launched the EQ Ready. Our EQ branding stands for fully electric in terms of trying to tackle those customer current pain points in terms of, am I already ready in doing that shift? Yeah, and we were giving that perspective to them that this is possible, but we still see that there is a lot of anxiety in terms of shifting towards a radical change.
It's a pretty challenging environment you've described there, Sabine. Katharina, coming back to you now, what do you think are the requirements needed to create ecosystems where, in this current environment, new innovators can thrive, also in a more resilient and sustainable way?
That's a short question, which probably requires a very long answer. I'm trying to put the focus on some of the key points. So building ecosystems, obviously you need different players. You need the companies, you need the entrepreneurs, you need the researchers, you need the politics involved, you need society involved. And what we see is with these grand challenges, it's not enough to have one or two of these players on the table, because very quickly they realize, whoa, there's a lot more to it. And the challenge really is, how do you get all those people together to work on a particular topic? So ecosystem building, for me, requires to first get people motivated to really get together. And, by doing that, obviously we always talk about, let's build an ecosystem. That's like an oxymoron per se, because an ecosystem, just from a definition, is something that builds itself. And if we look at biology, ecosystems are very resilient, and that's what we aim for. And it's really, we still struggle to understand how ecosystems actually evolve and how they grow. So depending on what kind of ecosystem you want to build, you have to understand what are actually the underlying logics, and then tackle those logics, saying, okay, if I want to build a digital health ecosystem in a particular region, what are kind of the strengths I can approach in this ecosystem, in this area already, and then get those on the table. So that, just trying to be a little more comprehensive, at the same time a little more particular.
That's a really good point. And Dominic, I saw you nodding during that answer there. Is that something that you agree with?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I think the points are valid, and it comes down to the mindset that we've spoken about, and it really comes around to connecting people. And I fully agree with the comments on ecosystem. I mean, ecosystems can be structured, but largely they're unstructured and ad hoc and evolve organically. We need to be able to respond very quickly.
Philip, perhaps coming to you now as someone who knows various markets really well, not only the German market, do you think that there has been a change away from this status quo into one where we see more openness towards innovation and the ability to make these systems more resilient?
Well, it depends. So in more vibrant and dynamic economies, you see a little bit more. That's the reason why they are more dynamic and maybe vibrant and even successful. In others, maybe some older economies, it's still a back and forth. What I wanted to say is, here again, it's a question of mindset and even politics, right? Quite often you see that technology economy would see on one side, whereas sustainability and protecting the environment would be seen on the other side, which is totally nonsense, right? Both has worked together, and only then it's possible to solve any problems. And very concrete, and since we have here mobility in our panel, so I think if there's a problem like CO2 emission based on usage of technologies such as automobile or planes, whatever, it's too simple to forbid the technology in hoping that this will stop the CO2 problem in the world. There's only one way out. And this way is to find better technologies, to have innovations in order to minimize the negative impact of usage of technology. This is the only way. And if this is once clear, then that means also a legal framework that policies have to focus on finding better technologies rather than forbidding some and try to maneuver or govern any innovations. A politician is a politician, and they cannot, and I have some experience, bring up economic innovations that good. I think everyone should know what his role is to play or her role to play. And politics should focus on good policy framework, smart regulation means not too much, and give some space, some freedom for the entrepreneurs, for the economy to find some good solutions, ideas that are successful on the market.
Well, we certainly have heard from politics this year already, this month, where economy and ecology going hand in hand. That's something that we've heard in particular on the campaign trail heading towards elections here in Germany. But Sabine, listening to what Philip just said, what are the next steps then for Daimler in its digital transformation?
Yeah, so like I just mentioned in the concept of transformation, I mean, we have, I would say, now entered a phase where we are not only radically digitizing our products, yeah, we are decarbonization now is going on, but we are really looking into the entire processes and also into our business models. So as you know, I mean, the Daimler company, we are not a startup company, as Philip is currently managing it. It's rather a brownfield, and here certainly we really have to renovate back-end systems. It's a lot about checking out the legacy and really speeding up and making that kind of big move towards an innovative, also tech-driven, data-driven future. And this goes really hand in hand with a full digital transformation plan. You cannot plan everything. It's not only about running after that plan. I think you really always have to put the customer first. I mean, we are a customer-oriented company since many, many years, and we are also checking relevant steps with regard to the big transformations. Either we talk about the business model or we talk really about completely, radically simplifying the way of how we are doing the processes internally. And just to give you probably a good example, I mean, everyone knows that checking in for an after-sales appointment was always a kind of a hassle. You had to call up the dealers. They didn't have time and you had time. And we are shifting towards a completely new model 24/7 in terms of an online appointment booking system. We are entering directly into the dealer management system, which is always not easy. Yeah, that different applications coming from different suppliers are talking to each other in a good quality. But only to give you a view on that, 20% of all our online appointment bookings around the globe are already done today digitally. And this only gives you a little glimpse of what we have done in one little field. And you can imagine we have thousands of that. But what I wanted to underline is that it's not about shifting little by little, it's about doing things completely different to what we had been used 30, 40 years.
Yeah, a complete digital transformation. And Dominic, I'd love to get your opinion on this, because you also see your company as a real catalyst when it comes to empowering other companies in their Industry 4.0 processes. So can you tell us how that works?
Yeah, I think Sabine has really hit the nail on the head there. It's not just about capturing what we have today, but trying to imagine the future. And the Dassault systems, I won't give you a sales pitch, but there's about 20,000 what we call Imagineers around the world looking at manufacturing, life science and infrastructure. And we use virtual thinking and technologies and softwares to imagine the products and the processes and the business models, as Sabine has just mentioned, that might exist in the future. And we call that a virtual twin. And in fact, we believe that the virtual world can actually extend and improve the real world. Why so? I think it comes back to one of the mindset elements that we discussed earlier. And perhaps in Europe, we're a little bit more risk adverse as in our thinking compared to some of the other continents. But what better way to disrupt that thinking than to do everything virtually? So imagining the kind of customer experiences of the future and then working back in a purely virtual environment through logistics and sales and marketing and manufacturing and engineering, and that first ideation to really break the silos and test those models in a virtual environment where, of course, the environmental handprint and footprint is virtually zero.
And these are all processes. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Sorry, if I just may jump in, because I love that picture you just draw. And I think this is one of the major things we need to work on, that we all become those Imagineers, those foresighters of the future. Because if we see what the pandemic did to us, and if the five of us in this call, we probably kind of have a little bit of an understanding of that this will not be the last. And we would need exactly that kind of thinking. And unfortunately, if I look at my students, at young and old people, they are scared of the future, right? Because they don't have that imagination, because they've never been trained in that. So for them, it's like, tell me what the future will be like. I'm like, I don't know. And they even get mad about this, because, right, it's like this dealing with uncertainty. So that is like a key point.
If I can just respond to that very quickly, I think there's a really good and topical example of that. If we'd have had the best brains in the world looking at the time it takes to bring new drugs and vaccines and medicines to the marketplace, they would have probably said, we can take 1, maybe 2 months out of that process. The pandemic has actually shown that we can take years out of that process when we put disruptive thinking to it. And maybe just a small plug for Dassault Systems, but more than 60% of the clinical trials for the COVID vaccines that we're deploying today were virtualized through our platform. So it's a good, real example of where disrupting thinking can deliver something that we would never have imagined even 24 months ago.
Philip, maybe we can come back to you and look at this through the lens of startups, because you work obviously with startups and, as we said, are an entrepreneur yourself. What is it that startups need to be able to emerge from this crisis stronger?
So when I was once minister, I started a trip to the Silicon Valley. I think it's still existing. So creating a bridge between Berlin, but also Munich, Hamburg, and other industry hubs, and it's called German Silicon Valley Accelerator. That was the idea twofold. First, to bring in some new ideas, some networks out of the Silicon Valley, in this very case, to Europe, to Germany, to Berlin. And the other way around, to demonstrate, again, what I just said, that we have also creative people and entrepreneurs around. And what they are asking is not that much. First, they don't want to have too much regulation. If you ask as a politician what you would like to do for them, they said, look, better we can do our business and you can do your business, then it's not that bad. We will bring up some innovations. But if you really ask for help, then help us to find skilled workforce. Make it easier to bring in nice, smart people from different regions of Europe or even outside Europe. It's super bureaucratic. And imagine 2 or 3 people start up out of the university. They have no clue about human resources and how to bring the people in, to onboard them and other things. Make it a bit easier to bring in some fresh money, some venture capital. the vast majority of all the venture capital across the world is still going to the US and here to the Bay Area. Create a legal framework which makes it easier and faster to come to Germany, to come to Europe. And finally, again, so give us the time to start maybe 2 or 3 years, and then you can up with your annoying bureaucratic stuff. So this is what they're asking for, and we should listen to them, because it's not only the next generation of entrepreneurs. No, our classical industries, the brownfields Sabine just mentioned, they will need these guys, these entrepreneurs, to buy them in, to buy their ideas, to integrate them into their huge industry conglomerate, because that's the idea of Industry 4.0, to have the classical industry on the one hand, and to bring into all the different sectors and industries the digitalization. And for this digitalization, we need quite often digital startups. We have many other startups, but this is the main idea behind, even behind the idea of Industry 4.0.
Sabine, because Philip just referred to you and to Daimler and the work that you're doing, do you agree? Do you concur with this statement? That
I have been nodding all the time. Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I really, I couldn't agree more. And it's also exactly what we tried to do here, not only in Stuttgart, really across all the locations where we're operating. And it's not that, and we also very, very strongly believe in diversity, in bringing in people with different experiences in terms of capitalizing from these experiences. And you are generating, I would say, by having people from the startups, from the company who have been working since 30 years within Daimler, you are creating, I would say, a new, very dynamic format where I would probably just add one topic that Philip did not mention, is you need a culture of trust. In terms of that these people mixed in diversity, they believe then towards that, what we said before in that tomorrow's vision. And it's not the tomorrow's, it's the long term, it's the digital target picture. What also Dominic said is, how do we think in 2025, in 2030, we have to run? What kind of processes do we need? Can we completely disrupt our own current processes in terms of becoming better? And I mean, this you can only achieve by, I would say, 2 topics: diversity, what Philip mentioned, but also by a specific culture of trust, where people carefully listen to each other, and then you think and you act feelers in terms of really opting towards the best innovation and also the own disruption of the best of today.
Katharina, since you're a professor of entrepreneurship, how do you build that culture of trust?
By letting first people see that they have the skills to thrive, because by knowing that I can do it myself, I trust myself first. If I can trust myself and I know that I'm good at something, then I'm open to the others, to trust them. If I'm not trusting myself, and that if I'm what I just mentioned, if I'm scared of the future, it's really hard to build that nature of trust, because then I feel that everyone is an enemy, because they might take my job, they might take my position, they might take my idea. So let's show people that they can do it. For me as a professor, I'm a teacher, so I try to let my students experience that they can build those skills, that they can trust in those skills, that they fail. Yes, they do, but it's okay, because I help them, if they want, to stand up again. And if we build this not only in schools, at universities, at companies, at society, that people trust themselves, they will trust the others, and they will be open to the others, and they will be open to this radical thinking, because they know that even if it goes really wrong, they still have the base, their base, they can come back to.
That's a nice
Katharina, I would just like to add one topic, because I had the chance to see Amy Edmondson at Harvard Business School, and she teaches about psychological safety. If you haven't read it, it's a fantastic book in terms of exactly what you said. You have to know yourself. You have to trust somehow in yourself with all the experience, whether this is only after 5 years of studies or 20 years in work, or as Philip, a politician, and now as an entrepreneur. And I mean, if you're listening, if you act fearless towards a better future, I think as a community, as a society, we can reach fundamental better tomorrows. And this is, I think, also what Dominic said. I mean, we showed it in the current pandemic situation because we were forced to it. And I hope that we can take that also without a pandemic situation, hopefully for us all into the future.
I also believe that unlocking our potential is also about the empowerment. And I guess from a technology perspective, this is where we really have a role to play. Because if I just go back a generation, I was constrained by access to capital and even my geographic location. Now, if I have a good idea, I can go to Dassault Systems website tonight, download an application, capture that, access a manufacturing ecosystem globally for things like 3D printing, and a logistics system through the big players that we know. So I can really use technology as an empowerment mechanism to build on what's already been said.
Well, we are running out of time, so I'm just going to ask one quick last question and go around and ask all of you to answer really quickly, one sentence max if possible. If you have a wish list for sustainable innovation going forward, what would be top on that list, number one priority? And Philip, we can start with you.
To ask a politician for one sentence is quite bold but optimistic. But I think we should give them more freedom to unleash the potential which is there without any doubt. But we need creativity and dynamism, and we should make it possible and happen.
Okay, Sabine.
Lead and do it.
Lead and do it. That makes me think of Mark Zuckerberg, move fast and break things.
No, I didn't want to.
I know you didn't say that.
Quote him, but I think you asked us to be short. I tried.
Absolutely. And Katharina?
Always learn and discover new things.
Okay, and Dominic, last but not least?
Be disruptive and fearless, and use technology to imagine tomorrow, not to capture today.
Thank you. That's a great note to close on. Thank you to all of our guests for this really vibrant, dynamic discussion. I hope we've learned something here about how innovation can become more sustainable and resilient for the future. So we hope that you've enjoyed this discussion as well. You can give us your feedback by commenting, of course, on social media using our hashtags TDI21 and Choicing the Now. And we look forward to seeing you for our further sessions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
In the next half hour, we would like to discuss the mobility of the future. How and with what will we move from A to B in the future? Which technologies will play a role? Which technologies will accompany us through the transformation? And what is the infrastructure, including digital infrastructure, we need for it? I'm looking forward to exchanging with Anja Händel, who's available online, the Managing Director of Deconium, digital service provider specialized in connecting vehicles. Welcome. I'm looking forward to Lars Rieger, Executive Vice President, Chief Technology Officer of NXP. NXP is in favor of semiconductors and digital solutions for the automotive market. Then we have Thomas Jatzombeck, who's the Commissioner for Digital Economy, Startups and Coordinator for Aerospace and the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Energy. That's, after all, quite important in our debate. And that brings us to Christine Wang. She's the Managing Director of the Lufthansa Innovation Hub, which is all about digital innovations for the Lufthansa Group. A warm welcome. Let's start, everybody. What will make the mobility of the future, and what really characterizes mobile, smart mobility in the future? Ms. Händel. The mobility of the future will be sustainable and available, safe, secure and affordable to everyone, and software is going to play a major role. Ms. Wang? It's primarily about connectivity on demand and to make sure that the industry works together to achieve a seamless experience for the customer. Mr. Decker? Mr. Rieger? I think the mobility of the future is going to be diverse. We're going to have a variety of different concepts, drivetrains, internal combustion engines, leaving just exhausting hydrogen, all sorts of different electric systems. And the one thing is the machines will get better than ourselves. So our vehicles will have something like superpowers. It's a bit like when I was a kid, I was dreaming of Superman, who has got these radar X-ray eyes. But they're going to be people like Yoda who will know through telepathy something outside their vision. If there is an ambulance getting onto the junction, the cars will react far better than I could. And so, as we've just heard, the mobility of the future is definitely safer, but also much more enjoyable. Mr. Yatsumov, what do you think? I think, first of all, mobility in the future is going to be much more of a service, less about owning hardware. It's what we know from flying, or many people know from taking trains, or from vehicle to cycle. It's going to be a service, and this will change the whole market, the value creation potentials as well. So I think software eats everything. It's going to be the case here as well. And these new types of mobility, I think, are going to increase. They'll be cheaper, and at least I hope they'll be cleaner. Mr. Rieger, do you think the pandemic has changed the attitude vis-à-vis the car? I think the initial discussion we had, if I may give you one example, CES 2018, every journalist asked me, when will your car be fully autonomous, smarter than you are, and when will your kids take a car to the kindergarten without any steering wheel inside the car? Well, this has gone back to a normal status. In other words, driver assistance systems. How can industry develop in this so that we get into a level 4 automotive, not level 5, to put it in technical terms? So that has definitely changed. But at short notice, we saw another trend, namely shared mobility. For a time, that was no issue anymore. Instead, everybody wanted to be in their own little automotive bubble. So that's why I said earlier, it's going to be diverse. There are going to be very different requirements, even in the future. And as far as shared mobility is concerned, in big cities like Berlin, it's definitely going to be an issue where you spend half an hour looking for a parking space otherwise, and where service is what I care about. If I live in the country in Schleswig-Holstein, there's no problem to park my car anywhere, but I'm waiting half an hour to get a cab. So having your own car is really worth something there. And I think we're going to be an in-between. And short term, the pandemic had an influence. How did you see it? What is the image of the car, Ms. Händel? What are the customers' needs? Well, there are different sort of ideas which have come into being through the pandemic, at least in part. There seems to be a great surge of individual mobility. We've celebrated this in the summer with the pop-up bike lanes and all these things. But in the winter, we have seen also that more new cars were registered. In cities like New York, for example, there's a 60% increase. So that's really skyrocketed for reasons of protectiveness. People didn't want to use municipal transport. Anybody could afford it, went the car route, very different from what we would like to see happen. There seems to be a bit of a combination with video conferencing, so you can see what disruption really means. If sometimes going from A to B isn't necessary anymore, because just as I am right now, you can communicate via video conferencing. But as somebody mentioned, it's very individual, and there is a great difference between urban and rural areas, and that's what we see in the different preferences and thematic approaches. The question is, how can we make sure that we create safe and secure solutions for everybody, sustainable as well as open to the new e-mobility? But I think the war will be one where software is the big player. Mobility and service, it's not just something you get from A to B and not just to drive, which is something which is changing. And we'll talk about that again later. I would like to hear what about changing travel behavior on part of the customers. We certainly see post-pandemic and also already during it, there was an acceleration of digitization. We think there are three mega trends. One is the empowered traveler, as we call it. In this case, the customer wants to have a much more personalized travel, more control over what they do, more transparency, greater flexibility when booking. This is one great trend. Experts even say that 50% of experts say that self-service, do your own check-in, do your own organizing of the trip, this will come after personalization. The second trend we observe is what we might call lost travel. That's the substitution of virtual media, like here, where we have a hybrid model. I mean, this is a major trend we are recognizing, and if you believe experts, that's going to make up to 20 to 30% of business trips, which will be substituted in this way. We also see sustainability issue getting into this substitute travel before the pandemic in particular, but also because of the pandemic. There are lots of corporate consultants who say, well, domestic within Germany, we've got to drop the number of flights we take. And we think when it comes to the leisure segment, families in particular travel more within Germany, maybe even for longer periods. We do see that as one other trend. And last but not least, we strongly believe that the relationship between the operators and the customers will change. So in other words, we see there is a trend to subscription, so that you get, let's say, a subscription of Amazon Prime, and that gives is a much more robust business model. And we believe that in the aviation sector, this is going to get increasingly important too. We've had another discussion when it comes to self-service. It's always very good when we're talking about the customers, when the people who used to provide the workers and so on. But that's another debate we can go into in another level. But there is an element of it, isn't there? Yes, of course. Self-service is something which, looking at it from the customer side, is an important component. It makes them feel secure, particularly also gives them a sense of security for health, hygiene, the virus. So they want to have a voice in what is being done. This is very important to keep this dialogue. How do you, when we're talking about changes and trends, how do you see it? Because much has to do with the drives which will be used and the types of energy. This event has given us an interesting lesson when you get preparation from the ministry for this. And in my briefing material, it says how many billions we invest in, for example, the hydrogen strategy, the consultancy investment in 20 millions into battery cell manufacture. We're also taking huge investments in microelectronics worth billions. And the 5G, 6G, that's another big issue, again, with billions of investment. I think it's a very positive thing that when we're talking about our bailout package, we're doing more than just rescuing people, we're also investing in the future of industry. But I think something which is much more important than the question of the industrial process for value creation is the issue of what about the interface to the final customer? I mean, products should be thought from the customer's point of view. What Mr. Reger said is absolutely right. If you live in a city, and we've seen a strong trend of people moving into cities over the past few years, and maybe a subscription model may be used. In other words, I've got my car with, I don't know who, Google maybe? And I can just, I mean, my standard is a compact economic car, but when I want to go to the opera, I want an S-Class Mercedes because I feel great. If I go to my DIY shop, I take a Sprinter van or whatever, and maybe I get advertising all the time. And if, maybe I can even buy a pair of shoes while in the car. So it's all this sort of roundabout service. The question is, what about decisions? Who makes decisions? I mean, German industry lives off the great haptic experience and the feeling of driving. But if you have a driverless car which somebody else operates, it's not my decision whether I drive an Audi, a Mercedes, a BMW, or what have you. And I think that this is going to be a true game changer we are going to see. We all believe that the self-driving cars, the autonomous cars will come quickly. 2018, somebody said, then they said 2019. Now we all realize it won't be quite that fast. But if we're thinking this decade, I think we are going to see it this decade. We also see remote operated vehicles. And it's going to get much cheaper too, because for you as a private user, the cost factor is a factor. I mean, there's fixed costs which matters, and if you share your vehicle with many other people, it gets cheaper. I'm really interested in that long term. Well, PR or advertising financed huge contracts for the advertising industry. We've seen that when we're looking at pricing. I've seen that in the last 10 years in the Netherlands, where the judge said, shall we not do toll collect? The road tax thing for everybody. What does it mean for a business traveler like me? I mean, obviously, I travel far more kilometers than my mum, who needs a car to buy herself a crate of water or something. So it's very individual. If I go just by kilometers or service performance and pay accordingly, then for some parts of the population, the effect is going to be very beneficial. I mean, my mum, for example, would pay a great deal less because she doesn't use the car that much. But for me, well, it doesn't hurt me that much because right now I earn quite well and I've got a good job. The company has an interest in making sure I can move throughout everywhere. So that would help balance things. And I think the path into the service society is not necessarily bad. I would like to pick up on another point you raised, namely industrialization or changes in it. Do you think that when it comes to these transformation processes, particularly in this sector, companies have the planning certainty, predictability? You can forget about that. There's no such thing anymore. Well, I mean, from as far as the government is concerned. Well, the government can't order this. Well, the government can decide what to promote, where the money goes. Watch it here as far as promotional funding is concerned. We try to be as neutral to technology, to have a broad portfolio, distribute the funding, because some things won't work, others will work very well indeed. And at the end, the iPhone is, more than 10 years old. We find it hard these days to imagine what life pre-iPhone was. And every year there are such disruptive inventions coming in the market. So it would just be sort of reading the tea leaves if I were to tell you what we'll have in 10 years' time. I know it's a challenge for companies. Companies have to remain agile. And I think a market economy also means that companies sometimes have to leave the market and new companies will emerge. That's why I'm in favor of startups. I'm in favor of open markets, because with the other ideas, which are so difficult, that's very important, because somebody says we're selling as many diesel engines never before in history, so why on earth should we go for these batteries, which will just destroy the other things we do? So these revolutionary-minded people need an opportunity to challenge what is established in new companies. Otherwise, everybody will drive a 4T.
Well, I would perhaps maintain that the question is the wrong question, because what we don't need is planning security, but what we need are certain incentives for startups or for innovative tech companies or whatever it is. I mean, I often find that what we need is to get a fast-track seed investment. So at the moment, with the semiconductor manufacturers and the telephonic companies, I can set up 6G setups. Do I do it here, or do I do it in America, or do it in the US? And this fast seed investment anchor investments and making that go fast here in Europe. That's what's important. And that's not about planning security. That's about an incentive. It's the first anchor. You either put your anchor down in Hamburg or in Austin, and then it's clear where your development segment is going to be built up. And there, policymakers can indeed help. But it's not about me lounging around with my long drink and waiting for the business case to happen. That's not going to happen. And what speaks in favor of doing it in Hamburg at the moment? The development strength that we have here, our engineers. We have top-notch specialists here in Europe. Just to put it in a really abstract way, there is a leading market in Europe, which is the automotive industry, and we can derive from that the functional security of devices. So if I have responsibility, say, for an autonomous vehicle, I'm not going to do it if I can't trust this car. And if my fridge orders 400 liters of milk in the morning, then that's the last time it gets access to the internet. So there has to be trust. There's another leading market in Europe that we often overlook, and that is crypto security. Infineon's, NXP, all the rest of them, Gemalto's, for example, these are the ones that have been on the banking sector for 30 years and really gained expertise. So that means if I give my fridge a passport travel chip made in Hamburg, and if I can give these appliances, the IoT devices, if I give them that kind of security, I want it to be European, unless there's an incentive to do this investment elsewhere, and then it will leave Europe. And sometimes we're just not fast enough. So, and time is of the essence. If this would work well with policymakers, startups would do better. Here's a question from Ms. Hendel, if I can. What can manufacturers do? We've talked a lot about manufacturers. What can they learn from software developers? Well, I think we can each learn from one another a fair bit. In the DNA of a company, either you're heavy on the hardware or heavy on the software, and the way you structure your company will have an impact. If we're saying, every single company basically produces it sort of reflects the product that it's making in terms of its structure, and so it's either hardware or software. And I think the real challenge of the years to come is going to be what kind of organizational forms do we want that can do both and have excellent hardware products combined with excellent software products and put them in the market, because I think the customer interface is going to be the software, so that for us to ensure that we don't have this done elsewhere and we're just the suppliers of hardware. It's important to make sure we have these skill sets above and beyond the automotive industry across the hardware manufacturing industries. What do you think are further major challenges when it comes to transforming the industry? Well, apart from software, you mean? Yeah. I would say within the transformation process, there is an enormous challenge there to do just what I've just said. I mean, we've got very high aspirations to high quality, because security is of the essence. And I think that if you win that battle, you'll win the war, because software is everywhere in mobility. We're seeing higher and higher ranges for batteries as well for vehicles. That's not going to get less, it's going to get more. And then there's the security aspect with autonomous driving, for example, because it's incredibly important that the type of transport that we use is safe and even safer. And we don't want autonomous driving to easily get from A to B. But we see this in the development stages as well. It's going to make driving safer. 1 million people a year across the globe die in cars, and we want to bring these numbers down. So these are some of the most important aspects that drive our work, for sure. But the battles are being fought in software, and hopefully it'll be won there as well. Ms. Wang, what about in aviation? Well, definitely the pandemic has, of course, been a major challenge here. I think what's interesting right now in aviation, it was always part of the business model that
the problems of the industry were ones that people didn't really understand, I think. And I think right now that through the pandemic, there's been a certain disruption where new business models were able to emerge, hybrid models, for example, where, of course, you have to stop and look at what would be sort of asset-light business models. The changing travel behavior of our customers has to be reflected better. So these are the challenges that we're seeing at the moment in aviation. Maybe just to come back to the point that the two gentlemen just made. Who has the customer interface at the end of the day? That's the essential question that I think we're all asking ourselves here. And there are so many different types of mobility, be it on the roads, trains, or in the air. And the question is it going to be the software companies and the startups that will actually aggregate all of these services? Because at the end of the day, at the moment, I think it's the case that every consumer has at least 10 different apps to plan a trip or to book mobility options. And so the question that I'm seeing is this ever going to merge? I think it should join together, it should merge, and that's why I very much believe that the industry as a whole needs to collaborate far more in order to offer a seamless experience to the clients. And what kind of collaboration are we talking about here? What do you think it would look like? Well, we've just launched a value proposition in the rides market. It's called Rides. So basically, it's trying to aggregate all mobility options on one platform. And this is something that we're offering for companies, for their employees. So employees can book an e-scooter, they can book a Share Now or an Uber on one platform, and it's all on one platform instead of having 15 apps on the go. Another example is that we're looking at various different types of sustainability options, and there we believe that an industry-wide solution would really make sense here to make, say, green travel possible. Okay, back to you, Ms. Hendel, if I can get you back in here. So when we're talking about the development of new products and new services, new types of collaboration, what role does diversity play? A major role. I was talking about hardware and software just now. And if we're talking about diversity, it's not just, the question of gender diversity that's so important, but we also have to look about diversity in terms of different backgrounds, different ways of thinking, particularly in mobility. We have to assume that not everyone is represented by sort of urban hipsters who want to try out the latest e-scooter. There are lots of people who have mobility restrictions or who don't feel particularly comfortable on devices like e-scooters. And this sort of limitation is something that we have to factor in. There's safety aspects that are important, too. That's a major issue, where we just have to factor all of these things in and think about it from various different perspectives. So that's the challenge around diversity here. So, yeah, gender equality too, but that's just one part. Yeah, I suppose all of the issues around diversity are major ones. Just the second last question to you before we head towards the end of this session. Sustainability in the aviation industry. What's happening on that front? And how sustainable can aviation be? We're reading a lot about automotive and how it's trying to be more carbon friendly. What's happening in aviation? That is indeed a good question. I think I would break that question down into two sections. So the first would be airplanes are becoming more efficient, they are more kerosene efficient, and they're going to get there, but it's going to take time. So these are not development cycles that we can speed up. But what's important at the moment is something we call the digital side of sustainability. And what that's about is creating greater transparency and to offer more compensation options. And of course, we do this as the Lufthansa Group via Compensate, which is a compensation tool where clients can book flights and compensate for their flights and their carbon footprint.
investing also in more sustainable kerosene and benzene, petrol rather. Yes, we're going to be seeing disruptive changes in aviation as well. I don't think it's going to be able to continue the way it has so far. I think there's a real need to travel both within Germany and within Europe, and the discussion that we're having right now is about the question of should all of this be forbidden. I think between 2030 and 2040, this kind of mobility has to be zero carbon. Major challenge. Not just carbon neutral, though, but also climate neutral. And as the German government, we are investing big time in electric propulsion systems with our partners as well. And we're seeing various different options to have electrically regional aeroplanes as well. And I think this is really the best option for traveling within Europe, because I don't think until 2035 we're going to have one additional rail track. I mean, rail route, really. You know, we've accelerated a great deal. We've reduced all kinds of things. You know, we've basically picked all of the low-hanging fruit. We've involved the courts as well. We need to have clean aeroplanes that can be completely without any emissions. I think planes like this are realistic. If you think about it, 2030, 2035, the industry is suggesting we'll manage it. I think we have to put a lot more energy into making it happen and maybe take some regulatory steps. Well, that would be a very interesting subject. We've come to the end of our time now. And we're going to start with you and just say, what are you personally prepared to do to ensure that mobility of the future is more climate friendly and different? Well, one thing I'd like to change, I have been jet lag free for an entire year now. I celebrated this anniversary. For me personally, that's been an amazing thing. You know, a frequent flyer program is not really a status symbol anymore. I traveled a great deal before, and I had a terrible carbon footprint as a business intercontinental traveler. I want to change that, and I want our employees, and we're working full-time now, really, to try to have a better experience in a digital world now. Everyone had a sense at the start of last year that it just couldn't be done to work from home, to work remotely. But we've set up projects, you know, chip developments, 100 million, 150 million euros worth, and we've done it from home in Texas, in India, in the Netherlands. You know, you've got a kid building Lego in the background and mum or dad in front of the computer doing simulations. It can be done, and we want to make this possible for our employees. So that's one of my big challenges, and it can be done. It's not rocket science. I think for me, it's moving from A to B in a more conscious way, walking, cycling, but also ensuring that all my employees making sure they have various different mobility options and that they're able to compensate. That would be for me. Ms. Händel. Well, I'm going to take the first step today by joining you from home. But to be honest, that's not a huge challenge for me or a sacrifice. It's actually a luxury not to have to travel everywhere. So I think what I would do without is to think about traveling in a more reflected manner. So I think I will be traveling more in the years to come, can hardly be avoided. And I guess that's an important point. It's important to meet people. But I think I traveled a lot in a really unreflected way. And I think when I do start to move around more and to leave the little radius that I've been in over the last year, then I want to ensure that there's more space for the unexpected and for discourses and for unpredictable encounters, because we do miss that. We haven't had very many chance encounters in the last year, and to give that space, that would be good, and not just at my next business trip to have everything planned to within an inch of its life. So that's my plan.
And you? Mr. Jarzembek, well, I haven't flown very much outside of Germany for a very long time. I do think that traveling is a good thing, and we can have a travel break at some point, but of course it expands our horizons, and it's an important thing. My own personal mobility has been pretty low carbon, at least in terms of, cycling as wherever I can. I was in a marathon, and I managed to cycle 500 kilometers in 3 weeks. If I do use a car, which is pretty rare, then I use an electric vehicle with a very small battery and very low energy consumption. And I don't do that just for ideological reasons. It's just because I feel better doing it. And I can just recommend to everyone that you get on a bicycle. Obviously, you don't want to go as far as you would go with a car, but you don't want to go on the routes that you would go by car. You want to find new, fabulous little routes that you can use and discover. Berlin, for example, I did that this morning. It should be fun. It shouldn't be painful. Well, thank you very much to all of you, and goodbye.
Well, welcome. I'm looking forward to a really interesting discussion about a very topical issue which concerns us all, a panel debate about how digitization can pave the transition to a green economy. We know that climate change is probably the biggest challenge that we confront at the moment, and that is directly concerned with the challenge to industry around the world, but especially in Germany and preventing climate change, restricting it to 1.5 degrees, which means by 2030 we have to use 25% less greenhouse gas, and by 2050 in Germany and the European Union we want to be carbon zero. So how can digitization help? I'm going to discuss that today with Iris Blöger from the Executive Board of the BDI. We have Katharina Dröge here, a Member of Parliament for Bündnis 90 The Greens. I'd like to welcome Dr. Dirk Steenkamp, who is Chairman of the Board of TÜV Nord and Chair of the Presidium of the TÜV Association. And last but not least, Udo Lüdke, Head of Central Europe for Atos. And all of you come from the entrepreneurial world, you're practitioners, and have had a lot to do with this issue. Perhaps bearing in mind those listeners who aren't so familiar with the everyday implications, what can digitization do already with regard to climate protection and even climate neutrality? A lot, I think, Mr. Schreiber. Climate protection, I'm sure, is one of the great challenges of our time, especially decarbonization. But digitalization is part of the problem and part of the solution. Why is it part of the problem? Because in the digital sector, more than 4% of our carbon emissions worldwide are actually consumed, which is twice as much as air travel, which is a lot, but that has a lot to do with the computer infrastructure. But they're using renewable energy and there are reductions underway. That's one part of the picture, if you like. In that way, it's part of the solution. So the question is, how can we go a step further? And there are a lot of future-proof technologies there, if you like, the quantum technologies, technologies that will allow us to process big data sets very quickly and gain completely new insights as a result. At Atos, we began on this a long time ago. In 2015, we started on our own research, quantum-based simulations. We don't have our own quantum computation facility, but we can simulate. And in basic research and in areas which we've now entered, where a lot of data needs to be processed, we can make a huge contribution, both on reduction of emissions, but also with regard to carbon sequestration. So quantum technology, where have we got to on that? Well, physics is my background, and I've been working with it for many decades, so it's partly interesting to see what huge progress has been made and also what publicity computing is receiving. I'm a bit cautious about this because we need to say that quantum computing these days basically addresses two core problems. First, there is the combinatory processes that quantum can be used for. Everyone knows traveling salesperson, how do I optimize my routes, for example, logistics, and that way we can save or reduce our carbon footprint a great deal. And the second issue that we can really deal with using quantum technology is decoding coded information, so cryptology. And here we have to say that quantum computers will offer opportunities to break all the records when it comes to decryption rates. I don't want to place too many hopes in the future of quantum computing because implementing a stable quantum computer is a huge challenge in itself. And for me, it's a bit more marketing hype than reality. Ms. Plüger, you were taking notes there about that? Yes, of course. I think it's interesting in this discussion because we often have this debate and ask how far has the technology advanced and what is actually marketing. And we always look with envy at the United States where there was a lot of marketing. When I think of some of those big car concerns, they did a lot of marketing. But at some point, the product was ready for market. We're doing it the other way around in Germany, particularly in Germany, but I think Europe in general. We look very seriously at whether the technology is mature. I can't compete with physicists. I'm a lawyer. But there's a danger that we might enter into a hype phase and say we have a new key technology. Where have we got to as a production base? We're fairly satisfied with what we can achieve with the technology. I went to Silicon Valley last year and there was a lot of respect for our quantum technology there. But like with digital technology, we need to broaden the basis pretty quickly. So do I do that now because I think the product is ready, or do I move slowly and say I need as many applications as possible, I need as much data as possible, I need to be able to use that data? I thought that was really interesting that it's been said here that we've made great progress in quantum computing and that saves a lot of time, but we need to make sure that at the same time we don't lose that time with a huge political debate and of course a debate about a safe legal framework, which sometimes stops us implementing fast enough. You know what I'm going to ask next, don't you? In this context, to Ms. Dröger, because that was a criticism, I think, of the, let's say, speed or prioritization mechanisms in the political community. So where do you think that there is a need to catch up or to improve? Well, of course, politicians need to get faster. Industry is going through two fundamental transitions at the moment. There's the climate neutrality, and there are opportunities and risks there, which Mr. Littke quite correctly mentioned with digitization. Both questions have to be answered, and they have to be answered more quickly. So in federal German politics, we're looking a lot at support for the transition, climate neutral technology for industry. But where can digital applications really help? That's something else we're looking at, to optimize the use of resources. And that's why we are promoting a green IT strategy, which aims at sustainability in digitization. And where is all this energy consumption, streaming and so forth? A lot of energy is being consumed. We need to identify the problems as well in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. And thinking of all those things at the same time, it's an opportunity for politicians, and the biggest mistake we could make would be to have two pigeonhole discussions. We need to think these things together, join up the dots. So if you're going to join the government in the future and take responsibility, what priorities would you immediately set? Well, on the one hand, we're saying we need an investment pact to create the infrastructure for a climate-neutral economy of the future, developing the electrical grids and railway transport and so forth. But we're also offering industry a pact for climate neutrality with support for investment to make technologies competitive. A third flank would be an IT strategy, a green IT strategy, which encourages this joining up the dots between digitization and sustainability, making sure that public procurement is based on those criteria. That's the kind of thing that we could realistically achieve in a legislative period. Let's do an entrepreneurial check there. Is that something that you're demanding, and would that be enough, looking at the competition out there in the world? It would certainly be a very important step in the right direction, I would agree with you entirely. By 2028 already, we want to be carbon neutral, both in terms of our own emissions and the way we help others to separate off carbon sequestration. And looking at our competitors in other continents too, that would give us a huge competitive advantage. I would certainly support that, because I think that digitization and sustainability have to work together, hand in glove. I would agree with you entirely there. We're not just talking about marketing here, we're talking about relevant applications that we can research. There are good examples that we've carried out with companies, with customers, and I do think this must work hand in glove. You mentioned your technology, you're talking about examples. Can you do this a bit more haptically? Quantums are not the sort of thing that people deal with every day either. It's very abstract. Can you give us a couple of practical examples so people can say, oh, I had no idea. Digitization, quantum technologies behind this, or artificial intelligence, what it can do. Yes, a nice example, if you look at grass, meadows, you wouldn't think of quantum technology, but we're looking at processing big data, and that's something you can do with high-performance computers. So grass meadows can absorb a lot more carbon if you compare with trees, for example, in terms of hectare achievement. This is being done on the Atlantic coast, for example, and if you combine that through the Internet of Things, like the Internet of Things, with sensors in the fields and motion data, flow data, for example, how is nitrogen entering water, how much nitrogen and oxygen are being converted and so forth. It helps us, if we measure, we can get a sense for how better to develop those meadows, which means we can answer questions more quickly about the role played by nitrogen fertilizer. I think that's a very tangible example. It's very interesting. How far removed is that from practical implementation and use? Not far. We're researching it. We've been researching on it for some time. Just the IT, the digitization can help us to speed that up, but it's pretty close. We're thinking now already about, okay, where are we going to do this? Where have we got high nitrogen levels? And where would these seagrass meadows help? You just mentioned that you'd been to Silicon Valley. That was interesting, because it would be good to hear your impressions from there. Because from my journalist perspective, I think that in Germany, we're creating a lot of employment with this compared with the United States. But so much is happening in the United States. Is that a correct impression, that the awareness of climate neutrality has generated a kind of boom mood for technology? Well, Silicon Valley, California is not necessarily typical of the United States. We had a different administration in the US at the time that I was visiting, and it wasn't on their agenda at all. That's different with the new administration, and of course we hope that in the transatlantic context we can work closer together, because that's still difficult with some parts of the world. if we see we can reduce our carbon footprint considerably, but other people aren't doing it at all, it's difficult. But it's certainly an opportunity to be a front runner with these technologies because it's so important to our society in Europe, in the United States too. John Kerry was there and he met the CEOs, wanted to talk to them, exchange with them, and I think that's a strong signal. So we're pretty hopeful that in the transatlantic context we can work on things together. Because, of course, if you look at data flow, we rely on creating big ecosystems. Of course, it's not just about marketing. It's also about relatively fast implementation. And so many more things are joined up now. The data space, cloud networking, where companies can also have access. We have the quantum computing technology. Do I have the technology I want there? How do we regulate it? And of course, that's really important, especially for SMEs. So we need low threshold opportunities there. Ms. Drüger, we've just heard about the United States, but come back to us, Germany and Europe. I know you're in the German Parliament, not in Brussels, but of course I would like to know in that context to what extent there is a shared European awareness of these things. Has it changed? Has it improved? When you talk to your colleagues in other countries, how do you see it? I think, fortunately, there is an increasingly shared European awareness of these things, and it's the only chance that we have in terms of our economic policy to think together in Europe. Nevertheless, of course, on economic policy, the German government keeps reverting to more nationalist policies, and Peter Altmaier has tried to develop a kind of parallel German economy on these trade policy issues. We didn't help us when we were trying to forge a joint European policy. For example, in Germany, was talking a lot about antitrust issues that led to friction elsewhere in Europe. It's important that we bear in mind the interests of other European member states, especially when you're looking at big issues for the future, such as a fair transition for industry or digitization. We need shared European know-how if we're going to shoulder that task together. That's why we said we need a Green Deal, European, so that we can invest and finance these things together. So if we're talking a bit about a shift in awareness, I've seen from meetings with entrepreneurs that this transition towards a climate-friendly economy was for a long time regarded by industry as the devil's work. Has that changed? What do you think what opportunities do you think are there for companies? Yes, first of all, I think we have to see digitization and the use of these technologies obviously offers huge advantages for us working from Germany with German industry towards sustainability. Let me just remember that we invented the energy transition, Industry 4.0, and we still believe in Made in Germany. But we have to look and see how, emanating from Germany, we can be champions of sustainability with cutting-edge technologies that we can develop, especially by using our opportunities, whether we're talking about fully or partially automated vehicles, where we need those cloud infrastructures, 5G, 6G, phone networks. We're talking about huge data quantities there, but of course, for partial automated driving, this will play a huge role in reducing the carbon footprint. Ultimately, we want an economy that can shift away from surplus and overproduction to an on-demand industry where digitization plays a big role in the value chains, including three-dimensional printing, moving away from that surplus production towards more customized, on-demand production, only producing what customers really want. And I think that's something that we're talking about too little at the moment. For example, what I find missing in the discussion is a movement towards a European cloud infrastructure. I know with 3X we've got initial movements towards that, but I think any future government here in Germany needs to focus on that so that digitization and data use can be combined with artificial intelligence so that we can tap this as far as possible to save resources and reduce our carbon footprint. Ms. Flöge, in that context, we've heard a plea there about the positive aspects of the transition process, but at the same time it sounded a little bit as though there's a component, let's not say data privacy, it's not quite data privacy, but a lot of consumers are still concerned about these issues. Do you think there's a danger that we're going to have a data privacy debate that will make us shift focus? We don't have many personal data in these implementations, and we're very sensitive about these things here, we know that. But this huge mass of data, product data, process data, which are really important for optimizing all these processes, have nothing to do with personal data. We can distinguish these things very cleanly, and I think it's important in Europe that we have this data space. It's important for mobility blueprints, also for health and for Industry 4.0. It's very important that Europe does this. No question of that. But we really have to step on the accelerator. With Gaia-X, for example, we've been talking about this for some time, and it would be great to have low-threshold access to a cloud network so you don't automatically have to work with those US giants, that there are alternatives out there. In digital sovereignty, we need alternatives, but we always do things so perfectly that it takes us ages. Or look at cloud computing. The government has made 2 billion euros available, but over the space of several years, whereas China makes this amount available every year. So is this enough money? Have we got the right products? Are we quick enough? It took almost a year before the federal German government decided how these 2 billion were going to be distributed around ministries. And to be quite honest, things are moving so fast now, we don't have that time. We have to step on the gas. And in terms of distributing and in terms of regulation. So coming to the BDI as an industrialist association, why do you think they don't recognize that urgency? I think they recognize the urgency, but they're also taking a lot of interests into account. And if as a society we have very ambitious climate goals, we have to work together on meeting those goals. And prohibitions, social balance, this is all important, of course, but we need to get going on the processes. How can we use digitization the best way possible? We don't have time to look with every individual process whether there's some data privacy issue that we still need to clarify. It's an industrial issue. And we need to create the data process that we really need. Mr. Littke, I can imagine, because you were nodding a lot of the time, I'm sure you share a lot of those ideas. Would you nevertheless say that the locations you have and the companies that you're responsible for are on the right road? And this is the right space for you internationally? Can you be competitive? Stay competitive? Here, yes, definitely. We're a global player. We work in over 70 countries, but we feel European. We're number one in cybersecurity in Europe, number 2 worldwide, and we're part of the discussion. And I agree entirely with Gaia-X. We're one of the 22 founder members because we believe in the European idea and we think that this can only work in Europe, and we want to provide impetus of substance. And we think this good political dialogue that has developed then in comes industry, chemicals, the car makers, and we have a lot of little Gaia X vertical units and elements. And the original idea, it's slowed down a bit. We have to ask why. Can't the politicians catch up? We're very much influenced by other countries, and there are a lot of SMEs involved which play a big role in the world. We need to give them answers, standards, platform economies. How do we exchange our data? How do we make it all safe? We don't have to encrypt all the data, perhaps, and we need answers to that, and we need to give society those answers. That was a clear plea to the politicians. It would have been good to have someone from the government here that you could have asked that directly. But let's move ahead a couple of steps. If those things aren't tackled, are we likely to start lagging behind? Or have we got enough in the pipeline? Well, just looking at Germany, we have a huge footprint in the world with our products that we export, primarily export. Something we can do really well is link things together, looking at robotics and process automation. Of course, digitization plays an increasingly important role. And one thing we really must be good at is making sure that the transformation of core sectors in Germany, such as the automotive sector, the car of the future, will have to have a CPU, and that CPU will be the linchpin of the vehicle in the future. For that, I need an operating system that's got to be developed. And for that, I need a chip industry that's able to provide those processors. And of course, they have to be sustainable. They need to use as little energy as possible. And all these future technologies, these cryptocurrencies, for example, have a very bad carbon footprint. Whether you're talking about cooling quantum computers as well, that's another issue. All the cooling you need, that requires a huge amount of energy, and we need to look in Germany to see how we can transform our industry in such a way that we remain cutting edge in technology, but become champions of sustainability globally as well. And that's what we need to advocate. And that means things like standardization. We're undertaking a lot of efforts there. That means the associations play a really important role because they are the organs of interests in different sectors. And only if we do standardization will all the SMEs know where they need to apply the pressure and how they can ensure their technology for future generations. Okay, acceleration, Ms. Dröger, last question. If the Greens do take responsibility in the next government, why would you be faster? What do you want to change? Well, at different levels, of course. With acceleration, we're talking about governments taking action, and it's all about competence. And of course, that competence is mega distributed in the current government structure. So we need to cluster that. We need a digitization task force that really can kick things on as quickly as possible. That's something that the Greens would like to do. And we need clear standards. We need to take people on board. We need to take people with us. It's very important to say that. So we need clear data privacy standards so that people have greater trust in the process. They need to feel that they're not being steamrolled. And that would lead to greater speed with implementation than if people think, oh no, we've got to resist, we don't like the way this is going. And we need to encourage the technologies so that these things are joined up. Climate protection and digitization. Then it'll all be faster. We need to join up the dots and take responsibility together. So what the elections produce, I think, is something we'll all have to wait and see. Of course, it concerns us all. But given that time is running out, I'd better say maybe we can continue this debate somewhere else on another day. I'd like to thank everyone on the panel for the discussion. And for you on the live stream, of course, I wish you very informative, entertaining panel debates for the rest of the day.
Ganz ehrlich gesagt, wir machen die Innovation, die uns in die nächste
To be honest, we're doing the innovation that will take us into the next decade. We are in the world which is an on-demand world, as you would say. I've got my mobile phone in my hand, and at the press of a button, I'll order a pizza or something I would like to buy online, or maybe order a cab. The next 10 years are going to be characterized by a world that will anticipate what I would like to do and automates this. We estimate that 50 billion smart connected devices will be in use in the next 5 years, and by the end of the next decade, it's going to be 100 billion of them. And that's going to be a smart connected car or a smart connected thermostat, a smart connected fridge or robot. All of these devices will need the same components, and it's the semiconductor industry and the software industry that provide them. So we take into account the environment, we think of intelligent instructions, we connect to the cloud to get more information, and we will then send this smart instruction to the arms and legs of our robots. All this is done by the semiconductor industry, particularly here in Europe, and we are using the knowledge from our main plants, functional safety. How can I trust my devices from the automotive sector? We've got a lot to build on. Then also hacking safety. How can I build things that can't be attacked? Lead markets in Europe, and we can carry them from Germany into the world. And with this, we can create the basis for such a change into a world which anticipates, automates, and make my life easier.
Hallo und herzlich willkommen.
Hello, and a very warm welcome to another fantastic panel with three great leaders, women leaders. Leaders Innovation Talk is what this is about too. I'm Katharina Bock, and I would like to welcome three fantastic ladies. One is Katrin of Deloitte, then Nicole Merantix, and also Laura from Corex. Nicole, let's start with you. Where do we stand when it comes to the development status? We're talking about innovation and technology today. What do you think? Where does Germany stand right now? Well, I'm in the field of artificial intelligence, and we simply have to say that right now we are not necessarily in a leadership position, but the good news is we have a lot of AI researchers, I mean, per capita, more than China and the US combined, so more than anywhere else in the world, but we're not getting it into commercialization. There's a bit of a glitch. We'll have to cope with it. What do you think when you're looking into your crystal ball? What will come in the next few years, maybe from other countries, China, US also? Honestly, I hope we'll get it sorted here, that we do our own AI and not just consume others. So that's a challenge to everybody listening and watching, all the decision makers. Put yourself in the position that you can do your own AI, or at least buy it in. And I think there are a lot of interesting use cases, particularly right in industry. Interesting B2B use cases, particularly in Germany, already exist with industry-specific know-how, which I find interesting. And another interesting feature concerns medicine, life science, biotech, genomics, that sort of area. Here we have the advantage that we really rely on data protection, privacy, and we have a value structure alongside which we can develop applications. I'm looking forward to it. Katrin, we've heard of a lot of different interesting areas where technology and innovation play a role. You are with Deloitte, and the idea is workforce planning and analytics in the field of talent. What is this? I tell you with pleasure. As we've just heard, we see that more and more technologies exist in the labour market. We see that more and more technology influences our everyday lives. But equally, we see that these technologies develop increasingly rapidly. As a result, we need more skills as human beings, as employees. And this is what I'm dealing with. That's what is the world of labour of the future going to be like? What do we need for it? How can we be fit for it? And hopefully enjoy and have fun with the work of the future. Well, what will that be like, the work of the future, particularly when we're looking at talent and innovation in combination? I think the world of labour of the future is what people always like to call fluid, but also more diverse, which are the buzzwords. But what's really behind it is, how do we work with technologies in the future? How do we understand them? So what's against us, what's for us? How can we make sure that the unique characteristics we have, empathy, creativity, and so on, how can we use those in a sensible way in order to help shape our everyday world of labour with technologies and robotics? Very interesting. You've started a company which is tackling a very much brick and mortar, literally, industry, the construction buildings. And I mean, honestly, what gets you the title of your company? Well, I've described what is close to me and what I would like to develop in industry, namely that application cases are taken in a very concrete sense and are then supplemented by tools. And the whole sector of tools and construction is familiar to me. My father was a carpenter. My parents both worked in the building trade. So I think there are massive challenges that are going to face us in the future when it comes to adaptation, CO2 emissions, but also in very practical terms, lack of skilled labour. Unless we really tackle this head on and think about what are the application cases to make life easier, nicer, more attractive as well for new possible staff in this area, for workers. And it's something which is difficult for us. We have more or less grown out of the platform age. And I think the future is going to be very much into vertical applications with a sensible and hopefully pragmatic technology as well. That's what we've done at Corax. We looked at, okay, let's say you've got one of the foremen on the building site, one of the central persons there. How can we make him or her more efficient through technology? And right now, when it comes to mechanical engineering, I mean, really getting into niches and trying to get a very specific job description improved with digitization before scaling it up, making sure we can digitize, give a dose of digitization to everyone. How does the sector react? I mean, any change is often linked to fear. How do you see that? I think industry accepts this in a different way than people would expect from outside, because digital in the construction sector isn't new. Since the 1980s, 90s, there are all sorts of digital drawing programs which have been around. So that change is a bit more established. But it means there's a lot of skepticism that the technology now entering the market would really be the solve all elements and hit the nail on the head. So we are not seeing so much skepticism, more a sort of joining in, a commitment and a very invasive look into our work to make sure that what they're spending their time on now will be lasting. They don't want to get into a cycle where whatever was done wasn't useful in the construction side, so they will be less likely to stick with it. So I think a lot has been changed in our sector. It's not as difficult. Now, we've discussed many of the opportunities coming out of digitization. Now, you're an expert as well in AI. Are there any limits to machine learning and AI? Oh, certainly. On the one hand, there are technical limits. There are things that these models simply cannot do well yet. And there's still a lot of development potential. Partly it's due to the amount of data and also the data quality which companies have. Another factor concerns the limits that we want to set such models as a society, as people, as you mentioned. And we are right in the middle of this debate. How do we want to have AI models emerge, used? Do you want to give them our own data? Do you want industry data to be used? And I think it's a very valuable debate, and we're right in the middle of it. And we all need to say something. It's very important that everybody understands this subject because it concerns us all. Ultimately, every sector is going to be affected. How much AI are you using in your own company already? I mean, are there certain processes which are completely automated already? Well, particularly developer teams, obviously many of their processes are 100% automated. Just imagine you build a wonderful AI project. One part is the model where you do a prediction, if you like, and have some sort of decision made, and then all around that, the data are being moved left, right, and centre. It's a bit like a sewage system, if you like. And all of that we try to completely automate so that we can concentrate mainly on the core issues. What about job hires? You've got an excellent management, 50-50. I think you've got 4 founders, 2 women, 2 men, actually. But how is that reflected in the rest of the industry? Does it attract more women talent? Oh, we hope so. There are 2 founders, 2 guys, and they have added Jeanette and me to be on the board. So now we are 50-50 men, women, and more women will be more helpful, if I may put it like this. Because it goes without saying, once it becomes visible that leadership jobs can be taken by women, it gets easier. And we are in the very fortunate position that we have a lot of female applicants. And we are generally pretty diverse in our hiring. I mean, I would like to see more. I'm not happy yet, I mean, clearly. But I mean, looking around, anybody out there who wants to come to us? That was a lovely appeal. Now, Katrin, you do this as well, recruiting, matching in the field of talent for people you work in technology. What do you think organizations need to take into account so as not to overtax their people? It doesn't really matter which technology, but whenever you implement a technology and plan what to do with it, it's important to consider from the very beginning how you will use this technology to facilitate work, make it easier, more efficient, allow people to have more time for other things. So it's really how work is to be designed. We want to think from the beginning that technology is an opportunity. For the past 10 years, we've seen increasing need for technology, but right now there are still paradoxes about. Because on the one hand, we ourselves would like to, if you like, have things all individualized, but on the other hand, we want everything to be community. So yes, as much individualization as possible, as much sort of collective as possible, might be a problem. But we're looking at where does something make sense? Then it's what we should consider. It's the same thing as when you're looking at people, human beings. We love new inventions. We love looking into something novel. On the other hand, much of that will make us feel insecure. So if we're aware of that, we have to put it together. What gives us uncertainty or insecurities are our potential. But it's necessary we have that. So let's offer a perspective to everybody, people, employees, to give them a chance to use their courage, but equally getting more secure by knowing what the next step will be. And I think that's something we need as society. We need to know how to deal with these technologies. We need to discuss, as you said, that we set ourselves up properly and get a good relationship with it. If you go into concrete examples like CVs, that's something where people talk about automation, screening CVs, even automated job interviews via chat box. What do you think of all of that and how far have we got? Well, it exists up to a certain level. But I think what we need to bear in mind, that's the pre-screening on the one hand, but on the other hand, it's also a question of when do people decide? It's not that machines need to do everything, but simple example here. Let's say I need to hire a forklift driver. He or she has to have a forklift driving license. The robot can decide, well, hasn't got that, so not eligible for the job. So it's a question of what we can do. It's not about the totally transparent human being. It's to make sure where can technology make a job easier for us. That was one example. Not just make it easier, but maybe make it better. I mean, maybe it's a moral discussion or at any rate a very difficult discussion, but where in this job interview process can machines do things better than people? I think there are places where maybe the machine is fairer, but above all, the machine can give me more information so I can see what sort of person is this? What do they have on their social media page or pages? What can I look at? So there's simply a database which allows us to make better human decisions, and we have to see where is it possible to look at this. It's very practical, by the way, to upload a CV and to put a link in the profile instead of writing pages and pages of applications where you have to put in everything. So that's a good example, which would make it much easier also for the job applicant. At the Day of German Industry, it's a lot about innovation and technology. What do you think? What changes will there be in the sector you're active in, the construction sector? So what sort of digitization and technology opportunities will exist in the future? In our industry and beyond, I think a lot will deal with CO2 tax. That is going to be a must for us to engage in. I think we won't be able to continue as we are at the moment once the CO2 tax is levied, because there won't be any amortization. It won't be worth it. And an industry which has been hit at so much of the construction sector, they always say construction sector is worst. I mean, we are a sinner here, and so we are urged to use new materials. But if we break this down from a platform model where you see transparency, material flows, logistics processes, and what it all costs, and what does it do to our environment, and then you add tax as well, then you have to see which processes are still viable and which processes need to be simply eliminated, because nobody would be able to afford them anymore. I think that's highly exciting. And it's going to be a massive problem if we don't take that into account at least next year, because demographic change will come into play as well, because that means a new social infrastructure, new housing construction is needed, and we won't be able to serve that unless we take that into account. If I don't have more socially affordable housing after CO2 taxes levied, then I have a problem. Then I won't get the jobs, and I won't provide jobs for others anymore. So I think the CO2 issue is going to be a core around which much will happen and new business models will come into being. Because for me, that's the biggest problem we will have in the next decade. It's almost 9 years only until the climate targets we set ourselves globally. And I think it's going to be a sprint. We won't have the time for a marathon. Well, how do you do that sprint? How do you manage to get that catching up done in the curve before the final straight? Well, it's interesting to see, first of all, where are most of the problems, and then you have to really analyze, if I use technology, what tools are needed? In other words, do I need to make sure that I want to count every single piece of material, or do I have to break it down to the monetary impact? I mean, I think it's a very clear analysis to say, where do we have the highest CO2 use, or to say, okay, some of the large orders from a certain tonnage on, or from a certain, say, emission level, let's take it through a platform, an overarching platform, and then go through another approval process. I think that would be interesting. But as Katrin said, if you've got application examples which increase efficiency, that's a step in the right direction. Because again, you will collate a lot of data, and these data will inform us and help us decide what to do in the future. I think I would start with making things transparent. Anything else would not be smart. Then collect data, then break it down into CO2 emissions where most CO2 is emitted, and then decide where to tackle things first. You said the platform issue is sort of coming to an end. Now, there are also startups that like in Berlin, for example, which deal with this very issue. Do you think that the change in the CO2 area will cover all sectors of industry, or will you see that you are attacked as a specific industry before you do something? I think it's all simultaneously. I don't think platforms are coming to the end. It's just in Germany we haven't proved yet that we are platform leaders. We need to admit that. In many areas, sadly, we haven't quite managed to be as fast as others, even though maybe our products are more sustainable or better. I think that you need a sort of harmony from a platform which is sufficiently open, like Planet Need, which you mentioned, or other segments, and which could have very targeted vertical integration. And I think there are many different examples. We're looking at Personio, Salesforce, and with app stores, connectedness. These are growing. These are growing because today's consumer wants to have a choice. It doesn't want one product that sort of limits them and offers a digital scenario. They want open products. So I think we need a symbiosis of well-working, fast, scalable, easily deployable platforms, particularly when it comes to the German laws governing data protection and privacy. That's quite important. But also in industry, we need to work together with experts and also some of the industry veterans and use them to implement the right application cases. Nicole, you've done something. You set up a campus on AI. Initially, it seems more scientific and maybe a political job. Why have you tackled this? I think in order to pick up on what Laura just said, we actually believe in the power of the ecosystem. And this is also why we've opened the AI campus in Berlin, because we say certainly it needs experts in every sector of industry. It also needs top-notch researcher. It needs startups. It needs investors. I think we need to get them all together, and that's exactly the objective of our AI campus. And quite honestly, we don't want to wait for government and politics, so we went out and did it ourselves. We said, this is what we want to do. It's not that we have any noble political goals. We just thought they weren't fast enough. Actually, what I would say is we need to be much more consistent when it comes to being an industry and working alongside value systems and thinking of ecosystems and business models. And instead, what I notice that we have a lot of very good industry expertise or sectoral expertise in many areas. But when I'm looking at the data, honestly, I would say, yeah, it's all very well and good. But if I buy a car, I don't really care just how the brake works. I care for the vehicle and the use case car. So let us build this ecosystem along the value chain and develop use cases. In other words, you need to connect the various data silos. That creates win-win situations for everyone. And you might also think about the construction sector in the future in such a way, as well as many other sectors. But it needs a lot of courage on part of the decision makers, because it means, oh, well, my colleague from Eastern Westphalia is my competitor, but given the global competitive environment, where we're competing with other continents, maybe it makes a lot more sense to get a few people together, even if they're competitors, and say, right, we're using technology, so I can't destroy all my business process. We have federated learning AI, so we can build things like this without other people necessarily knowing my business secrets. So it's all about saying, right, we come together, we build an ecosystem where all of us will have much more resolute and much more scalable use cases. How supportive is politics in this? Have politicians come up to you and say, what a great initiative, we'd like to support you, and how? I think, yeah, politicians like the initiative very much, but it would have been good to put your money where your mouth is. So I wouldn't have objected if politics have helped fund this. I mean, we've done it all ourselves. It was doable. And it's a non-profit initiative, which we've done. But honestly, I mean, if we want to see more of this kind of thing, then capital has to go there where the ideas are. You just talked about industry sector expertise. Laura, your industry is one where expertise is absolutely necessary if you want to digitize and innovate the sector. How do you see that with politics? Can a political scene help you? Can politicians help, support, promote, maybe drive forward things? Well, intervention in technology, enabling technology, I don't really know what politicians could do here. The issue of outcome, or what is the underlying benefit, which should be monetized as well. Politics can help a lot when it comes to levies and payment flows, so they can see where we have a deficit or where we maybe do too much in some areas. And I believe in this case, application case, yeah, politics, fine. When it comes to technologies, and I don't want to say too much, there are lots and lots of different experts who can have the very transparency that the government can support, but they can implement it. But capital alone would help a lot. But how much knowledge is taken up? I mean, has anybody ever asked you, politicians? Oh, yes, certainly. SPD, FDP, I mean, basically every political party. It's not always possible for a startup to take up all these queries. They are my typical projects for Christmas Day or Boxing Day, but there is a lot of interest, particularly in Bavaria, about what we're doing, perhaps because of our infrastructure and the measures we take. There's a lot of interest in what we're doing. That's great. Now, with a view to the federal elections, talking about talent, what would you like to see? Innovations, obviously, but there are also other things. People talk about the war for talent, so we need to see more talent in Germany. What do you wish politics to do here? I think there are different dimensions to be considered. One is the question, how can we shape ecosystems? How can we use and connect what we have in Germany in a sensible way? It doesn't necessarily have to come from outside. But we need to, for example, do more remote work. And you have to think about what is possible, what is not, of course. But the other question is, the people who we've got, the employers, the employees we've got, how can we give them the sense of certainty that they can keep pace with the future of the work by accepting what we offer them? When we're talking about ecology and everything, questions of machine work, cooperation, machine learning, man, and we're seeing that sometimes it takes about 4 years of somebody working in one job. It used to be 20 years, 30 years of a career in often one company, and you can build on what you've got, but now it changes. So we have to think, how is it possible for us as a society to get into this permanent change where it's just normal to learn from others? And I think politics should support this. Support, you just said. Sometimes I think there's almost a sort of flood of regulation that hits us. I mean, the remote has become very much an issue because of COVID, but as soon as that happened, the people said home office needs to be made mandatory. Employers have to offer remote work. So how much a must and how much a possible is good. Well, I'm a great fan of make what is possible, not make it mandatory. What is possible, after all? If I haven't got anything automated, I'd have to have people drive the paperwork from A to B. Some of the departments work more e-based and technical. That is more easy to do. Another question is, what is a must? Where do I have to enable remote competence? Because some of the specialists we have work on Bali or wherever, but I still want to enable cooperation with them. And I think there shouldn't be really a law imposing remote work, but an option to do it where possible. Because otherwise we end up with a two-class society, which nobody wants. And we end up with the question of what makes sense. And that's what we need to address. Nicole and Laura, perhaps a more political question to you. All the political parties and their manifestos have now been presented. You as employers, what would you like to do? What do you like about the manifestos? What do you dislike, independent of whether you would elect the relevant party? But if you wanted to put together a manifesto from all the manifestos you've read, what do you like? What do you think is innovative? What is forward-looking? Nicole. What I like is, I'm a more sort of liberal-minded person, so it's quite amazing. There's much I liked about the FDP manifesto. I like focusing on the human being, saying everybody is responsible for themselves. I'm not a fan of working with fear and too many regulations. I don't like having too many rules and regulations. You need to have a framework, yes, but generally I believe, as the pandemic has borne out in a beautiful way, the innovative power and strength of people who can kickstart momentum with great education, skilling, technology, research, this is where I would like to invest. And we have some excellent examples like BioNTech, where genuine solutions to problems can be sort of made to work within just a year's time. So that's what I like, greater flexibility for startups, more funding made available for them. Another important issue, particularly for startups, is the question of risk and sharing the ownership for staff. I think it's very important. It should be more attractive for people because it has a lot to do with empowerment for employees. I mean, after all, what can be better than to say every single person in this company here is actually sharing in its success? So this ESOP discussion, which has just been done, is something I think is horrible. But how would you persuade the three of you to go into politics? Because, we need people like you in there. Is it possible? Would you? Laura, what do you think? Well, to answer the first question, I think we need to be free from fear. That's all of us. Share that. If you can turn the fear into curiosity, that would be a first step, because I think that would actually help you, as we've seen in many other social developments in other fields. I think the whole idea of don't wall yourself in, like ESOP, like double taxation, you don't attract talent to fulfill my mission of reaching certain targets if the people are taxed in their own countries, again, for actually making a lot of progress for us here in Germany. I think technology is no longer an issue for just one political party. Every single political party needs to understand and implement it. And if they don't have these experts, they can't write it into their manifestos either. And I think particularly because technology is a means to an end. And let me just say again, the whole question of meaning and sense, and I know I'm sort of repeating this like a mantra, but it's the use cases, right? The use cases that have to be brought on the road. And every single party needs to be able to deal with technology as a matter of course, and then break it down for this area and that partial sector. And the second question, I think the framework condition has been created in a way that works quite well for us so that we can make our voice heard, make proposals, but still remain in our specific areas and continue to experiment, continue to work on matters with all the passion that we have. And I think to have a sort of startup-friendly political corset, it wouldn't help much. And I think many of our startups in Germany wouldn't. But anyway, that is my personal view. So more the extra-parliamentary opposition rather than a member of parliament for you. I think it depends on what we do ourselves. If you can be committed somewhere, I think with every federal elections you have a choice. You can be out on the street and you can argue for the party you support. Thank you very much. Thanks very much, the three of you. I'm sure we will continue in the future for the rest of the program. Thank you.
And welcome back to another panel on this Day of Industry 2021. This panel is called Trust in the Stress Test. How can small and medium-sized enterprises survive the crisis? And so that's really an important issue. We know how important these industries are. We've seen how they've struggled with COVID-19 and the pandemic. And now we want to look at what lessons we've learned. And that's what we want to do in the panel. Welcome to Ingeborg Neumann. I hope that I say it all correctly. You're managing partner Peppermint Holding and president of GV Textil und Mode. Welcome to you. Good to have you here. And we've got Nina Monde as well, who is someone that journalists regularly consult. And we've got Uwe Fröhlich as well, who's the co-chairman of the board, DZ Bank. And finally, Michael Theurer, the deputy chairman of the FDP parliamentary group in the German Bundestag. Welcome to you. So first of all, I'd like to ask Ms. Neumann a question, because as someone from small and medium-sized enterprises, the German Mittelstand, you can give us a sense of what experiences you've had in the pandemic, now that we hope that it's sort of easing up on us. So what conclusions would you draw? Well, as an entrepreneur, this is something that we saw in COVID as well, and SMEs. This was actually our very best year since the company was founded 24 years ago. Things went really well. We had a few dips as well, but also some special effects that meant that we did really well in terms of our turnover. If we look at the fortunes of the industry as a whole, there were upsides and downsides. We're an industrial company working in textiles, so of course we were massively impacted on by lockdown. 50% drop in sales in some cases. And if you look at how those companies are doing, we have to say that's what typical of small and medium-sized enterprises. These are companies that roll up their sleeves and respond to crises. They're agile. That sounds a little bit as if it was your achievement and not so much the achievement of politicians. Well, without what we did ourselves as an industry, we wouldn't have got there. Of course, it was helpful that policymakers, paid economic benefits. We fought very hard for our industry to get the help that we urgently needed. But at the end of the day, policymakers managed to achieve this. But we're really, really glad that, we are in charge of what's happening. And if I look at my own company, we used the crisis. We rejigged our strategy. We upped our game in digitization. And the whole question of sustainability in terms of products was something that we addressed in a very different way. And I think that in our industry, we are really emerging better than we were when we went into the crisis. And so now, I would imagine, you look at a lot at comparative analyses, and you look at the sort of bigger picture. Is this perhaps just an example of one company or one industry, or how would you say small and medium-sized enterprises are doing now generally towards the end of the pandemic crisis? Well, I would say that size and industry are important. We saw industries that had a much heavier burden because of the restrictions, tourism, catering and hospitality industries. But we saw industries that were doing really well, ones that really had a boost, for example, digital companies. And that's something that we saw in the data as well over the course of 2020, that there really were quite a lot of companies and entrepreneurs who never really worried, who responded really positively to the crisis and did really well. And as for politicians, we've heard that, and policymakers, I think these are mechanisms that lead to the lack of confidence not even coming up with the domino effects that might have. And we saw this with a lot of entrepreneur surveys that we carried out in 2020, but today as well, that people weren't as worried as you might have thought. We were astounded when we looked at the data as how strong German optimism is. We always hear a lot of talk about the German angst, but we didn't see that in the pandemic. So that's astounding. I'm amazed, if I can comment that. Now, Mr. Theurer, that sounds as if, when you hear the entrepreneur and the analysts, as if the government did everything right. Well, the companies certainly did a lot right. The fact is our GDP dipped, and the COVID-19 pandemic and the restrictions that we had to put into place and had to sort of have public health interventions from the state, I think there would have been a dramatic dip. And now we have different economy. I mean, we can see in the economy that there were some sectors that did well. There were others who were massively impacted on by the restrictions. And without them unbureaucratically receiving compensation, there are 14 or 15 different aid packages out there, and there's no complete compensation, for example, of entrepreneurs' earnings. And this is why we've said that the workers' wages have dropped by 1.5%, whereas entrepreneurs have gone down by minus 7.5%. And at that point, we say there should have been other measures. For example, a lost earnings rollover that could have had a better effect and that wouldn't have impacted so much in competition, because competition and open technology programs are important if we are to generate jobs and get the economy going. So we'll come back to a minute, but I just have a question to Ms. Neumann now, because you were pretty positive on the whole about how you emerged from this time. I mean, you will have applied for the COVID-19 aid packages without wanting to look at your books in any detail, but what was your experience with that? We didn't actually apply for it, but the industry did. 50% drop in earnings, and from one day to the next, no earnings. Companies are internationally active, but suddenly you couldn't earn money anywhere in the world, at least in the analog structures, because lockdown was in place. And if you look at our industry, you can say that, yes, e-commerce wasn't nearly as far along as it was, and you wanted to keep it that way because you had good trade relations, and it was a model that worked. And then, like I said, companies just rolled up their sleeves, invested big money, drove up their e-commerce, and then over the course of the crisis, actually earned far more through e-tail. We were between 20 or 30%, and at the end of the crisis, we were above 60%. And that's not going to change. I can't imagine that's going to change big time. Certainly, if you look at the opportunities again, we have to say there was really something good in it. To use that time to just accelerate the whole e-tail. I don't think we would have dared to gone so fast. Well, let's stay with that for a moment. We've just heard from Mr. Theurer that innovation at the end of the day, after the crisis, I'm hearing policymakers, they keep talking about a reset. It sounds as if we don't even need that. We don't have to get things going from scratch in that sense. Mr. Fröhlich, what do you think it's really about, and what mechanisms are helpful to get a boost to innovation? And what have we got in the toolbox? Well, the business model is important, and the opportunities linked to it. So investments are only undertaken if there's a business case for them. And to look now at some of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the impact on the accounts of our clients, we carry out a survey for SMEs, and we heard just what the two ladies have just said as a more optimistic view of the future. But the pandemic also had some negative impacts in terms of their earnings. It would be an illusion to ignore the impact it's had on earnings. We believe that SMEs who have good capitalization, who have, say, 27% equity before the crisis, maybe dropped 1% in terms of their own equity in the pandemic. So essentially, SMEs are able to foot the bill for investments. Of course, it depends on which sector you're talking about. It has to be one that is sustainable. But even in the crisis, each company has to respond to a crisis with creativity, using digitization to try and sell their products. And if you had deficits before the crisis in this regard, you will have felt the pain of the crisis much more strongly. And so I think it's really clear that you've had to separate the sheep from the goats here. And as a bank, we look long and hard at how sustainability is regarded by our clients, what innovation steps are planned with our clients in order to maybe catch up a bit here and to orient themselves on what's going to happen after the crisis. Now, we'll talk about this with Mr. Theurer in a minute, but I saw that Ms. Neumann was nodding away and wanted to say something. I hope you didn't get me wrong here. Obviously, we need to have a restart. We need an investment in digitization sustainability because that costs big bucks. And in order to be able to get that kind of money, we don't need more burdens. What we need in the area of sustainability is actually economy and ecology, and the two have to be dovetailed in a smart way. We need good framework conditions that make it possible for us to develop innovations that we can sell on the markets. And the way we're set up now, it's just not enough. There needs to be a lot more. I say, what about trust? I'm hearing a sense of, confidence in the political sphere here in Germany. During the COVID time, I filled out all of the surveys, and in the newsroom, I really read a lot of these in the newsroom, and confidence in the government was a big issue that came up. Citizens' confidence in the government, for example. What about entrepreneurial confidence in policymakers? Where would you say we are now? Can you gauge the mood? Well, I think before COVID-19, we had a lack of trust in politicians more and more, and I think as the FDP, we have pushed for these decisions to be made by parliamentarians, for arguments to be exchanged about how to manage the COVID-19 crisis in the parliaments, because we're seeing all these conspiracy theories being bandied about, some that have questioned the danger of the virus. And there are some SMEs where their equity was really consumed, for example, in stationary retail, freelancers, catering and hospitality. We've just seen that more and more people have decided they have to pursue a completely different career because they just don't know when their job is going to get going again, or their sector is going to get going again. And for that, there needs to be higher profitability than these industries had before the crisis. I mean, I spoke to a major hotel chain who had 20 million euros debt. After the lockdown, they had 100 million euros in debt. And the owner, early 50s, said, there's no point starting in my life. I am never going to be able to pay back this debt because we used to be fully booked. I can't increase the booking levels, can't reduce the personnel costs, quite the opposite. You can't get the staff. If we want good people, we have to pay them well, and we do that. So to increase profitability, there's only one leverage point, and that's the state. The state has to dismantle red tape and ease the burden on taxes and charges so that we can compete globally. And that's what has to happen now. So state investment, financing through loans, that's not the way forward. That's why, as the FDP, we believe that the fiscal wriggle room that we have has to be used to ease the burden of taxes and charges on entrepreneurs. For example, the Supply Chain Act, which has generated huge amounts of documentation because you have to prove everything across the board, and we're against that. Okay, well, thank you very much. This was a heated debate. We'll talk a bit more about that in a moment, but I have a question to Janina Mützer. Trust, I can imagine that confidence, this is an ongoing issue for you. Can we refer to this or break it down in terms of business and companies? Yes, we have the advantage as a company that we are surveying in real time. We have these lovely curves that you can see over the course of the pandemic, and we could track it really well. And there was so much dynamism in it. Certainly in the decades before, we never saw this kind of movement in the curves. I mean, the good news to everyone who still believes in the basic tenets of this state is that the confidence was actually very high in the policymakers across the pandemic, that which contradicts a little bit of what we are sort of hearing, what's happening online, maybe out of our own echo chambers. But basically, confidence in policymakers only started declining a little bit when the second COVID wave came up in autumn, and people's frustration levels were just increasing, and there was a certain unhappiness. And we could see this in the first wave of the pandemic, though, for example, across the summer, there was a sense that it was being really well managed, the pandemic. That was the view. So comparing where we are now and looking at innovation and the future, what's more important from your perspective? Is it now and looking ahead, or what's important? Well, if you're involved in public opinion surveys, market research, you're always interested in what's happening now. You have to ask people, what do you think is going to be important in the future? And if you ask the entrepreneurs in Germany, then it's what Mr. Toy said as well. The biggest concern that companies have is that they're not going to get the skilled workers that they need, who are sufficiently qualified. And that's a concern that's articulated much more often than the lack of innovation that may be there. Now, Ms. Neumann, you're representing a sector here, but I'd be interested in what you think is the case in your sector. Well, not getting the skilled staff is a major problem, because we need lots of different skilled staff. We need digitization staff. These are people who have a completely different skill set, different training, different qualifications. We don't have them, and they're rare. Yes, we need them. And then if you look at sustainability, for example, we have to have more sustainable business models. We have to have a sort of cyclical economies and carbon neutral technologies. So we need different people than we needed before, and there's a real competition for these minds, not just in Germany, but all over the place. Yeah, it's not just in the industry and in Germany, but it's internationally as well. What do you think, Mr. Theurer? What does Germany have to do to be able to attract these minds if we are supposed to keep up in terms of innovation? It is really true that a scarcity of skilled workers is a major issue. Then there's the problem of red tape, bureaucracy in Germany, despite all of the efforts to try to make progress here. I mean, if you basically want to be clear about it, there have to be sort of net objectives for each new act, and then sort of reduce 2 of every 5 that you have. Otherwise, you just end up with so much red tape. We, as banks as well, we just get stuck and bogged down with it all. And another thing that we have to discuss, maybe in the textiles industry, it's not such an issue, but in the economy as a whole, what we're seeing is that through the increase in costs of resources and the pressure on suppliers, we're seeing that our customers feel they have to jack up their prices, but that can impact on inflation as well in Germany. But at this point, I'd like to support Mr. Theurer and say that we need framework conditions that are innovative and that support entrepreneurial spirit. And as well as the state responded during the pandemic, just as important as that is that the state pulls out slowly but surely, because we're starting to get a sense where everyone sort of thinks the state can do everything. And if you have certain financial politicians believing that they also are omnipresent and have all kinds of rights here, so there needs to be a sense of the market recovering, and not just sort of think that we have to keep regulating everything for 5 years' time. So I think you're preaching to the converted in this group here. I'm seeing everyone nodding here, but just one question that I have for you here. You know, sort of reducing red tape, increasing digitization. Here's a question. You know, digitalization is hardly anything new, but let me ask you what you think are the first steps that need to be taken as somebody who carries out innovation and funds innovation as well in a bank. You know, say we have a new German government in autumn. What would you say are the 3 things that have to be done? Well, I think we have to look beyond Germany, maybe to Scandinavia, to the Baltic states, and have a look at the e-government functionalities and in how long it takes to get planning permission and how long it takes to get applications through. I mean, they're really a benchmark, and we're not good in Germany. We have to say that, as painful as it is. In the pandemic, maybe we would have wished to have a bit more digitization in the public health authorities. I hope that's happening by now. But, you know, the state has to throw money at the problem and look at how it can get better in the area of digitization. Otherwise, every single sector has their own challenges here. The platform economy plays a major role. You know, how in today's world, tomorrow's world, will I reach my customers if everyone is in their own world on the internet, and sort of classic retail, at least in terms of bricks and mortar, are just losing their importance. Now, we haven't got anyone here from the government here, unfortunately, so I'm going to ask a question to Mr. Theurer, who I imagine will be critical. If we hear that digitization has to be addressed here, it's not a new issue. Why hasn't it happened? Well, the FDP was, you know, digital first, think second, but I think that everyone in the pandemic suddenly noticed that they need to be able to register where they're living and, you know, deregister a car or register a car. This was a major problem. And you just couldn't do it. Or digitization of the healthcare sector. These are major issues as well. And many people just say it's down to the federal structures here in Germany, but I think it's also a question of mindset. And so we're really hoping in the future that in all of the governments, there are digital ministries set up, because digital transformation officers are something that you find elsewhere as well. You know, people who on a high level deal with this. But apart from digitization, I think we have to talk about digitization and technologies as well. I mean, you talked about the question of financing. If you look at the example of vaccines, you know, these are medium-sized companies. BioNTech is a medium-sized company from people with an ethnic minority from the university, but CureVac is too. And if you look at these two examples here, they're taking entrepreneurial risks. You know, everyone knew how hard it is to carry out clinical trials to get a vaccine approved. There's no guarantee. And some people are saying that, why did the state get involved in CureVac? But I think the real question is another one. How are we in terms of our biotechnology and pharmaceuticals industries here in Germany? I mean, BioNTech harnessed a major U.S. pharmaceutical company, Pfizer, to help them, and CureVac had its troubles getting a partner. So I'd like to know whether or not in Germany, high-tech companies like these two can be financed here in Germany through investors in the country. And these are the major challenges. So the question is, how can we do really well in Germany with companies like these? So now we're talking about politicians and bankers here, but Ms. Mützer from Civi, I've got a question for you here. Maybe from another perspective. Now, a fair bit of money in benefits was passed on during the crisis. But what sort of perception do you think there is in terms of the public at large about business? You know, has the public's view of business changed over the course of this crisis, would you say? Well, I'm afraid that the public was far more focused on the state, because it was the state that really subsidized companies, you know, paid benefit. There was short-time work compensation for people that was paid quite quickly. And so there we saw increased confidence in the government, not so much in companies. I wouldn't say no. I don't think so. I think this is a very selective conversation that we're having here, but it's not one that's necessarily reflected.
Ms. Neumann, I'd like to start looking ahead now. What would interest me is when you meet young people who are thinking about starting up a business, would you say to them, this is the right moment, or what would you say to them? Well, I invest in textiles, but I've also got 2 venture funds. So since 2000, I have been working with startups. I've been funding them with money of my own. So to me, setting up a company, if you want to, if you've got a good team, if you've got a good technology, then go for it. It doesn't really depend on time. The time is definitely better than when we started in 2000. There's more money around. The teams are better trained. And at the moment, a transformation is underway in digitization, and especially in this digital transformation in B2B, where we're seeing fantastic companies that are setting up now and have terrific valuations, looking at Munich, 10 billion before the IPO. If you have a good company and a good product and a good idea, then do it. Be brave. Fight for it. I think the framework is a lot better than a few years ago. You're bubbling with enthusiasm despite the pandemic, which is great. But I'm going to pass this on to Mr. Tauber, because analysts sometimes say, and I'm sure they're talking about the SME sector, but there are individual self-employed people as well, freelancers who are entrepreneurs but are treated differently and whose conditions are very different. Is it important to make that distinction, or what feedback are you getting? I would completely agree with Ms. Dollmann in one point. We say yes, in Germany we want startups, we want these young companies. Above all, we want entrepreneurs. There are millions of companies now who are looking for people to take over the baton. And the entrepreneurs are the heroes and heroines of our society, in the eyes of the customers too. But I think we need a different approach that's technology neutral. I don't think someone in the government has a better idea of what products are going to be successful in the market in 2030 onwards. That also applies to climate issues. But I think the framework could be better. If you look at Estonia, you can set up a company within 24 hours digitally, but not here. I think we've got a lot of homework to do as a state. Legislators and the government must deliver so that it becomes easier for these startups. I think that was a good comment, not necessarily an answer to my question, but I could see others nodding. You asked me about the self-employed and freelancers and so forth. Of course, it's a huge spectrum. You can't generalize, but there are huge opportunities at the moment. So I would say yes, but the business model must be valid, must be robust. Would you like to come back on that one? Two things, yes. It was a lot harder for individual self-employed people. It's been a lot harder in the pandemic. They didn't get help as quickly as they needed to. I'm sure that's different from SMEs, but of course I'm really enthusiastic about startups. I did a startup myself 6 years ago. It wasn't by chance. I don't come from an entrepreneurial company. I didn't have the network. Nevertheless, it worked. We're a good employer. We have 90 people now working for us in Berlin. We've been digitizing a sector. The sector was very analog-based in market research. And if I hadn't had a couple of chance events in my life, I'm sure my life would have been different. That doesn't only apply to me. That's why it's so important that this competence in technology, this desire to be an entrepreneur, we need to start that in schools to encourage equal opportunity in the field. I've made a note about that because I'm familiar with that from the United States, where young people are taught a lot earlier what you need to do. And we need to integrate that into our education system. I think you've already mentioned that. Mr. Fröhlich had another comment to make. I'm enjoying this dialogue. I don't want to interrupt you. I always believe that it's the right time to start a company and that we need a lot of company. But if you look soberly at the statistics, we see that the number of startups last year fell by 12%. I'm sure that was partly to do with the pandemic. But let's look to see where innovation's coming from in the German economy. If you have to file a patent first, then unfortunately it's clear the SMEs won't be making the progress. It will be the 20 big companies in Germany, and that is an issue because ultimately German SMEs are responsible for more than 40% of socially insured jobs. So that's a huge economic responsibility, and that's why we need to foster the innovative power that's out there. We haven't even touched upon the tax system today, even if it's at the back of all our minds. And of course, if we want to encourage startups, tax law plays an important part. So for new entrepreneurs, there is a sober recognition that we are one of the high taxation countries among OECD countries, with over 30% corporate taxation bottom line. The average in the OECD is 23.5%, so the state needs to think about that and generate a different fiscal framework so that we remain attractive to these people with good ideas in Germany. Ms. Neumann, I'm sure that you would want to come back on that one. Yes, just on SMEs. That's another issue that's close to my heart. We know that very often startups like to work with SMEs, but that's a new issue. It's partly because they want access to money, but it's also to draw on the competence that they already have. SMEs are out there looking for partners because if you're talking about innovation, because you can think about whether you have the innovation in your company, how you motivate it, there are different models. But our experience is that if you work with startups, then at least you're familiar with the networks and the technologies. What's going on? What are people talking about at the moment in my sector? Because it might disrupt me at some point in the future or even destroy me. And that's why it's important to be part of these networks. I can only recommend it. We can see it in Berlin and in technology companies that is very much in favor. Just to finish, Ms. Mützer, as an analyst and an entrepreneur, about the stress test, is crisis the right word? We've seen that there are very different standpoints here. There were companies and self-employed people who were hard hit and others who weren't at all. And I think the trend is that digital business models have received a tremendous boost and more visibility right across the population, something that wasn't the case before. I think all of us know somebody in the family that we wouldn't have thought capable of taking part in a Zoom meeting a year ago. But most people are using it now for private purposes too. And I think this necessity that digital is talked about, we'll see it after the elections. We're seeing it from our statistics. This is something that people have really felt in the last 16, 18 months. That was a good conclusion, but I need to say something about that because I had an incredible experience. My father's 83 and he attends the university every week for a lecture. Now he's doing it on Zoom. He taught himself. So that's the best confirmation for what you just said, that we're demanding a lot of people, but sometimes we're quite surprised at the skills that people do display. Thank you very much for this very stimulating discussion, Ms. Neumann, Ms. Mützer, Mr. Fröhlich and Mr. Theurer, and I hope everyone on the stream enjoys the rest of the day. Welcome back to our last session today. We're talking about the circular economy. Resources are not infinite, we know that. But how can you create a closed material loop? Who needs to be part of that loop to ensure sustainability? These are questions that we're going to be looking at. And to make this clearer to us, we have a study to put to you about the challenges and best practices of circular economies. I'd like to welcome Tom Schiller, who's Managing Partner of Clients and Industries at Deloitte, and Holger Lösch as Deputy CEO of BDI. And you're going to be summing up, I think, the most important insights. Shall I begin then? A circular economy is a concept a lot of people are using now. It's beginning to flesh out now, and that's important. It's something that a lot of people associate with recycling, waste, but it's much broader than that. And if we look at the challenges that the world has with up to 10 billion people in a few years and climate change, we'll see that it's not enough to reduce carbon emissions. We've also got to think about our resources and deal with them very differently. So in the future, declaring resources to be waste is a big mistake. So we got together with Deloitte and discussed doing this little study to look to see where the potential lies and what a circular economy is. And a lot of interesting things came out of that. One thing, something we can see very clearly at the BDI, is there are a lot of opportunities, but a few risks too. Of course, companies need to adapt, sometimes considerably, in their production methods. That's always a challenge, but I think it's inevitable. And there are opportunities. because if we assume that the world needs a circular economy on a big scale, that we need the material flows to be closed loops, technology won't be enough. It's not enough not to do a list of things. 10 billion people will want things. They will want to use things, they will want to buy things, and they're going to need resources. So it's not enough for people to consume things and then throw them away. We have to put them back into the loop. And closing that loop is sometimes very simple. Think of paper recycling or other things, but it can also be really difficult where big technologies are involved, big economies that need to be circular. So the studies showed us some interesting insights. It's shown us what potential is hidden there. There are also a few things that surprised me, because of course if you have a lot of material flows which we can close in our own economy, we bring a lot of energy emissions into our country to deal with all this, and those emissions are created elsewhere. But this is at least as important an issue as decarbonizing. And it could be a tremendous opportunity for the German economy. So thank you to you and your team for working with our team very hard on this paper, and for the fact that we can now present it to the TDI today. We really enjoyed doing it. We've seen that the circular economy is more than just recycling. The idea is to prevent things being used, to avoid losses of material, and it's relevant to products. We have to look at the entire value chain. We have to look at product design, and sometimes at the business model that underlies it. So this isn't just about a line from A to B. I produce something and sell it, and that's the end of the matter. So that's why we thought about a study to see what the market potential is. And we looked at 4 major issues. That is the value chain as such. Then how do we use resources? Then at the end of the day, the various effects of different factors that we can introduce, and then the import-export issue. Let me just present 3 findings, perhaps not so surprising. We're not going to end up with a zero situation. We're always going to lose some material. But we still have a lot of potential, perhaps less, as we've said, in terms of paper or lead, because everyone collects paper at home. About 2/3 of our secondary resources are already being reused. There's a little room for improvement. But what about plastics, building materials? That's at the bottom of the chart. There's a lot more potential there. And if you look at all the materials here, we can look at 10 to 15% improvement in the next 10 years. And then we have another effect, that the imports, the primary resources, will probably fall by 10 to 30%. So that will mean a shift. We'll see a shift in the use of resources. The second effect, and this is probably important for Germany as a location, is the value chain. We can see on these core issues where we have secondary resources available that will have a greater gross gain, about 12 billion compared with 7 billion in the past in terms of euros. How many jobs does that mean? Is that 70,000 jobs that we can create? That would be a very positive effect. And then something else that you mentioned, Mr. Lösch. If we say, what does that mean for the carbon balance? We have an effect that, of course, in countries where those resources are mined or extracted, processed, we'll see a big saving of about 4 billion tons of carbon emissions. On the other hand, Germany will be winning out of this value chain. There'll also be more carbon emissions, let's say 9 million tons. But altogether we'll be saving about 5 million tons altogether. And the gut conclusion is, if we quantify it, we have to look at the entire value chain. And above all, this is really important, we need to look globally at the value chain, because effects that we can produce here might bump up the carbon footprint elsewhere. And I think that's the core message from our study. Well, that's really interesting, and I think we'll go a bit more into detail during our panel discussion. But perhaps I could ask a few questions about the study first. You said that recycling can't always be done. There are some products that can't be recycled, they're just not available. What kind of products are those? Well, from the statistics that we showed, you can see above all with plastics, we have a low recovery rate. Now, of course, plastics are complex. There isn't just one plastic. There are thousands, if not millions, of plastics with a lot of additives inside them. So it's not simple to put those to a new use. You have to break those plastics down, perhaps using pyrolysis, so considerable technological input, and right across the value chain, you have to sort the plastics, segregate them, and that can be very complicated. But technically, it's increasingly possible. Why is it important for the competitiveness of the country? I think you've jumped ahead there. I think that's important in 2 points. All other things being equal, without influencing innovation, because we can't quantify that, and looking at the carbon balance, there'll be a change there, because it depends on your energy mix, and that's going to be different in 10 years. And those 2 factors are both going to add to the positive impact. That has to be borne in mind. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Schiller and Mr. Lersch. Mr. Schiller, you're going to stay with us, aren't you? Let me just sum up, because I think these points are particularly important. If you're implementing a circular economy, you need 2 things. You need closer collaboration with suppliers, waste management and customers, but you also need a clear focus, because not every product can be recycled. That's 2 important points that I'm taking with me from the study. Thank you, Mr. Schiller. And we've got some other people joining us in the studio too, another 2 guests, or in some cases remote. We've got Miki Roygama at Tech Founders and Johannes Kirchhoff at Kirchhoff Ecotech GmbH, and we have someone here from Steinert GmbH and Dr. Irena Feiger as well from Circular Economy Initiative at BMW. So, welcome. I have a question for you all.
Ganz einfach der Zahnputzbecher, den ich heute Morgen genutzt habe.
Okay, das war einfach für Sie, Frau Yokoyama.
Ich habe der wiederverwendbare Kaffeebecher bei mir.
Sehr gut, okay. Verschiedene Beispiele. Herr Dr. Kirchhoff.
Wasser.
Wasser, auch wichtig. Frau Denz?
Bei mir war es das Bett aus Metall.
Metall.
In my case, it was the bed from metal. And Ms. Feiger, what was your... the toothbrush. But I don't find it that easy to define just what the circular economy actually is. Because, I mean, do we include raw materials that are renewable, yes or no? I think in case of many products, we don't really know whether they're part of a circular economy. Where do they come from? There's a lack of transparency. When I think about this, I mean, was there maybe more than the toothbrush? Maybe yes, maybe no. I think it's extraordinarily difficult for the consumer to know what they use and how the products are manufactured. That's an important point, transparency. I think that should be addressed, yes. Ms. Dentz, a question to you.
what's the role that the circular economy plays for climate neutrality? Is what we're discussing really important? Yes, what Dr. Schiller said really fits the bill here, namely, which are the materials that can be recycled. I'm working for mechanical engineering. We're doing sensor sorting technology, particularly in metal recycling, and looking at metal, there are materials which have often been in the cycle for a long time, particularly with metals. When we're looking at aluminium recycling, though, and other secondary materials, if you want to use those, you need 90% less energy in the manufacture of the product. And that alone shows what a positive example this is for how the circular economy, climate protection go together. And from my angle, we also see this in the field of plastics. For every ton of plastic, between 1.5 and 2 tons of CO2 are emitted. And of course, if we have more of a circular economy there, and there is a lot of room for improvement, then another 1 or 2% CO2 share for Germany's overall emissions can be saved. That's my view. So huge potential. Dr. Kirchhoff, coming to you. Kirchhoff Ecotech, the valuable resources are rarely recycled, as we've heard, and in some areas very difficult. What are your visions and concepts for this at your company? Well, first of all, the point is we want to have a processing system which is open to technologies. That's what really counts. Germany has excellent mechanical, chemical, and thermal processing technologies. We need to use them in combination and don't exclude anything. We know that any material can be put into the circular economy. With energy, it's more difficult, although I could give you an example, but materials are used but not used up. And if we're looking at all the different treatment and processing technologies, there are far more materials we can use in the circular economy than we're doing now. I hear that with everything. The potential is huge. Ms. Yokoyama, startups, young companies, which really are in favor of circular economy. I think startups can obviously commit to the circular economy in many ways, both in terms of the business model, also in the way of technologies to be used, or using side products or waste. Traceless is a Hamburg-based startup, for example. They're using residual material coming from agriculture in order to make a biologically degradable and acceptable alternative plastic. That would be one example. Or Made of Air, that's a Berlin startup. They're using biomass and have pyrolysis in order to produce CO2 negative material. There are other excellent examples, though. For example, promoting material exchange. There is the Clean Hub startup. They have developed a new approach for making the reprocessing and reuse of plastics more possible. They have a new marketplace technology, a fair marketplace technology startup, or another example to promote longer-term product cycles. In other words, to use products for a longer period, and anything that's broken isn't just thrown away, but repaired. Fix First is the name of the startup, which developed a treatment where maintenance and repair work can be improved. And I think startups have wonderful ideas that are really worth it, and they can be scaled up fairly quickly, and they have to be put into the economy. I think we need a great deal more cooperation and more of an incentive system so that such new models, technologies, business models can be used. A brief supplementary question. The idea of the circular economy, is that part and parcel of startups from the beginning? Is that something you notice? Oh, absolutely. I think we've noticed a huge sort of upswing. There are far more companies dealing with these subjects and developing new models and actually looking in a targeted way for cooperating with politics and business. It's sometimes difficult for them because they're more hardware intensive, which for startups is more difficult to really get going. But we do see an immense flourishing of such models, and there's a lot of interest on the part of young people to contribute to CO2 savings and to come up with new models and to achieve progression here. Well, Dr. Schiller, coming to the automotive sector, what in BMW is sustainability in industry? What do you think? Well, in industry, CO2 is, of course, a big factor, and we're doing everything we can to avoid CO2. That's very clear. But the whole idea of sustainability is always restricted to CO2, and that falls far short of the mark. We have to look at all of the circle in the circular economy we have in industry. We need to look at what is happening if we are extracting primary raw materials. It's only if we look at the system as a whole and try to avoid primary materials as much as we can, in other words, to use as little primary materials as possible, only then will we be able to avoid negative downstream effects. Our objective very clearly is to focus primarily on CO2, that goes without saying, but apart from CO2, we also want to say we reduce the use of primary materials wherever possible. And we said secondary first. And what this means is that our engineers, for example, are also asked wherever possible to rely on the use of secondary materials. So they also need to screen the market as much as possible in cooperation, as was mentioned, and use secondary materials. And if possible, of course, without any material quality losses. That goes without saying. We can only use secondary material where we can guarantee that 100% quality. In other words, that the secondary material is as good as the primary material would be without loss of quality. And that is quite possible. We can use different materials which can have a very strong impact, where I can show, right, this is something which has already been used, but doesn't mean it's any worse in the design, for example. Maybe it can be a selling point. If I could pick up on what you said, you're talking about raw materials, and you know, plastics is often the material of choice when it comes to vehicle construction. How much engineering plastic is there in a car, and how far can you go? Well, plastics, different types, make about 70% of the total weight of a vehicle produced by us. And there are different ways of, on the one hand, reducing the use of plastics and replacing it with bio-based materials, i.e. regenerative materials. I also try to reduce the amount of composites. In other words, those plastics that are difficult to recycle. But our main issue isn't so much plastics, it's metals. Metals are much more important because metal also contribute the greatest share to the weight of the vehicle, and they produce the largest CO2 emissions. So we need to look first and foremost to make sure we put metals into the circular economy. The plastic we use, actually most of it is reused in one way or another. So the problem with a car isn't that the materials aren't reused. What we have to focus is that materials go back to us, that we use materials that were part of our cycle before. That's the big challenge. And even according to the current legal situation, 95% of a vehicle is recyclable. That includes thermal recycling processes as well, of course. But ultimately, the main issue for us, the big challenge, is to make sure that we can use material that has already been used back into our cycle. And that's a big challenge because our quality demands are very high. So, for example, the quality grades for metals are really high. Our requirements are huge, also when it comes to the steel used in our vehicles, and we can't waive that. So we have to make sure, together with our suppliers, how we can make sure that the materials are separated in better grades. Contaminated steel is one example. Contaminated steel results if you have different types of metals in a shredder in melted form, and then you have a steel contaminated with copper, for example, and that is a quality problem. So when I design a car, I have to look from the very beginning that sooner or later you go and recycle the materials. So you have to make sure that whoever does the recycling can separate the metals in such a way that you get top-grade steel and that you don't have contaminated metals. So I have to look at what is it I purchase, but also how do I build the car so that in the end it can go a closed-loop process. I think that's a big challenge for the automotive sector, Dr. Feige. Dr. Schiller, coming to you. Are there examples for the
holistic use of materials in a circular economy. Are there good examples? You see in the beginning, you see in paper. Paper has a huge reuse factor. And it's pretty basic in a sense. Dr. Feiger said something at the beginning. He said the product wasn't the big problem in the automotive sector, but I think when it comes to consumer goods, the product is the problem, because when it comes to the consumer section, you buy in products cheaply and you don't do it with a view to recycling. And product design is ultimately the be-all and end-all, which decides on any later reuse. And as Dr. Feiber said, it's a process behind it, so that you have a separation according to grades and no contamination. That's very important, particularly when we're looking at grades where you have an even higher plastic share, where that is much more difficult. But I'm also working on this, and there are lots of startups dealing with the matter. I think the whole economy has to move from the linear into the circular economy. That's the transformation we need. There are many good ideas, but it's not yet a holistic approach. Ms. Yokoyama, would you agree with that statement? From line to vertical? Absolutely. Does Germany have the potential to become a provider of such technologies? Is that for me? Yes. Oh, certainly, I think so. I think the big problem is, I think in the 1980s, 90s, Germany was a pioneer when it comes to waste management and recycling, far more regarding households, but also to some extent industry. And now we mustn't rest on our laurels. We must make sure that the fundamental change of paradigm is now achieved to a holistic resource efficiency. But I think in the 1980s, the foundations were laid. And secondly, in order to achieve the transformation, a holistic approach is needed, as is cooperation, lots of partnerships. And Germany is well set up to meet these challenges because we have so many networks. I mean, we thought of value chains, but I think, yeah, we have a good starting point here. And thirdly, I think there's sufficient pressure in Germany. Germany lacks its own natural resources, so new solutions need to be found in order to stay globally competitive. And that's a fantastic opportunity we can now utilize. So, yes. Dr. Kirchhoff, you're the chairman of the new BDI initiative on the circular economy. What's your insight? As I said earlier, first of all, materials are used but not used up. And the approach of the second law of thermodynamics is something which you can do in order to make sure we have a proper circular economy. That's something which drives me. And I see that when we're using the right technologies, and we have those in Germany, we can achieve far more, partly in order to reduce our import dependency on various materials, but on the other hand, in order to improve our CO2 footprint. The study has made it very clear there are lots of materials which we have in the cycle could be manufactured with far less of a carbon footprint if we get it back into a new phase of use after initial use. This is our vision. That drives me. And it has also meant that I'm very happy to lead the initiative you mentioned. Now, Ms. Dentz, talking about you, the innovative idea which at Steinert you offer, what's done well and what needs to be better? I think Ms. Yokohama gave us a good idea with these innovations. We see that in different places. When we're looking at plastics, for example, where we cooperate very closely across all of the value chain, where we are building a digital setup for the use of plastics. That's the first step, because as Dr. Schiller already said, one of the problems are parts of the plastics which can only be dealt with through cooperation. In other words, the information which exists somewhere completely different needs to be taken further through the value chain so it can be used elsewhere. And what we do is we are very much active in the waste management sector, both machinery but also engineering plastics processing. What is it that we do? We've got
machines which can differentiate between, if you like, the good and the bad material. We're doing that already, and we have a variety of different sensors. We call that sensor fusion. Some of them are using AI. There are databases behind it all. And one of the things we do, to go back to what Dr. Feiger said, cables. We can find cables in material flows and remove them. This is on the basis of cooperation, because currently, through material flows, we obtain information we didn't have before. As a result, the sorted product has a better quality and will also be of higher quality when melted down. And as a result, the product coming out of the melting can be used for industry purposes again. So that's working much better today than it did a few years or even months ago. On the other hand, there are quite a number of challenges too, such as how can the price imbalance between secondary materials and primary materials be balanced? One thing should be mentioned, right, we all want to use more secondary materials, but the other factor is at what price? And will the secondary materials be permanently available in just the quality I need? And here I'm very glad that the German Standardization Institute is an excellent partner for us as industry, because with their standards they make sure that the quality issue in secondary material is really well played internationally. Going back on that, Dr. Feiger, we know that many technologies are, of course, being developed, that everything is getting better, for example, when it comes to separating and sorting, as Ms. Dent said. But still, what is it that we need when designing products so that it's better beforehand? Yes, I think one of the examples, as I mentioned, the cable strands, I mean, to make sure that you can remove the cables very easily. And there are many other components as well. It's important to make sure that you have an electronic disassembling option, that all of this can be done automatically. One sore point concerns the battery and all that is connected to it. With the battery, it's very important that we make sure that a battery can be removed and disassembled easily, and that all its components can be recycled. After all, the materials in the battery are an import-related problem, because there are lots of raw materials in there as well, which are valuable. So we have to have an eye on making sure that the impact, the negative impact, can be reduced. Continue straight to you, Dr. Schiller. What's the technology potential that can be used here? Well, we have discussed a variety of issues already. When it comes to sorting, I think we can cope with that quite well. When it comes to the products, I mean, we will quickly have a database model where we say which product has which, contains which materials or substances. And I think we can be giving quite sort of rigid regulatory statements that would help the value chain. Data is the issue here. Also, we can use data in the circular economy. Yes, it's a big challenge, as Ms. Denzer said, but at the end of the day, when we're discussing business models, we're not talking in the linear system anymore, production and sales, but we're also talking about the shared economy, at least to some extent. And that means we need to see what do we do with such a product funding model. And when it comes to materials, what about funding that? And I think these are going to be quite exciting issues for the next few years. Definitely exciting. Dr. Kirchhoff, I would like to know from the Kirchhoff Ecotech perspective is on that. Technological solutions and innovations. What are you doing at Kirchhoff here? Well, the circular economy means that at the beginning, that's where you need to start, with the development of a product. If I don't bear in mind the circular economy when I design a product, I will end up with far too many problems in the end, too many imponderables when it comes to processing. So we look at it from the beginning. Let me give you one example. Obviously, talking to the user, the person who wants to use the product, that is one very important discussion. But after that, you need to give some thought yourself to
when I develop this product, what do I do to make sure I can disassemble it properly at the end? Sometimes that's something which causes more trouble to work out how to put it apart again than getting the right functions into it in the first place. Another important factor concerns considering how the material used can be gaining us efficiency. And just 15 years ago, 2006, there was a debate concerning the question how can I introduce the circular economy when it comes to waste sorting and collection. And I noticed that is a bit of a problem because everything is called, with brake systems as well for the remotes. So in 2006, we had an electric brake incorporated into a rubbish removal van. So the electrical energy isn't just lost, but made reusable by the fact that we put condensers in there so the vehicle could be used again. Obviously, the residual energy needs to be replaced, but between 30 and 50% fuel could be saved by using this technology. As far as I'm concerned, that's an approach to the circular economy. And of course, there's far more that has to come and follow. Ms. Dentz, what are the business models of the circular economy that can be realized in Germany? Well, that's an exciting question. If you ask me, speaking through the mechanical engineering hat, then it would be obvious matters such as can we put a sort of rent or for hire model? In other words, do we not sell a sorting machine, but a sorting service? From a business model angle, that would be easier than asking ourselves how a mining company, for example, could change its business model to a more circular value creation. Because when we're looking at this, I think 50% of global greenhouse gas emissions, which was one of the initial questions, about 50% of that actually happen in the use of primary raw materials, the extraction, the use, the treatment. So as far as that's concerned, we support our customers in trying to use the mining products which they extracted and try to use as much of it for later processing. With diamonds, for example, get as many diamonds from the rocks as possible and keep all the waste material as reduced as possible. But that's only a very small building block. The question, how can I make my business model a more circular one, will depend very much on how close I am already with my model. What would you like politics to do? Well, speaking as a company, I would like the framework to be set in such a way, particularly regarding company balance sheets, regarding taxation. This needs to be changed so that the sharing economy, rent models would be reflected in our balance sheets in a different way from now. That's, I think, one of the main problems which average companies which have been active in the market for some time, which are quoted on the stock exchange, for example, find much more of a problem than we do. I mean, we're a family-owned business, so at least we don't have shareholders who will look at the numbers in a different way. Ms. Yokoyama, the same question to you. What sort of framework can politics provide? You mentioned about startups, argue from their side. I think there is a huge potential still when it comes to promoting startups and improving that promotion. When you're looking at it now, I think about 4% of the sales or turnover generated by startups, young companies, actually come from public authorities, and the public purchasing volume is something like 500 billion or something. But for startups, it just isn't practical to work with the public sector because of the extraordinarily difficult tendering processes and the requests you need to fulfill, the huge bureaucracy. I mean, As a startup, you don't even find your way through that jungle. You don't understand it. You don't know whether you have the resources. Can you even join a tender process? So there's a huge potential which is lost for the public side here. That has to be admitted. So in the future, I would like new funding and new promotion models for startups, which would first facilitate cooperation between the public sector and startup, but which would also look at new technologies, business models that we need and promote them specifically as to realize our potential, whether that potential might be the circular economy or CO2 emission reduction. I think in general terms, we need a new approach. And I'm already looking forward to the new programs. We'll see when the election happens, what will be done. I mean, I'm hoping a lot from that. I think we're all looking forward to that. Dr. Feiger, what is your biggest priority at BMW to close the loop, as it were? We are looking at those materials which are the highest in weight and trying to reduce them, particularly in form of primary material, to massively save CO2. And our main focus is to try to reduce the overall useful life cycle in order to reduce and minimize negative environmental impact. Dr. Schiller, I would like to ask you, this recycling market, how can it be promoted? What do you think? There are different levers. I'm not a political consultant, I'm a corporate consultant, so I'm looking at it from a company angle where at first I would think, well, we tend to look at regulations rather than promotion. When I look at how to promote innovation, as Mr. Kirchhoff said, be open to technology. I think this buzzword is very important. We have to say it doesn't matter how you travel the way, but first of all, find out what the target is. And then the innovation that goes to achieve that target, that needs to be promoted. And the government can help to promote cooperation models. We've discussed several times that the value chain or the value cycle is not something which a select few are responsible for, but the whole, the entirety. And I think the government can do a lot to promote this. So if we were to do that, the momentum would be incomparably higher. We see that with the current situation in Germany. If you promote something, you get a lot of innovation out of it. Dr. Kirchhoff, this is a subject which we often address at TDI, hydrogen. What is the potential of hydrogen for the circular economy? Hydrogen is the only energy source that we can really fully recycle. We have the sun, we have wind, we have hydrogen, which we can produce from water, and once we use it in a fuel cell, turn it into electricity, and it ends up as water again. That's only one part of it, but definitely the most important. Hydrogen can easily be transported, can be used as a storage medium. It's the lightest of the elements. There are, of course, a few aspects that are disadvantages as well, because in order to produce hydrogen, you need a lot of energy. But on this Earth, we do have the sun, we have the wind, and we have we have water power, hydropower as well. We should use everything we have to create hydrogen. And any surplus wind and solar power should be used for the creation of hydrogen, use it, storage it, and make it useful again at the end. I think in this way, as I would see it, we could even have planes using e-fuels much faster. We could use e-fuels for driving longer distances. In our cars, we could basically say that everything we still have based on the ICE engine could be completely decarbonized. That has to be the objective. If we could have a battery electric drive for an aeroplane, then, I mean, even if I extrapolate that sooner or later I've got 500 watt-hours per kilogram of weight, a plane doesn't really make much sense if you try to fly from Frankfurt to New York on a battery. And what would you think is necessary in order to do that? Which measures? Well, the government, at least the German government, is on the right track. There are large-scale programs which have been initiated to really accelerate the idea of hydrogen. The EU, with its Green Deal, it's doing its bit as well. So these are conditions creating a good framework. We also know that once CO2 becomes more expensive for carbon-based fuel, means that having such vehicles, for example, will be less interesting economically. What we must make sure now is to produce hydrogen at affordable cost. That's one of the prerequisites. Equally, many of the devices that we need have to be based on fuel cell technologies. I think that's realistic. The first vehicles with hydrogen fuel cell drives are on our roads. And I think soon long-haul trucks will use this technology as well. It's not going to be a black or white. There's always going to be one area which has a battery-driven urban mobility, but there's also going to be something which crosses the limits, where we'll have hydrogen fuel cells. We're also going to be decarbonized fuel options, the so-called e-fuels. If we manage to implement all of that, and the German government provides flanking measures for that, as does the Green Deal in the EU, and if we manage, we're on the right track. And one brief last question to all of you, and please give us a brief answer, starting with Dr. Schiller. What's the most exciting development that you expect for the next year in the circular economy? I think the most important thing, or the thing I find most interesting, I'm looking forward to, is the raw materials which are currently being used in the construction sector. What sort of building materials can truly be recycled? Because that's going to be a major cost-saving effect as well. So, Ms. Yokoyama, what do you think? Building? I think in general terms it's enabling technologies that allow us to use side products or waste to create new exciting products, and startups have good things in the pipeline. I think the circular economy should be available for many materials, unused waste that we are still treating in a linear way and just give it back, landfilling it back to Mother Earth. That's what we need to tackle. Ms. Feige. Please unmute your microphone. We cannot hear you. When it comes to metals, a lot is happening, particularly right now, and I'm really interested to see what will happen in the next few years. And last but not least, Ms. Dentz. I think the most exciting development 2022 for the circular economy, I think, is going to be object recognition in engineering plastics recycling. How can plastics be better recognized, detected by sensors, and turn them into better material flows to be used? Thanks very much for these interesting insights. We've heard a lot, we've learned a lot. We'll see what can be realized by the year 2022. And this has been our panel. I'll now hand over to Konstantin. The Day of German Industry, these are 3 days full of information, panels, exciting speakers and analysis is coming to an end. We've heard particularly the COVID pandemic, also questions of sustainability, how we can get out of the pandemic with the momentum that business in particular needs. These are some of the most exciting issues for this first day. Tomorrow we continue with a lot of input with exciting speakers, among others. The Chancellor is going to take the floor. But here, first of all, we'll have to sum up the very first day. Welcome to the Day of Industry 2021.
Hat das Narrativ vom Wohlstand ausgeht.
Die Pandemie. Im folgenden Panel diskutieren
the pandemic. In the following panel, we'll discuss measures to counteract this and future pandemics. Three fantastic women leaders, and that's what the panel is about. Leader Innovation Talk.